ومنشآت تخزين الوقود. هذا البيان صدر تزامنا مع تفعيل صفارات الإنذار. يعلن الجيش الإسرائيلي أنه أنهى موجة من الهجمات على إيران، وفي المقابل يستقبل الصواريخ في هذه الأثناء. تفعل صفارات الإنذار ومنظومة الدفاعات الجوية تعمل على إطراد هذه الصواريخ. سابقا وقبل هذه الرشقة كان جرى الإعلان عن إطلاق ما لا يقل عن 240 صاروخا باليستية، 40 صاروخا استهدفت حيفا والجليل في الساعات الماضية. الآن
for your attendance and for listening, and I request the representatives of the media to leave, and if any of the diplomats and ambassadors are willing to raise any questions, I'm willing and prepared to answer.
You're watching Al Jazeera, and we've been bringing you coverage of a press conference that the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has been holding alongside foreign ambassadors who are based in Tehran. He's obviously been commenting on the current conflict that's going on between Iran and Israel at the moment, following an increase in airstrikes that we've seen over the last 12 hours or so between both countries. He was referring particularly to the nuclear negotiations that had been going on between the United States and Iran with regard to the future of Iran's nuclear program, a deal that was very much supported by US President Donald Trump, who has been imploring Iran to come back to the negotiating table and continue those talks despite the fact that it has been attacked by Iran. Abbas Araghchi is saying that the implication was with these attacks was that this was an attempt to interrupt the nuclear talks between Iran and the US. He referred back to the attacks that were made by Israel on Iran back in 2024 when Iran was holding talks in Vienna with regards to its nuclear program as well. He said that the Israelis carried out an attack on the Natanz nuclear facility. It was aimed to undermine the ongoing negotiations that were happening at that time. He said we would switch at that point to 60% enrichment program as a reaction to that attack. He said we have living proof that the US is providing assistance to the US military. It would be better, he said, for the US to come out and make its position clear. Stay with us on Al Jazeera because we're going to have a lot more on coverage of that press conference and the ongoing conflict between Israel and Iran in the coming hours. Stay with us here on Al Jazeera. Let's talk to Dosa Jabari, our correspondent, about what we've just been hearing from the Iranian Foreign Minister. Dosa has a lot of experience working in Iran. So the Foreign Minister there making it very clear as far as he's concerned that the attacks that we're seeing going on by Israel are in direct relation to the ongoing nuclear discussions that have been happening between the US and Iran?
Yes, and Abbas Araghchi, first of all, this was his audience were ambassadors, foreign ambassadors that reside in Tehran. So he had an international audience of diplomats. And he said that it's very important for them to take his message back to their governments. This was first and foremost, and to ensure that Iran's message is relayed to the U.S. government through them as well. He said that the attacks we're seeing now, first, they have not been condemned by the United States. He did say, interestingly, in the past 2 days, Iran has received direct messages through channels from the United States government reiterating that the U.S. had no involvement in these attacks. And his response is, well, we basically don't believe that to be true, that Israel's actions would not have been possible without the United States green light. He said it is extremely important now, before things spiral and get out of control, diplomacy has to be applied, and it is up to the U.S. government to step in and stop Israel from carrying out what he called were violations, blatant violations of international law. He said, look, Israel has always been against Iran reaching any kind of an agreement with the United States and Western powers when it comes to its nuclear program. And Israel has done everything within its power. Since as early as 2006, there has been at least half a dozen nuclear scientists assassinated in Iran between 2010 and 2023. And he said, this is unacceptable. And as a result of these actions taken by Israel, Iran has chosen to advance its nuclear program in direct response to these threats. Therefore, we are here now with our nuclear program, and the United States and Iran were discussing a way to reach an agreement. We were on our way to a final agreement when Israel decided to launch these attacks, essentially using bombs to kill diplomacy. And that is what he's reiterating here. This is the first time we have seen any Iranian official speak live in Iran, other than the Supreme Leader delivering a message on Friday. He's the first one to appear in vision and speak live from the capital, addressing the recent developments and situation. And he reiterated that there has to be international pressure put on Israel before we can see an end to this conflict.
One of the things, and you referred to it just a moment ago, was the fact that he did make a point of saying that as a result of the last Israeli attacks we saw when the talks were going on in Vienna back in 2024, it was as a result of that that Iran decided to increase its enrichment to 60%, and that was a significant jump from where it had been before. There are going to be concerns, aren't there, of course, that Iran, as a result of the attacks that Israel's been carried out, may choose to enrich further, and that would change the whole dynamic, not only, of course, in terms of the situation within the Gulf region, within the world, but also in terms of the nuclear negotiations and the leverage that that might give Iran.
Well, certainly, look, Iran's nuclear program started out with about 3 to 4% enrichment capabilities in the early 2000s. And we saw them increase to 20% during the President Ahmadinejad era. And then from 20%, they went to 60%. And that jump was as a direct result, as the foreign minister Araghchi mentioned, of Israeli attacks on Natanz that was carried out. Not only did they advance the nuclear program as a result of the threats and attacks by Israel, they also took it underground. And the Natanz nuclear facility, which is the biggest of the 6 facilities in Iran, all of it was above ground, and it was exposed to these attacks by Israel. And after the attacks, over the past 2 years, they've decided to take most of it underground. So they are really looking towards ways to hide the nuclear program from plain sight, like the site in Fordow near Qom, that is also another facility that is enriching up to 60%. And it is these two facilities is where enrichment happens in Iran's nuclear program. That facility in Fordow is about 80 meters deep inside the mountains and underground. And the Iranians decided to do this in 2009 because they felt the threats from Israel were becoming more and more real. So they're saying, look, we are making sure our facilities are secure as a result of Israel. It doesn't have to be this way. Because the international community has been complacent in terms of reeling in Israel's actions, we are where we are right now.
Dorsa, thank you very much indeed for breaking that down. I know we're going to be talking to you over the coming hours. For now, Dorsa Jabari, thank you very much. Air defense systems across Israel have again been activated after the military said missiles were launched from Iran and the Houthis in Yemen. The latest attacks came hours after Israel targeted Iran's energy facilities. At least 12 people in Israel and 80 in Iran have been killed in 2 days of conflict. Kaylee Callan reports.
A direct hit on central Israel. Iran launching wave after wave of missiles and drones through the night, targeting major cities including Tel Aviv and Haifa. People took shelter where they could. In Bat Yam, emergency services scrambled to residential blocks where projectiles and debris fell. People's homes have been destroyed. Hours earlier, Israel launched more attacks targeting Iran's critical energy infrastructure. As night fell, an oil depot near the capital Tehran was hit and caught fire. Satellite images released on Saturday revealed the impact of Israel's earlier strikes on the country's nuclear facilities. As dawn breaks on a third day of fighting, world and regional leaders call for calm to stop this conflict spilling into a wider war. Kaylee Callahan, Al Jazeera.
These are live pictures from Bat Yam in central Israel. It's on the coast on the southern side of Tel Aviv. Emergency services still searching through the rubble of several residential buildings there, which have been significantly damaged by Iranian missiles. Israel and Iran have been trading missile and drone attacks for a third night. Tel Aviv and Haifa are about 1,500 kilometers from Tehran. Missiles launched by both sides take on average about 12 minutes to reach their targets and cross over Iraq, Jordan and Syria. We're going to turn to Noor Odeh in the Jordanian capital Amman. So a night of very heavy damage inflicted against Israel. What do we know about it, the damage?
Well, Rob, in Bat Yam itself, according to local authorities, up to 61 buildings were destroyed. Between 9 and 10 buildings will have to be demolished because they are beyond repair. And what we know is that 10 people were killed in overnight attacks, most of them in Bat Yam, but also 4 in Tamra, a Palestinian-Israeli town near Haifa, where a mother, her daughter, and their 2 female relatives were killed as a result of a direct hit to their house. There is extensive damage across the sites where these missiles hit, including also the Weizmann Institute in Israel. Military censor continues to impose a gag order on some of the sites where there was direct impact, but the night is being described as extremely difficult by local authorities, and of course emergency precautions are still in place, and people are being advised to stay close and listen to the home front command instructions. But I want to tell you, I want to point your attention to something that has been happening in the past few minutes, something quite phenomenal, really. The Israeli army issuing a warning in Farsi to Iranian citizens across the territory of Iran to leave their places of residence if they are near any weapon production sites in Iran. This is really unprecedented and something that was a bit difficult to imagine just a day ago. Israel issuing that kind of blanket forced displacement order, if you will, which we have seen, and it has been normalized over the past 20 months in Gaza and then subsequently in Lebanon. Now the Israeli army telling Iranians that if they live near the vicinity of a site where weapons are being manufactured, they need to leave their homes immediately.
Yeah, no, obviously that's giving us another front, if you like, in the way that Israel is carrying out this bombing campaign that it's doing at the moment in Iran. We're going to be watching that very closely. In the meantime, back in Israel, the level of attacks that the Israelis have been seeing over the last 24, 48 hours, very significant compared to what has been happening in previous years. What action is the government taking to try to calm people down?
Well, the government is sounding quite defiant. The Minister of Education, for example, said that Iran's oil refineries and gas fields should be on fire right now in terms of retaliation. Israel cannot afford to be seen as backing down or being affected. So the tone officially is very defiant. It is promising more destruction. We heard yesterday from the Minister of Defense, Israel Katz, promising that Iran would burn in retaliation for targeting civilian areas. Of course, the wider Tel Aviv area is a metropolis, heavily populated, but it's also home to the Ministry of Defense, to security agencies, and so on. It is difficult to separate one from the other right now. The residents, the population is very rattled. Their daily life has been interrupted. Education is now moved online. Only the bare minimum of daily activity is being allowed, and Israel's airspace continues to be closed. There are no flights in or out of Israel, and this is expected to continue. The Israeli estimation, the discussion in the media is talking about up to 2 weeks. That is quite phenomenal and unprecedented in Israel. It will have an economic and a psychological impact on ordinary Israelis who don't necessarily disagree with the idea of attacking Iran, but the fact that Israel can't claim a decisive victory and can't be the one doing all the destroying as the Israeli public is usually used to in fighting and attacking paramilitary groups like Hezbollah, like Hamas, and so on, or the Houthis in Yemen even. This is a very fundamentally different kind of confrontation, and one could even say it is a transformative military confrontation in this region. And so we're waiting to see the voices of dissent if they begin appearing, and we're beginning to see some commentary in the media from commentators, but the politicians are still holding the fort and sounding quite defiant.
As you were mentioning before, Noor, obviously another stage opening up as far as we can tell in Israel's assault in Iran. What is the government saying with regard to its intentions behind this attack on Iran, and how is it explaining it to the people of Israel?
Well, the intention, it continues to focus on the idea that Israel must degrade or eliminate Iran's military capabilities, specifically the ballistic missiles, the air defense systems, the nuclear facilities. That is at the heart of the Israeli official narrative, if you will. Israel painting this as an existential threat that must be confronted, inviting, urging the American administration to intervene. You even heard from voices of the opposition as well commenting on the issue, saying that the United States needs to step in and help Israel not just defend itself in terms of intercepting missiles and drones, but also in attacking Iran. But there were those messages, Rob, that we heard from the Israeli Prime Minister to the Iranian people, calling on them to revolt, to take to the streets, to overthrow the Iranian government. Those messages are still in the back of the mind of many commentators who don't necessarily trust Netanyahu's intentions and how long he's willing to prolong this war. The length of this confrontation will be crucial in domestic terms in Israel to how much support it will continue to have among the opposition and the wider public.
And Noor, of course, we can't forget, this isn't just a conflict that is affecting Iran and Israel, it's also affecting all the countries between them as well, Iraq and Jordan and Syria. What kind of sense are you getting? Obviously, as mentioned, you're in Amman in Jordan, but what kind of sense are you getting about the way that people in those countries are reacting to this?
Look, everybody is on edge because life has been disrupted, even though, for example, in Jordan, airspace has been reopened. It was closed once again when the ballistic missiles were fired from Iran towards Israel for a few hours overnight. But, you know, oil prices are affected, the movement of commerce. All the countries in the region are watching what's happening, are watching Israel issue evacuation orders for Iran, not just for Yemen, not just for Gaza, Gaza, not just for Lebanon. The ramifications of this confrontation are far-reaching. So you have countries even as far as Turkey watching also closely what is happening. What kind of power shifts will be the result or the consequence of this? Will the United States get involved? Because that would change the picture entirely. So the uncertainty, the nerves on edge, if you will, they're palpable. You can see that, you can sense that even in the statements of officials. Those who are left most exposed, if you will, are Palestinians in the occupied West Bank and in Gaza. They don't have shelters. They don't have emergency services. They don't even have a forewarning. They rely on the sirens that go off in the illegal Israeli settlements and the Israeli applications that tell Israelis what to do. But really, they're cut off. They're under lockdown. There is no movement between Palestinian cities in the occupied West Bank, and supplies are running out. So there is a lot at stake here, and it's not just the Iranian and the Israeli people who are affected and touched and impacted by what's happening.
Yeah, no, it's important to remember, isn't it? And of course, Israeli attacks on Gaza are still continuing at the same time as they are attacking sites in Iran. I want to bring you back, though, to the three countries we were talking about, Iraq and Syria and Jordan. You were talking to us about the level of concern that the people in those countries have. They're watching very closely the situation. Is there any sense from your contacts there that there are diplomatic efforts on behalf of any of those countries to try to find some sort of solution to this?
Well, we've seen, even in public statements, calls on the United States in particular to try and rein this in. Everybody in the region understands that the Trump administration can decisively have an impact for de-escalation, or the opposite, which would be a nightmare scenario. We haven't heard of public official efforts at intervening, but there have been reports that countries like Oman, for example, who still have open channels of communication with Iran, are in touch with the United States and with Tehran, that countries, even Russia, which still has a defense pact with Iran, is in touch with all parties as well. So all eyes are on those different players, and this is a very quickly moving situation where, you know, the calculus even of intervention is changing by the hour. What kind of leverage these countries have, what kind of price they're willing to pay to intervene and side with one side or the other. Those are things that are shifting as we speak, but certainly everybody in the region, perhaps except those at war, are interested in seeing this end as quickly as possible, and for the negotiations to replace missiles going back and forth over the heads of the populations here.
Noor Odeh in Jordanian capital Amman. Noor, thank you very much indeed. I want to bring in Toher Asadi, who's in Tehran for us. Toher, before we go on to the attacks that we've been seeing between Iran and Israel, we've obviously just heard from Iran's foreign minister. Amongst two or three different points that he was making, one of them saying that they had, quote, living proof that the U.S. is providing assistance to Israel in this.
Yes, we've got several key points from Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, who came out live on state TV to respond to the previous developments and the tensions ramping up between Iran and Israel. And of course, this was one of the first times that an Iranian official came out live with a let's say, long statement about what took place over the past few hours and past 2 days inside Iran. Prior to that, it was the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei with a video message. But now we hear very important statements from Iranian Foreign Minister who said that Iran's retaliatory actions are a response to what Israelis did, and Iran is going to continue its attacks in case Israelis decide to continue. That just brings a very limited ray of hope, seeing that there is a possibility for de-escalation. But now what we hear from Tehran is that if Israelis decide to step back and de-escalate, there's a possibility for the Iranian side. And that was what we heard from the IRGC following what happened last night, following the Iranian attack to the Israeli territories. We heard that if Israelis decide to move on, to go further, Iran is going to be stronger when it comes to its retaliatory action. And Arakchi said that what Iran is going to do as countermeasure is going to be proportional to what Israelis are doing. He, for example, said that last night they attacked the refineries of Iran, and in response, Iran attacked their refineries. They attacked Iran's economic structures. Iran strikes back with attacking and targeting their economic centers, and that is the statement that we have already heard from Iranian officials. Also, he said that Tehran does not seek war, and it's not looking for expansion of the war unless it is forced. So that means there is still this possibility of expansion of the war to an further extended front, something that runs the risk of a full-fledged, all-out war scenario.
So, I want to interrupt you there just very briefly. I apologize for interrupting you, but we do have a clip of Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi when he was making that statement just a few minutes ago. He did say that Iran was acting in self-defense when striking Israel. He will de-escalate as soon as it stops its strikes, as Tahir was just explaining. He said Israel attacked Iran to prevent a nuclear agreement with the US.
It is a response to the Israeli attacks. It is a response to the Israeli violation. Once these attacks come to a stop, we will naturally reciprocate. We were engaged in rounds of negotiations with the United States of America. The sixth round of talks were supposed to be held in Oman, and we were supposed to present a counter proposal on tomorrow's meeting. Our proposal could have opened doors for an all-out agreement with the Americans. The Zionist entity is not willing to see us reaching an agreement or a diplomatic solution with the United States.
Okay, let's go back to Tohat Asari, who's in Tehran for us. Tohat, I want to come on to what the Iranian foreign minister was saying in a moment, but I do also want to draw viewers' attention to the building behind you. Maybe we can take a widescreen shot of what we can see behind you, which is, there is this plume of smoke just over your shoulder, which is rising into the sky. Tell us what's been happening there.
Well, actually, what happened last night is very critical development. Before that, we had reports about targets being hit in Abadan and Tabriz refinery centers, but later on it came out that these reports are not true. But right now, the reality on the ground is that at least 2 centers related to oil and refinery infrastructures have been targeted by Israeli strikes. As you can see behind me, there is smoke coming out, and this is Tehran oil refinery that was targeted last night during the strikes by the Israelis. Also, in the northwestern part of Tehran, there was an attack to an oil depot in which we saw smoke, huge amount of smoke coming out, flames of fire were seen at the scene. But right now, as we are speaking, firefighters are working to extinguish it, and it seems that it has been to a certain extent solved. But still, if we speak about the Tehran refinery center, the reports coming and the smoke, as you can see, which is quite far away from where I am talking to you, and you can still see this huge amount of the smoke coming out of the scene, and it's coming out of the scene from the very, very early hours of the morning. It shows that there has been something massive happening there, but still, this is not just Tehran. We have heard sounds of explosion across the country, but still talking about the situation here in the capital. In the midnight, up until the very early hours of the morning, we were able to hear the sounds of explosion, which is said to be related to the activation of air defense system of the capital, and we saw flying objects being intercepted by the air defense system in the capital. From time to time, we hear sounds of activation, even in the morning, if I'm not, And still, we know that across the country, we have in some cities similar situation.
Let's go back to the nuclear discussions that were going on between the US and Iran prior to the Israeli attack. It is interesting, isn't it? You were saying before that this was, and so was our correspondent, Dawson Jabari, making the point that the statement by the foreign minister's was one of the first times we've seen a public statement made by a member of the senior leadership following these attacks, other than to comment on the attacks themselves. And he specifically drew attention to the Iranian belief that the Israeli attack was an attempt to interrupt the nuclear talks between Iran and the US, which does kind of give one the impression that for Iran at least, even though it says it's not going to take part in the talks at the moment, nevertheless, the talks are very important to the leadership of Iran.
Well, actually, yesterday we had a chance to ask Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi whether the next round of talks initially scheduled for today are going to be cancelled or not, and he said yes, but today he's coming out with details about Iran's perspective in this regard. He said that this attack, this strike happened while we were in the middle of talks and negotiations. Obviously, that signals the sort of tendency from the West, from the United States and its partners pertaining to the entire trajectory of talks. And Abbas Araghchi yesterday mentioned that it's not justifiable to talk with the United States under this circumstance. He said today that Iran considers that this current strike could not have happened without the green light, without the permission, without a sort of collaboration, cooperation between Israelis and the Americans. And what we hear from the US president indicates that he is to a certain extent right in this regard. About the future of the talks, I think we have to also keep in mind another contextual element. 3 days ago, it was the Board of Governors of the IAEA, the UN nuclear watchdog, coming out with a resolution being adopted about Iran's nuclear program, which was very strong in terms of its tone, and Iranians responded again with another strong tone. But just 1 day after the adoption of that resolution, which by itself seems to be diplomatic, Iranian perception is like that adoption could pave the way, could give a sort of green light, at least partially, for this strike to be initiated by the Israelis. And speaking of what we heard from Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, he not only criticized the role of the United States in these strikes, in that they directly supporting the Israelis, he also criticized the United Nations Security Council for all goes on in the region and all goes on with regard to Tehran. But still, we have to keep in mind that Iranians were very much interested in continuation of diplomatic affair. They went to Moscow, they started several rounds of talks, either direct or indirect. Iranian side is calling it indirect talks, but still, that created a sort of hope, not only among the politicians, but also among the very ordinary citizens, that this diplomatic trajectory could help settling down different issues, including sanctions, including some concerns from the international community regarding Iran's nuclear program. But still, we can now rest assured that there is going to be a paradigmatic shift in Iran's policies, whether defense policies or foreign policies or nuclear policies, or all the courses of action that Iran is going to take in the future. That's the consequence of what Israeli strike did, and that's going to be further repercussions for the region.
So thank you very much indeed. That's Tucker Asadi there talking to us from Tehran. These attacks and counterattacks came just as Iran was engaged in talks with the US about a potential deal on its nuclear program, as Tohad was just explaining. A sixth round of indirect talks were scheduled for Sunday, but Iran's foreign minister has told Al Jazeera those talks are now cancelled. Abbas Araghchi says there's no justification for continuing negotiations in light of Israel's continued attacks. Shihab Tansi is joining us live now from Washington, D.C. There had been a very strong statement that came out from Donald Trump just within the last 24 hours or so, very anxiously pushing Iran back to the negotiating table for these talks. Now, Iran is saying, no, we're not going to do this anymore. What's the reaction in the U.S.?
Well, no reaction yet. It's 3:30 in the morning here, but you've got to think that a lot of what the Iranian foreign minister had to say there was specifically targeted to Donald Trump following a posting that he made about 3 hours ago. The three messages from the Iranian foreign minister of the U.S. needing to make its position clear on the Israeli attacks, but also that there was no wish to regionalize the war. That all Iran was doing was defending itself from Israeli aggression, and that diplomacy could resume once Israel stops its aggression. Because those 3 points do specifically relate to what Donald Trump posted about 3 hours ago. This is what he wrote on Truth Social. The U.S. had nothing to do with the attack on Iran tonight. If we are attacked in any way, shape or form by Iran, the full strength and might of the U.S. armed forces will come down on you at levels never seen before. However, we can easily get a deal done between Iran and Israel and end this bloody conflict. So, in response, then, we had the Iranian foreign minister saying, look, it's all very, I guess the implication is you can keep on saying you had nothing to do with the attacks, although we know that you're providing defensive capabilities to Israel. But do you got to make your position clear. Do you want them to stop? Do you condemn these attacks? As far as Donald Trump's threats to Iran, that the full strength and might of the U.S. armed forces will come down on you, we had the Iranian foreign minister there saying, we don't want to regionalize this war. All we're doing is defending ourselves from Israel's utterly illegal aggression. And then Donald Trump there still, again, talking about a deal being done, and then you had the Iranian foreign minister saying, yeah, okay, but you've got to stop Israel first.
Shihab, thank you very much indeed. That's Shihab Tansi there, who's bringing us up to date from Washington, D.C. And still ahead on this Al Jazeera News Hour, continuing coverage of the ongoing war between Israel and Iran. Plus, we're going to be live from Gaza, where Israeli strikes have again targeted desperate Palestinians waiting to get food.
Early summer storms breaking the heat across the northwest of Europe. You can see lots of cloud just tumbling in here, rolling across the British Isles into France. Quite active systems this. Ahead of that, warm sunshine, very warm sunshine into central parts. But here's that unsettled weather, the big storms rumbling away, banging away there, just around central and eastern parts of France as we go through Sunday, stretching across into a good part of Germany. Ahead of that, it stays pretty warm. We're getting into the 30s once again, mid-30s across southern parts of Europe. Rome at 35 degrees Celsius, but somewhat cooler over towards the east with temperatures here in the high teens. Temperatures do pick up a little bit as we go on through Monday. That wetter weather starts to drift a little further eastwards. Drier, brighter weather over towards the northwest for a time. The weather system very close to the British Isles, but shouldn't cause too many problems. But temperatures picking up. London and Paris getting up to around 26 Celsius. So not too bad at all, thank you. Lots of dry and fine weather too across the north of Africa. Settled here. One or two showers just developing in notice just around the Atlas Mountains. Past Morocco, but plenty of showers for West Africa now. Seasonal rays creeping quite nicely north, pushing into the far south of Mali.
The world is shifting. Power, influence, and narrative.
The U.S. is increasingly isolated on the international stage. U.S. power is eroding.
Divisions deepen, perspectives clash. This is openly genocidal language. Global conflicts rise and diplomacy is tested. What is Putin trying to prove?
The threat is from Russia to Ukraine, not Ukraine to Russia.
Upfront tackles the big issues, only on Al Jazeera.
Investigative journalism.
We're in a hospital in the south of Lebanon which is overwhelmed with patients. Israel has refused to withdraw despite a ceasefire agreement.
Global experts in discussion.
The American empire is over, and we are on a down.
Voices from different corners.
And you will be beaten and tortured.
They come in, they pick you up, and take you in for interrogations and beatings whenever they like.
Programs that open your eyes to an alternative view of the world today on Al Jazeera.
You're watching Al Jazeera. Reminder of our top stories this hour. Israel has again activated its air defense systems to intercept the latest barrage of Iranian missiles. At least 12 people in Israel and 80 people in Iran have been killed during several days of attacks. Israel targeted critical energy facilities across Iran on Saturday. An oil depot near the capital Tehran was hit, setting it on fire overnight. Local authorities say the flames are now under control. Well, as the attacks between Israel and Iran enter their fourth day, long-range strikes appear to be the most effective. Al Jazeera's defense editor, Alice Koutopoulos, has more.
This phase of the conflict between Israel and Iran is being fought with specific weapons. Israel's main offensive capability is its air force of 340 combat-capable aircraft, made up of advanced F-15 and F-16 fighter planes and at least 45 F-35 stealth jets. Aircraft firing air-launched missiles and dropping bunker-buster bombs have been the main weapons used. Israel says its special forces teams within Iran have also been launching explosive drones at targets, aiming to kill senior military leaders and other key figures and destroy air defense sites. Iran also has a missile and drone force. Despite dozens of drones being launched, they're easily being shot down by Israel's air defenses and squadrons of jets. But its missile force is large and powerful. Long-range cruise missiles like the Pave and Sumar have ranges up to 2,500 kilometers and can fly under radar cover. A large supply of modern solid-fueled missiles like the Casualties means that they can be launched within minutes, making interception by Israeli fighter jets less likely. Although they're limited in number, Iran's hypersonic missiles like the Fateh-1 and Fateh-2 can travel up to 15 times the speed of sound. That's 18,500 kilometers an hour. These missiles are the most likely to penetrate Israel's powerful air defense network. Israel said that the strikes are ongoing and they will not allow Iran to have the ability to make a nuclear weapon. But what hasn't been mentioned so far is Israel's own arsenal of at least 90 nuclear weapons and the long-range Jericho 3 ballistic missiles that would deliver them.
Joining us is Mohammed Sadr. He's an assistant professor in critical security studies at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. Good to have you back with us on Al Jazeera. Now, as Alex was just describing there are different weapons that are being used by both sides in this conflict. We have seen the latest round and very significant barrage of rockets that's been sent by Iran to Israel. Talk to us about what your analysis is of the way that Israel is going to respond to these attacks. We always think of the Iron Dome, but if I understand it correctly, there are some limitations with that.
Well, the Iron Dome is not really meant to counter such attacks because the Iron Dome is for short-range rockets and missiles, but what we are seeing here is cruise missiles, hypersonic missiles, and ballistic missiles coming from Iran. So I think, but Israel has the infrastructure to defend its aerospace. So it has two main components, early warning and C2. And this is supported by different types of satellites, such as OFAC satellite, and they have also allies satellites supporting Israel with this, so they can get a sense of what is coming towards Israel. Then this would trigger on-the-ground air defenses, and they have also different types of air defenses. They have Arrow 2 and Arrow 3, which can go up to 100 kilometers up in the sky, and they have lower than that, like David Sling, which goes from 20 to 70 kilometers. So they have an integrated, if you like, integrated system of air defenses, and it is capable, but it can be overwhelmed. We have seen that when Hamas attacked Israel on the 7th of October, and we have seen it over the last 48 hours.
One of the senior Israeli military officials just within the last 24 hours issued a statement saying, yes, the Iron Dome is good, but it's not hermetic, as he put it. So they're allowing for the possibility that stuff will get through. I want to just change the focus slightly. In terms of Israel's attacks that are going on in Iran, it's now aiming towards energy infrastructure. It's also just issued a warning to residents in Iran close to weapons-making facilities as well. One would imagine it has intelligence on the ground. It knows where those are. In terms of the strategy of Israel, do you think that this is a form of what I believe is known as mission creep, in that you take the success of one stage then dictates what you do next? Or has this always been, do you think, the strategy of Israel, that it was going to move forward in this way?
I think Israelis have a clear idea what they are going to do, but it's still in any strategy, it it is very much dynamic. So what the Israelis have been doing is basically they went to the first stage and they have seen it is successful, and then they waited for the Iranian response, or they expected that anyway, and then they would respond. So they have different options. So I'm sure they have war gamed this several times over the last year, and they wanted to do what exactly they wanted to do. Now, going for the oil infrastructures, to me, I was surprised. It's a bit early, less than 48 hours, and then we see Israelis going for the oil infrastructures, which are critical for the survival of the regime, because Iran has been already under a lot of pressure, economic pressure, and so going for that actually was surprising. But probably, and most probably, it is because of the Iranian missiles targeting civilian, this is at least what Israel is claiming, that civilian sites inside Israel, and also, the hitting Tel Aviv like this in a row, in a second night in a row. I think that pushed the Israelis to do that, and with the threat to asking people to evacuate. We have seen this before. We have seen this in Gaza. We have seen this in Beirut, in Lebanon in general, and the south as well. And now they are doing it to the Iranians. Partly it is to probably safeguard some of the civilians so that they don't have mass casualties, because this would push the Iranians to retaliate in kind, but also it's psychological. You can imagine that there is a country, Israel and Iran, they're not neighboring countries. And so the war is being conducted over the air. And now Israel, a small state, if you look at the map, Iran is probably at least 20 to 30 times the size of Israel. Now, a small state is threatening Iranian residents inside Iran, asking them to evacuate their own residences in a time their government is not able to protect them. So it's also psychological.
I want to ask you about the Strait of Hormuz, because there's a certain amount of focus that's being moved to that. Just let me give you a breakdown of what's going on. Countries around the world are also closely watching the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has threatened to close the critical waterway in the past. And its narrowest is about 33 kilometers wide, but shipping lanes are even narrower. Iran controls the north side of the strait. Oman controls the south. It's an important transit route for major energy-producing countries in the Gulf. An estimated 20% of the world's oil consumption is transported through the Strait of Hormuz. Closing it would force countries to seek costlier and longer means of transport, and it would drive prices up. Let's go back to Mohammed Salim, who's been with us. So in your assessment, in terms of the threat that Iran is making, as we said, this is something that we have seen before, but it has never got to the stage of actually closing the strait. How likely is it, do you think, that it will take that action?
It's very much unlikely. I don't see how Iranians could benefit from this. If we look at it from different angles, say that this would happen, for argument's sake, what would Iran benefit? It would push Gulf states to actually form a coalition with the United States, at least, to counter this, because this is harmful for everybody. 20% of Iranian oil exports are coming through the strait. Actually, most of the exports from the GCC states to China are going through this. So would Iran really want to anger everybody, including its ally, China? China has made bold statements supporting Iran and condemning, if you like, the Israeli attack. So I don't see any benefit. It's not going to benefit Iran. They have other alternatives at the moment, but I don't see them going for that, because they can move some of their allies in the region to probably cause trouble again maybe in the Red Sea, in the routes of the major routes of oil exports, but I don't see them going for the Strait of Hormuz at this point, because it does not make any sense.
Appreciate you breaking that down for us, Mohammed. Thank you very much indeed, Mohammed Salim. Well, Hamid Oitse is director of Diplo House. It's a think tank focused on foreign policy. He's joining us from Tehran. So thank you very much indeed for being with us. I want to just take you back briefly to the statement that we were hearing from the Iranian foreign minister earlier on, directly linking Israel's attacks on Iran to the progress that was being made in the nuclear talks between Iran and the US. What's your assessment, do you think, of the way that Iran is viewing those talks at the moment?
The talks were supposed to prevent any conflict, any war, and it was supposed to pave the ground for a diplomatic solution to ensure the world community that Iran is not pursuing a nuclear weapon, and to help Iran benefit from removal of sanctions, the unilateral sanctions that the Americans have long imposed on Iran. and prove to the Europeans that Iran has been abiding by the JCPOA and Iran is transparent about its nuclear program if there is some outcome for that, I mean, in terms of economy and removal of the sanctions. But it did not go the way it was supposed to go. So the Americans, especially with the contents that President Trump published on Friday, we can say that it was the carrot part of the stick, carrot policy of the Israelis and the Americans. So the threat was introduced by the Israelis, and the carrots and incentives were introduced by President Trump. Why Iran came to the negotiation table was first because the Americans sent the message that it would be merely about nuclear issue, not other things that President Trump had in his executive memorandum signed at the beginning of his term. And second, Iran wanted to give diplomacy a chance to prove that Iran is ready to negotiate. And now we can see that Iran has taken all the measures necessary to ensure the war. But now we are seeing Israelis attacking Iran. So it means that the diplomacy has no other chance, and it has already failed. And the IAEA has also failed to meet the obligations that it was supposed to have for its members and NPT signatories. So I don't think that the negotiations will revive, at least in any term soon. And with the positions that the Americans have taken so far, it's proved that negotiations were part of the strategy with the Israelis. So they were working together. It was approved by the Israelis, and it was actually implemented from it could be understood from the American side as well, that they have been working together to threaten Iran and to...
I want to butt in, forgive me for interrupting you, I'm just kind of conscious of the time that we have, but I want to also ask you about the latest Israeli attacks that have been carrying out, this time predominantly targeting the energy infrastructure, critical energy infrastructure across Iran that we've seen over the last 12 hours or so. What kind of impact do you think that going to have on Iran, both within the country itself, but of course also in its terms of its ability to export gas and oil to other countries?
So the damage to the South Pars oil facilities was very minor. It was just a drone who was able to reach actually the facilities, and the damage was very minor and easily controlled. The attacks that were carried out in Tehran last night, one of them was against the oil depot in western Tehran, which was actually mostly evacuated before the attacks. The reservoirs there are 11 ones, and only 4 of them were still full, and the rest of the 7 other reservoirs were already emptied by Iranian officials. And the other target was in southern Tehran, the refinery of Tehran, which is not very serious and very significant in the oil and fuel production and refinery of the whole country. It is a damage, but it's not that serious, considering that there might be some lack of energy or such thing in the country. No, I don't think that would be very impactful. And regarding the oil export, as I said, the damage was minor.
Sorry to interrupt you, but you do raise an interesting point with regard to the impact that within Iran of the attacks on the energy infrastructure there. Benjamin Netanyahu said that part of this, the attacks that Israel is carrying out in Iran, is to encourage regime change within Iran. There are suggestions that we have heard that this attacking of the internal energy infrastructure is part of a process to try to make things as uncomfortable for the Iranian people as possible, in the hope that that would lead them to rise up against the leaders. What's your assessment of the mood of the Iranian people at the moment?
He has done a great favor to the Iranians, actually, because Iranians are united more than ever before, and he has done that. So by attacking Iran and sending the messages that he's sending, Iranians are much united, more united than before, and everyone is supporting Iran. Everyone is saying that it's not about the Islamic Republic, it's not about the government, it's not about principalists, it's not about reformists. It's merely about Iran as a whole, and everyone is supporting Iran and its government. So the outcome of the attacks has been a significant unity among the Iranians. So I don't expect that it would lead to any social inclusion or any difficulties from the within, because Iranians have experienced nearly 5 decades ago, have experienced 8 years of Saddam's war against Iran. And at that time, the welfare of the people and the situation of the country was totally different from now. It was much weaker at that time. And now it is totally different, and Iranians, first of all, are witnessing how Iran is responding to the Israelis. They targeted South Pars, and immediately after that, in the night, Iran attacked Haifa refinery. And it was more damaging than what happened to South Pars.
Please forgive me for interrupting you, sir. I apologize. I'm very conscious of the time that we have, but we're very grateful to you for being with us on Al Jazeera. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me.
And stay with us on Al Jazeera. We're going to have more on all our stories. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
China's leaders promised economic prosperity in exchange for tight control over the country's population. But is that a trade-off that the Chinese people accept?
He really sees himself as a leader who is chosen by destiny to make China strong.
Ken Roth speaks with journalist and author Emily Feng.
They do feel like they've done so much to economically develop these regions, but of course they're missing the whole picture, which is that you're also trampling on people's human rights.
Reframe on Al Jazeera. The latest news.
I'm now standing in a Sabra neighborhood where the Israeli fighter jets have targeted this residential building, flattening it down, as you can clearly see.
With detailed coverage.
The situation is dire. The one food distribution site is nowhere near enough to meet the huge demand.
From the heart of the story.
In Gaza, babies are dying before they learn to breathe. Mothers are burying them before they have names.
Watching Al Jazeera, let me bring you up to date with our stories. Israel has again activated its air defense systems to intercept the latest barrage of Iranian missiles. At least 12 people in Israel and 80 people in Iran have been killed during several days of attacks. Israel's targeted critical energy facilities across Iran on Saturday. An oil depot near the capital Tehran was hit, setting it on fire overnight. Local authorities say the flames are now under control. Israeli attacks are continuing in Gaza. At least 23 Palestinians were killed on Sunday morning, 11 of them when they were trying to get food aid. And that follows Saturday's killing of at least 79 people. One strike on Saturday hit civilians waiting for flour deliveries near Gaza City. Hunger is driving people to the few food distribution points in Gaza, but Israeli forces have responded with sniper fire and bombings. Much of the remaining food distribution is being carried out by the US and Israeli-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which has been accused of weaponizing aid. Israeli forces have closed off the occupied West Bank, sealing the entrances of cities and villages with iron gates and concrete barriers. Movement has become severely restricted, with Palestinians saying they're caught in the crossfire of the Israel and Iran escalation. Nida Ibrahim reports.
As life comes to a standstill in Israel, Palestinians in the occupied West Bank are under a lockdown. Not to protect them, they say, but to keep Israel's control over their lives. Israeli forces closed military checkpoints, installed new gates and cement blocks to restrict Palestinians' movement. Even ambulances are struggling to help patients.
Even when we are granted an Israeli military permission to move, we're detained at checkpoints for 3 to 4 hours before being allowed through. This morning, one woman stayed 3 hours at one checkpoint. The The only way we can function now is by transferring patients from one ambulance car to another at these checkpoints.
This Israeli poster describes the closure as preemptive, saying that movement will be restricted until further notice. It reads, "Terror only brings death and destruction." Palestinians say they're the ones under attack. In several areas across the occupied West Bank, Israeli soldiers expelled dozens of families from their homes, turning them into military positions. An Israeli assault targeting 3 refugee camps in Jenin and Tulkarim has been ongoing since January.
Israel increased the checkpoints and barriers in the West Bank from 600 to 900 since October the 7th. Now they're using this time to increase the lockdown on Palestinians, turning them into isolated cantons separated from one another.
Settlers continue attacking Palestinian homes and properties. Others exploit the siege to establish and expand new illegal settlement outposts like this one at Nablus. Palestinians say they're caught between the Iranian projectiles and Israeli missiles intercepting them. They witness interceptions in the sky without access to bomb shelters or any protection. Remnants of intercepted missiles caused dozens of injuries among Palestinians in the occupied West Bank. The Palestinian government says it's working to ensure the entry of food and fuel. With Israel controlling almost every aspect of their lives, Palestinians fear their government's ability to assist them is severely limited. Nida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera.
In other news, India's aviation regulator says all possible causes of a plane crash on Thursday are still under investigation. Forensic teams are searching for the cockpit voice recorder of the Boeing 787 Dreamliner. The Air India jet crashed in the western city of Ahmedabad just after takeoff. At least 279 people were killed, with one survivor. Just before I go, I want to give you an update on the stories that we've been bringing you over the last hour or so. Israel has again activated air defense systems to intercept the latest barrage of Iranian missiles. These are live pictures from the town of Tamra in the northern district of Israel. It's located in the Lower Galilee area. You can see the level of devastation that has been caused by some of those Iranian missiles that have made their way through Israel's defenses. You can see that looks to be military safety officers who are working their way through the rubble and the destroyed building there. I'm going to be back, of course, in a couple of minutes with more on all these stories. Stay with us on Al Jazeera. I'm Rob Mathis.
War-torn Afghanistan, plagued with poverty and unemployment, has been central to global opiate production and is home to millions of drug addicts. Rounding them up, a former Mujahideen fighter and recovering addict dedicates his life to giving them hope. Witness a second shot on Al Jazeera.
The first episode of this series explores the imperial origins of the drug trade.
Commerce was good for the empire was good for commerce, so these things very much went together.
And opium's passage from the Far East to Europe and the United States.
If you need guns, you need money. The only money in these mountains is opium.
Drug trafficking, politics and power, the era of empires on Al Jazeera.
Being a journalist is a privilege. I get to the heart of the story, amplify the voices of those who have been drowned out by the noises of war. It's my driving force. It's what pushes me to take risks. We're just going to try to take a safer position. Digging deep, trying to find the gritty truth. It's a challenge and a huge responsibility. We keep politicians and decision makers in check, show the devastating human cost of their decisions. The reason the Israeli soldiers base themselves in this house, it's because it's at the entrance of the Jenin refugee camp, and from here they have a clear view of any room. Working at Al Jazeera enables me to make the other voices relevant, to show that there's more that unites us than divides us.
Iran's top diplomat says attacks on Israel will only stop if Israel ends its attacks on Iran. I'm Rob Matheson, this is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Iranian missiles have hit residential buildings in Tel Aviv and Haifa. At least 8 people have been killed. Israel, meanwhile, is continuing its attacks on Iran, targeting its oil facilities, and is threatening people near reactor sites to leave the area. And Israel's continuing its strikes on Palestinians inside Gaza. 7 killed in Beit Lahia in the north of the Strip. Iran and Israel have launched missiles at one another for a 3rd day, with Israel warning of more to come. There will be new attacks on Iran, with a building belonging to the defense ministry hit in Isfahan in central Iran. Attacks have also targeted Shiraz in the south. Tehran, meanwhile, has said it does not want to expand the conflict. Its foreign minister Abbas Araghchi says Tehran is acting in self-defense and will de-escalate as soon as Israel stops its strikes. He says Israel attacked Iran to prevent a nuclear agreement with the US.
It is a response to the Israeli attacks. It is a response to the Israeli violation. Once these attacks come to a stop, we will naturally reciprocate. We were engaged in rounds of negotiations with the United States of America. The 6th round of talks were supposed to be held in Oman, and we were supposed to present a counter proposal on tomorrow's meeting. Our proposal could have opened doors for an all-out agreement with the Americans. The Zionist entity is not willing to see us reaching an agreement or a diplomatic solution with the United States.
We've got correspondents keeping tracks of all developments. Shihab Tansi is in Washington, D.C. Noor Odeh is standing by in Amman, and Tokaz Sadi is in Tehran. First, this report from Kaylee Hallel.
A direct hit on central Israel. Iran launching wave after wave of missiles and drones through the night, targeting major cities including Tel Aviv and Haifa. People took shelter where they could. In Bat-Yam, emergency services scrambled to residential blocks where projectiles and debris fell. People's homes have been destroyed. Hours earlier, Israel launched more attacks targeting Iran's critical energy infrastructure. As night fell, an oil depot near the capital Tehran was hit and caught fire. Satellite images released on Saturday revealed the impact of Israel's earlier strikes on the country's nuclear facilities. As dawn breaks on a 3rd day of fighting, world and regional leaders call for calm to stop this conflict spilling into a wider war. Kaylee Callahan, Al Jazeera.
I want to bring in Tokaz Sadi, who's in Tehran for us. So those attacks continuing. We were talking earlier about the one that we could see behind you, in a large plume of smoke rising into the sky. Just talk us through what's been going on, Tokaz.
Okay, let's just begin with what you can see in the picture behind me. Smoke is coming out at one of the scenes. Previously, there were some initial reports saying that it's the refinery center of Tehran. Later on, the petroleum ministry of the country came out with a statement saying that it is not the refinery infrastructure itself, but the fuel depot in the southern part of Tehran that has experienced this strike overnight by the Israelis. And now the Iranian Petroleum Ministry is saying in its statement that the refinery itself, these infrastructures related to the refinery, are not touched, they're not damaged, they're not targeted, and the operations and processes related to refinery continue as usual. This is what we have from the Iranian Petroleum Ministry. But a few hours ago, we got reports from across the country, including Isfahan, in which a headquarters or a site belonging to the Ministry of Defense has been targeted, and it was a local official coming out to say that there is now a possibility of casualties, seeing the nature of strike that happened there. Still, we've got reports from Shiraz, a city in which a targeting attack has been reported, and also activation of air defense system across the country, including in Tehran from time to time, is being seen.
Jahad, I want to ask you about a statement that was issued by Israel, an evacuation warning to Iranians residing near weapons facilities in Iran. There was a bit of confusion earlier on. There was a suggestion it may have been referring to nuclear facilities. It apparently is not. It's weapons facilities in Iran. One would imagine, therefore, that as we have seen the Israeli attacks continue through the night and across the country, they are now turning their attention to both the energy infrastructure within the country, but also within the weapons production facilities as well.
Well, from what I can say, and from when I speak to people, from what I can say based on what we talk, it's clear that Iranians are quite aware of the fact that these strikes are not limited to military sites, military bases, military headquarters. It includes a wider spectrum to contain actually the nuclear sites of the country. That creates a sort of anxiety among people about the possibility of pollution, and also it includes military facilities, and also more importantly, people saw the infrastructures and the actually energy infrastructures being targeted, and civilian places, residential buildings under attack in the last 1-2 days. I was personally at the scene of one of these buildings that belonged to the university professors, and people saw that this building was targeted, ending up in assassination of one top nuclear scientist, Dr. Tehran, alongside with his wife, as well as a number of civilians living there. And this is not it. We heard and we saw footages coming out of different scenes showing people, showing ordinary citizens, showing women and children being taken out. Their bodies were being taken out of the scene. So people are aware of the very fact that right now they are not under shadow of war, but under something that is a translation, a real translation of a real war that takes place. In the past 2 nights, we have been constantly hearing the explosion sounds, which is related partially to the activation of air defense system. That creates a sense of anxiety and fear among the people, alongside with a very, very strong sense of anger. A lot of people saying that political issues or nuclear issues or military issues, they've got all nothing to do with the lives of ordinary citizens. But what happens as a part of reality on the ground is that civilians are affected by these strikes, and that's why they are extremely angry about these Israeli strikes.
John, thank you very much indeed for breaking that all down for us. Talking to Sadi, they're talking to us from Tehran. We're going to go to Noor Odeh in the Jordanian capital, Amman. Now, she's reporting from there because the Israeli government's banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and the occupied West Bank. So, Noor, there's been a heavy night of damage inflicted against Israel. We have been seeing some pictures, I think it's from Bat Yam at the moment, that they're feeding on the agencies of some of that damage. What do we know about what has been happening?
Rob, we know that the Israeli rescue crews are still looking for people trapped under the rubble, and there are initial reports that one more body has been recovered. So between 10 and 11 people killed overnight in those missile strikes from Iran, extensive damage to 61 buildings in Bat Yam alone, and at least 9 buildings will have to be demolished altogether because they are beyond repair. This was a very difficult night for Israel. That's how officials at the Home Front Command and local officials are describing it, because even though there were sirens, even though there were warnings and people were told to go to the shelters, not everybody has those. So in Tamra, for example, near Haifa, 4 women were killed. There are no shelters in that Palestinian-Israeli town of Tamra, and the missile directly hit their home, killing them instantly. They were recovered from under the rubble. This is a very difficult night, certainly more violent than the one before it.
And certainly, I would imagine, much more significant violence than many Israelis have seen in previous years, despite the attacks that they have seen in the south from Hamas, for example, in Gaza. How is the government approaching this with regard to trying to keep people calm in the face of such a significant attack?
Yeah, I mean, this is a completely different ballgame altogether. Israel is confronting a country, a big country with a quite significant military power, not a paramilitary group, not a militia, not Hamas, not Hezbollah. And so even though the public had been prepared, they had been forewarned that this could go on for days, possibly 2 weeks, that there would be emergency precautions taken. This is unprecedented for Israelis, and even though the government officials are sounding very defiant, they're promising destruction, they're issuing forced evacuation orders that had been pre-approved for Tehran, for example, near weapons production sites. We're beginning to hear some commentary in the Israeli media from commentators questioning how long can this be sustained without American intervention on the side of Israel. How long can Israel continue to fire at Iran without achieving a decisive victory? Because we have to remember, Israel has been quite realistic about its inability to completely destroy Iran's nuclear facilities without U.S. intervention. And so this is dragging on. It's dragging the region into turmoil, into uncertainty. It's affecting the economy, the oil prices. It's affecting the stock exchange market in Israel itself. These are all things that are added pressure to the population, to an already unpopular Israeli prime minister as well. So these are all factors that will, affect the story and the situation moving forward.
Yeah, no, I mentioned just before we started talking that you're talking to us from Amman in Jordan. We have to remember, of course, that Iran and Israel are separated by Syria, Jordan, and Iraq as well. One would imagine that those 3 countries are going to be watching what is going on with a tremendous amount of concern.
Absolutely. All of the peoples of the region are sandwiched between these 2 military powers. They are affected, impacted psychologically, economically, and also their security is at risk. These missiles that are flying back and forth and are being intercepted over the skies of Jordan, for example, they fall on Jordanian soil. They injure Jordanian citizens, as we saw yesterday in northern Jordan. So this is something on the mind of all the peoples of the region and the governments of the region, who are also watching how is this unfolding and what will it mean to the geopolitics of the region. Israel issuing evacuation orders in Iran, all the way in Iran. This is of concern to everybody, and the countries that still have open lines of communication with Tehran and possibly with the United States or maybe even Tel Aviv are trying to quietly call for calm, try to find a way for the parties to step back and perhaps find a negotiated a solution to this, although it doesn't seem, at least from the rhetoric, that Israel is planning to back down anytime soon.
Noor Odeh in Amman, thank you very much indeed. And President Donald Trump issued a warning to Iran not to attack American targets. In a post on Truth Social, he said the U.S. had nothing to do with the attack on Iran tonight. If we are attacked in any way, shape or form by Iran, the full strength and might of the U.S. armed forces will come down on you at levels never seen before. However, we can easily get a deal done between Iran and Israel and end this bloody conflict. Sheikh Abatansi is joining us live now from Washington, D.C. So, an interesting post from Donald Trump, isn't it? Because on the one hand, it's saying absolutely nothing to do with us. This was a unilateral action by Israel, despite what he had been saying over the previous 48 hours. Nevertheless, pushing to try to get some sort of response from Iran with regard to the nuclear talks.
Right, and then we had the Iranian foreign minister seemingly to respond to each point in that Truth Social post, in that truth from Donald Trump. For example, when Donald Trump says the U.S. had nothing to do with the attack on Iran tonight, which is a bit curious, but anyway, the Iranian foreign minister said, we have evidence that you're supporting the Israeli attacks, but not only that, Donald Trump's own tweets and statements suggest involvement. You need to be clear about what you think about the Israeli attacks. Are you for them or against them? Will you stop them? It's not enough simply to say we had nothing to do with them. When Trump threatens Iran with retribution for attacking any U.S. armed bases, the Iranian foreign minister said, look, we don't want to regionalize this war. We're simply defending ourselves from Israeli aggression. Stop Israel, and then we'll stop our defensive actions. And then when Trump says, we can easily get a deal done between Iran and Israel, the Iranian foreign minister pretty clearly was saying, look, you want a deal, but the whole point, the whole reason why Israel is mounting this attack is to prevent a deal. I mean, no matter what, we heard that Netanyahu made the case to Donald Trump. No, this is great. This will get them to the negotiating table. The Iranian foreign minister is saying, look, whatever they've told you, that's not true. You just got to stop Israel, which you can do, and then we can talk about a deal. So it seemed to be a very clear point-by-point response to Donald Trump's Truth Social post.
So that's the reaction, or that's the situation between the White House and Iran. Just widen this out for us a little bit, Shihab. How are the rest of Congress, how are the U.S. lawmakers regarding what is going on?
Congress is always, as it has been, Democrat, Republican, almost to a man and woman, is cheering this on. And of course, they're bought and paid for by the Israeli lobby and the military-industrial complex. I think the more interesting question is what's happening to Trump's base. We're really seeing the fault lines in the Trump coalition emerge now. You have some billionaire donors, and you have the military-industrial complex, and the neoconservatives who learned to love Trump, cheering Trump on for allowing, for at the very least giving the green light for this operation. But then you have the MAGA base, the Make America Great Again, America First base, who are very openly in utter shock and anger, it has to be said, who feel that everything that we've seen thus far seems to be Donald Trump, just like all his predecessors, being led by Benjamin Netanyahu down a road which will lead to another U.S. regime change war in Iran. And they're very open in their criticism. And it's been put to Donald Trump. Just on Saturday morning, a reporter from The Atlantic had a phone call with Donald Trump. He says, you realize some of your biggest MAGA boosters are up in arms about this. And Trump said, what? Well, given that I coined the term Make America Great Again, I decide what it is. But Trump is now aware that his base is up in arms. We don't know who he's been listening to up to this point. And with Trump, it's always about who has his ear. So you've got the MAGA base up in arms right now. You've got the Pentagon. We're hearing about big splits there because more people from the sort of the MAGA base were appointed in the Pentagon who are against further deployments in the Middle East. They want to concentrate on China. There's this tension between them, and then you have the U.S. Central Command folks, and then the normal neocons who are always there, who are just itching for a war in the Middle East. And then you have, of course, the oil price, the gas prices. That could be another point which Trump has to consider at a time when the Israelis have made it known in the last few hours they are asking the U.S. to get fully involved in offensive operations. Specifically, they want B-1 bombers, they want bunker buster bombs to go after that Fordow nuclear compound underground that Noor was referring to a few moments ago.
Shihab Ratanzi talking to us from Washington, D.C. Shihab, as always, thank you very much indeed. Well, as the attacks between Israel and Iran entered their fourth day, long-range strikes appear to be the most effective. Defense editor Alice Casualties has more.
This phase of the conflict between Israel and Iran is being fought with specific weapons. Israel's main offensive capability is its air force of 340 combat-capable aircraft, made up of advanced F-15 and F-16 fighter planes and at least 45 F-35 stealth jets. Aircraft firing air-launched missiles and dropping bunker-buster bombs have been the main weapons used. Israel says its special forces teams within Iran have also been launching explosive drones at targets, aiming to kill senior military leaders and other key figures, destroy air defense sites. Iran also has a missile and drone force. Despite dozens of drones being launched, they're easily being shot down by Israel's air defenses and squadrons of jets. But its missile force is large and powerful. Long-range cruise missiles like the Pave and Sumar have ranges up to 2,500 kilometers and can fly under radar cover. A large supply of modern solid-fueled missiles like the Casualties means that they can be launched within minutes, making interception by Israeli fighter jets less likely. Although they're limited in number, Iran's hypersonic missiles like the Fateh-1 and Fateh-2 can travel up to 15 times the speed of sound, and that's 18,500 kilometers an hour. These missiles are the most likely to penetrate Israel's powerful air defense network. Israel said that the strikes are ongoing and they will not allow Iran to have the ability to make a nuclear weapon. But what hasn't been mentioned so far is Israel's own arsenal of at least 90 nuclear weapons and the long-range Jericho-3 ballistic missiles that would deliver them.
Alan Pincus is a former Israeli diplomat and a columnist for the independent newspaper in the UK. He's joining us from Tel Aviv. So thank you very much indeed for being with us. We have talked at great length over the last several months about the strength of feeling in Israel towards, in support of Israel's actions in Gaza against Hamas. What's your assessment of how Israelis are feeling about this Israeli attack on Iran?
Well, you know, most Israelis, Rob, have been indoctrinated almost to think that Iran is an imminent existential threat, that Iran needs to be dealt with, preferably militarily rather than diplomatically. As proof, Mr. Netanyahu opposed both the 2015 JCPOA, the so-called nuclear deal, and then forcefully encouraged Trump, then in his first term, to unilaterally withdraw from that agreement in May of 2018. So on the one hand, Israelis feel good about what's being done. Also, you have to understand that in terms of the, the zeitgeist or the national psyche, this is sort of a correction compared to the devastation of the 7 October 2023 debacle. So they're feeling good. All that being said and done, and notwithstanding these sentiments, there still is a lack of understanding. Not that I understand. I'm just saying that as a general observation. What exactly is the end game here? What is the exit strategy? What is the coherent and attainable political objective here? Because you're not going to bring about a regime change from the air. And so Israel resorts, or Prime Minister Netanyahu more specifically, resorts to what he's been trying to do for the better part of the last 25 years. And that is manipulate the U.S. into joining the war, or convince the U.S. into joining. If that doesn't happen, and I don't know if it will, but if that does not happen, then all this could end, Rob, in 2 days or 10 days, I don't know, without Israel effectively neutralizing or destroying the Iranian military nuclear infrastructure. And if you just killed a few people, and if you took out air defenses, and if you removed an above-ground installation or facility, enrichment facility in Natanz, that's not going to cut it. So people understand that while perhaps it had to be done, they still fail to understand where all this is leading to.
On that basis, I mean, one of the things that, again, you and I have discovered over the last several months has been an endgame as far as the destruction of Hamas in Gaza is concerned. That was something that Benjamin Netanyahu set as a goal right at the start and has failed to achieve. We seem to be seeing, from what you're saying, something similar with regard to Iran. Is there anything in the argument to suggest that this is more, as far as the Netanyahu coalition is concerned, about the conflict rather than the end result?
To a degree, yeah, and you know, and reality proves your point. That to a large extent he's in this for the permanent state of war kind of reality. But you also have to understand another thing about Mr. Netanyahu. His interpretation of the last year and a half, or at least the last year, is that Iran has been significantly and notably weakened geopolitically. The loss of prized assets, lost proxies in Hezbollah, the weakening of the Houthis in Yemen, the fall of the Assad regime in Syria, and the subsequent exit of the Russian military base that was there. It all suggested to Mr. Netanyahu that this is an opportune moment. Now, he's been advocating for an attack on Iran for semi-ideological and semi-political, you know, take which semi is stronger here as you want. He's been advocating for this for years. Now, in his mind, given his political problems and given the impasse, and it is an impasse, it's a toxic status quo that's going on in Gaza, a war with Iran is a perfect distraction. That's, you know, that is not mutually exclusive with a real understanding or a real realization that it needed to be done on behalf of the government. But my point is, he's happy with the war going on. Look, there's another thing. I told you about the general public. I'll say this with even more emphasis in respect to Mr. Netanyahu. He feels that this vindicates him. He takes the calamity of October 7th and turns this into some kind of a geopolitical strategic triumph in his mind. The only thing that's missing in Gaza, as is the case right now, although it's ongoing with Iran, is a conspicuous lack of a clear political goal.
The Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, made a statement just in the last hour or so, and he essentially put the blame for Israel's, or at least the motivation for Israel's timing of this attack, because we know it's been in the planning stages for a very long period, but the timing of it down to the fact that there were nuclear talks going on between Iran and the US, and he says that this is an attempt by Israel to derail those talks. Given everything that you've been talking about with regard to your assessment of what's surrounding these attacks, where does that play into all of this?
Oh, I think it figures prominently, Rob, because and Mr. Netanyahu in effect stated that explicitly, that he would risk an open rift with the U.S. or a defiance of President Trump, who just last Thursday publicly urged Israel not to attack. You know, irrespective of the fact that 48 hours later he was commending Israel for the attack, but that's Donald Trump. Mr. Netanyahu said all the time that the time is of the essence because a bad deal is going to be struck. He did understand, despite Trump's rhetoric about a great deal that only he can achieve, that this deal that is being negotiated is essentially back to the 2015 JCPOA, the nuclear deal. That this is not a major change, that this does not reflect Iran's weakening, so he might as well attack Iran, hoping that the U.S. will join at some point. And the bonus would be derailing the talks, which he did, except for one thing, except for one scenario, which I can't I can't assess the likelihood of, but nonetheless it exists. That this is going to actually expedite and accelerate talks for an agreement. The question is, what kind of a off-ramp or what kind of a tempting idea or plan the U.S. can offer Iran. So the so-called golden bridge, to offer them something they can live with, without humiliating them and in the process end the war. So this attack on Iran may actually, and again, I don't know if that'll happen, but I'm saying it's a plausible scenario, may actually in 2, 3, 4 months' time accelerate those talks. But again, this is all contingent on how the war develops, and we're only 3 days or 3.5 days into this war.
Alan, on the basis of that, in terms of how the war could play out, even, for example, to expand the scenario that you're talking about, if Iran was given an incentive somehow by someone in order to stop firing missiles at Israel, do you think that that would be enough of an incentive for Israel to stop its attacks, or is Israel set on a path that it is determined to finish?
Well, there's nothing to finish because you cannot force a regime change with F-15s or F-16s. And so that's not achievable. And B, Israel lacks the munition or the ability for a sustained aerial effort to take out Iran's entire nuclear infrastructure. That's impossible. It could inflict severe damage, but it can't do that. So given those two things, yeah, it would be enough if the U.S. gets seriously involved in this. And until now, and again, this is very premature to assess, until now the U.S. hasn't. I mean, the latest statement from Trump that I heard was that he called for the war to stop. But he said that in the same sentence in which he called for the war in Ukraine to stop. So this is like, it's like a fortune cookie slip. All wars must stop. Okay, fine. But what are you going to do about this? Now, if Trump, convinced or even pressured by, say, Saudi Arabia, leans on Israel to stop this, then Israel will have no choice to stop this. There is another actor here which, somehow is missing from the picture because they are keeping relatively quiet, and that is China. China, economically and even diplomatically, is Iran's largest benefactor and Iran's largest ally. And if the Chinese use this as a way to alleviate tensions with the U.S., meaning let's work on this together, and they have the leverage on the Iranians that the U.S. has on Israel. But again, I'm wildly speculating here, Rob, because forget China for a moment. I haven't seen the U.S. get into this in a meaningful way until now.
Alan, thank you very much indeed. It is worth mentioning that China issued a statement just a couple of days ago saying that it was willing to act as a mediator if it was possible to bring some sort of end to the current conflict.
So are you and so am I, so that doesn't mean anything.
Alan Pincus, we appreciate it as always. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Rob.
Okay, stay with us on Al Jazeera. We're going to continue our coverage on Iran and Israel after the break. Plus, Donald Trump gets the military parade he's always wanted, but it comes against the backdrop of widespread protests against his policies.
We've got more lively showers just pushing into parts of northwest Europe, but things will quieten down here as we go through the next couple of days. You can see this clutch of storms rolling across the Low Countries, easing out of that eastern side of France. They're going to continue making their way further southwards and eastwards as we go on through the remainder of Sunday. But notice high pressure just starting to ridge in behind, so that should start to quieten things down up towards the northwest. There's that wet weather, big showers there. Large hail, thundery downpours, certainly a possibility through Sunday afternoon going on into the latter part of the day. Ahead of that, plenty of warmth around, into the 30s for Vienna, close to that too in Belgrade. A few showers still in place across that eastern side of Europe, and these will drift a little further eastwards as we go through Monday. Temperatures recovering there from Moscow as we come into the new working week. There's that wet weather into central parts by this stage, so a big drop in temperatures for Vienna as the rain sets in. Nice on the ridge of high pressure, warmer weather coming back in across the northwest of Europe. So 26 Celsius for London and for Paris, and temperatures rising across the Iberian Peninsula. Warm sunshine continuing across much of North Africa. Plenty of showers into West Africa, nudging all the way up to Senegal.
The land of the free.
if you are black, you are a criminal. You are someone who is supposed to shut up and accept what America gives you.
The next episode of Democracy Maybe explores racial conflict, ethnic politics, and inequality in the United States.
They get upset if you say all lives matter because they want to focus on black.
We Had a Dream on Al Jazeera.
Watching Al Jazeera, a reminder of our top stories this hour. An Israeli attack in Isfahan, central Iran, has hit a building belonging to the Defense Ministry. The security assistant to the governor of Isfahan says there is a possibility of casualties. Iran's Ministry of Petroleum says 2 oil depots in Tehran were hit in strikes overnight, but the Tehran refinery itself has not been damaged. It says the refinery is fully operational and the smoke is from a fuel depot. Rescue efforts are underway in Bat Yam, a coastal city in Israel just south of Tel Aviv. Israeli civil defense says they've had no contact with a number of missing people under the rubble. Well, as the conflict between Iran and Israel continues, countries around the world are also closely watching the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has threatened to close the critical waterway in the past. At its narrowest, it's about 33 kilometers wide, but shipping lanes are even narrower. Iran controls the north side of the strait, Oman controls the south. It's an important transit route from major energy-producing countries in the Gulf. An estimated 20% of the world's oil consumption is transported through the Strait of Hormuz. Closing it would force countries to seek costlier and longer means of transport and drive prices up. Ahmed Reza Kolameister is the director of the Diplo House. It's a think tank focused on foreign policy. He's joining us from Tehran. So thank you very much indeed for being with us. Let me just ask you about the significance of the Strait of Hormuz. There has been a suggestion, I understand, that it is the closure of the strait is something that Iran may consider. How likely do you think that is?
I don't think that it would be likely, at least for the short term. The current situation is not something that Iran would be benefiting from closing the strait. It would be the case if there is any conflict with the southern neighbors in Persian Gulf, or there is anything threatening Iranian oil export. Neither of them is actually the case right now. So it's not of any use for Iran to close the strait and to make conflict and tension with the neighbors. They are actually somehow in line with Iran, and they have condemned the Israeli attacks against Iran, and they are against the attack because when the security of Iran is threatened, the security of those Arab countries are threatened as well. So there is no actually benefit in closing that at the current time. If the conflict and tension rises and there is spreading to the whole region and the other players are involved, in that case it might be considered, but again, as I said, I don't think there is any benefit into that, doing that right now.
We've seen one development in the Israeli attacks, which is that they're now targeting oil petroleum sites, or sites close to oil petroleum linked infrastructure. What does that tell you, do you think, about the way that Israel is attempting to damage the infrastructure of Iran?
They are trying to, of course, and they have a bank of targets that both sides have, and it includes infrastructure. What they did last night was to make a propaganda and make a damage which creates good images for the media. So the oil reservoir, oil depot that was targeted in Tehran, it was mainly emptied before the attacks within the past couple of days. But the image that it would bring was very good, with a huge smokes into the sky, and it was very easily, because it was oil, and it can be set to fire very easily. So it was not a strategic achievement for them, but it was something that produced a good image for propaganda and for media campaign. But it is clear that both sides would try to target infrastructure. The Israeli side thinks that with targeting and attacking infrastructure, they can make life difficult for the Iranians, and then they would lead to some, let's say, domestic implosion, social implosion, and unrest from within to put pressure on the Iranian government, which I don't think is a realistic perspective for the Iranian society, because Iranians, when they are under threats and attacks, get united and they are ready to sacrifice themselves for the unity and the integrity of their country. So it's not something political, it's not something ideological, it's not about Islamic Republic, it's not about the government and the structure of the establishment, it's about the Iran itself. And people are united for that, and they are ready to pay the price for defending their countries.
I want to ask you about the last announcement we heard from the Israeli military that was warning residents close to what Israel is describing as weapons manufacturing sites to evacuate their homes in the area. What's your assessment of the way that Israel is moving its targets, if you like, or increasing its level of targets across the country?
From the day one and from the earliest hours, they have been targeting civilian areas, and they are continuing the same story. They have not been able to attack facilities and infrastructures successfully to the level that they expected to be successful to do that. So they are targeting civilians, they are killing people. So the most of the casualties that have been claimed for the past 2 days were among the civilians. Women and children are being killed by the Zionists because they want to claim lives, to threaten people and to frighten people. So that's the scenario they are following for that. The announcement that they're making also is to frighten people as well. The message of coming, the announcement that appear on the social media is something that is useless. The understanding that they have from the Iranian community is totally wrong, and is a miscalculation that they are trying to do that. But what we can see in the reality is that the Israelis are frightened themselves. So Netanyahu and Katz are in Greece right now. They are not inside the occupied land because they are frightened of the attacks. And we can see that people in Iran are doing their normal lives, and everyone is doing what they were doing just last week. And when the defense system is active and they're targeting the drones and other projectiles in sky in Tehran, people go to the streets to watch actually that with enjoy. Or when the missiles are launched against Israel, people go to the streets or to the rooftops to watch them going to the sky. But while we are seeing the messages, the videos, the footages, and the pictures coming out of Israeli media shows that people are rushing into shelters, or they are rushing into the markets to buy stuff for time that they are going to the shelters. But here in Tehran and in Iranian cities, life is totally normal. I would invite your correspondent that you have inside Tehran to go to different places of the city, and they can easily observe and monitor and record how people are living in the city just like before.
So we appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed for being with us on Al Jazeera.
Thank you very much for having me.
Israeli attacks are continuing in Gaza. At least 23 Palestinians were killed on Sunday morning, 11 of them while they tried to get food aid. And that follows Saturday's killing of at least 79 people. One strike on Saturday hit civilians waiting for flour deliveries near Gaza City. Hunger is driving people to the few food distribution points in Gaza, but Israeli forces have responded with sniper fire and bombings. Much of the remaining food distribution is being carried out by the US and Israeli-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which has been accused of weaponizing aid. Tariq Abu-Azum joins me live from Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. Just talk to us what the last few hours have been like in Gaza, Tariq.
Yes, Rob. Earlier today, the Israeli military opened fire near distribution
checkpoints operated by the controversial Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. It has been pretty much clear, according to medical reports, that 5 Palestinians have been killed in Netzarim and in Rafah city as they were trying to get their hands on any food assistance, and approximately more than 50 others were wounded. Now, these scenes, in fact, have been tragically repetitive and unfolding in areas that meant to deliver life humanitarian saving supplies. It has been absolutely obvious for many of the families that these areas have turned to be execution sites. We have been told by eyewitnesses that once the hungry crowds started to gather near aid distribution centers, gunfire erupted in the site there, leaving a huge scale of panic among aid seekers, and many of them have been critically wounded, and right now they are desperately needing a humanitarian and medical intervention in order to medically recover. But apparently, according to also a number of mothers that we have interviewed, they told us that their family members only went to aid distribution centers run by Gaza Humanitarian Foundation to get aid. They were unarmed, displaced, and incredibly hungry, as they have nothing left to feed their families in the makeshift tents and in their temporary shelters, of course. But this has been a very grim milestone in the growing humanitarian crisis in Gaza, and different warnings have been issued by humanitarian organizations regarding the suspicious mechanism for aid distributions in these areas, as the Israeli military has been using a wide variety of military methods in order to attack those hungry crowds. Many of them have been shot by Israeli drones, snipers, and others have reported on clear drone attacks on them, which had led to critical injuries in the limbs. But apparently, people continue to struggle in order to access at least a bag of flour or a food box with a low nutritional value in order to survive the next day.
Tariq, thank you very much indeed. That's Tariq Abu talking to us there from Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. Israeli forces have closed off the occupied West Bank, sealing the entrances of cities and villages with iron gates and concrete barriers. Movement has become severely restricted. Palestinians saying they're caught in the crossfire of the Israel-Iran escalation. Reports.
As life comes to a standstill in Israel, Palestinians in the occupied West Bank are under a lockdown. Not to protect them, they say, but to keep Israel's control over their lives. Israeli forces closed military checkpoints, installed new gates and cement blocks to restrict Palestinians' movement. Even ambulances are struggling to help patients.
Even when we are granted an Israeli military permission to move, we're detained at checkpoints for 3 to 4 hours before being allowed through. This morning, one woman stayed 3 hours at one checkpoint. The only way we can function now is by transferring patients from one ambulance car to another at these checkpoints.
This Israeli poster describes the closure as preemptive, saying that movement will be restricted until further notice. It reads, "Terror only brings death and destruction." Palestinians say they're the ones under attack. In several areas across the occupied West Bank, Israeli soldiers expelled dozens of families from their homes, turning them into military positions. An Israeli assault targeting 3 refugee camps in Jenin and Tulkarim has been ongoing since January.
Israel increased the checkpoints and barriers in the West Bank from 600 to 900 since October the 7th. Now they're using this time to increase the lockdown on Palestinians, turning them into isolated cantons separated from one another.
Settlers continue attacking Palestinian homes and properties. Others exploit the siege to establish and expand new illegal settlement outposts like this one near Nablus. Palestinians say they're caught between the Iranian projectiles and Israeli missiles intercepting them. They witness interceptions in the sky without access to bomb shelters or any protection. Remnants of intercepted missiles caused dozens of injuries among Palestinians in the occupied West Bank. The Palestinian government says it's working to ensure the entry of food and fuel. With Israel controlling almost every aspect of their lives, Palestinians fear their government's ability to assist them is severely limited. Nida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera.
Stay with us on Al Jazeera. We're going to be back with the rest of the day's news after the break.
These residents of Owino Uhuru are discussing a case they won at the Supreme Court. A factory in their neighborhood was set up in 2007 to smelt ore to produce lead for export, but it ended up polluting their soil and water. Judges ordered the government to pay them $12 million in compensation. The World Health Organization recommends that levels of lead in blood should not exceed 5 micrograms per deciliter. The factory was located very close to where people live. It was shut 11 years ago, and recently the court ruled that the permits should not have been issued in the first place. The residents recently took to the streets accusing the Environmental Authority of not doing much to clean up contaminated areas. Many say this is their home, so they must fight on for justice from right here.
The world is shifting. Power, influence, and narrative.
The U.S. is increasingly isolated on the international stage. U.S. power is eroding.
Divisions deepen. Perspectives clash. This is openly genocidal language. Global conflicts rise and diplomacy is tested. What is Putin trying to prove?
All right. The threat is from Russia to Ukraine, not Ukraine to Russia.
Upfront tackles the big issues, only on Al Jazeera.
Hearing the facts.
This place is the last desperate attempt for them to protect and save their children from the spread of hunger.
Al Jazeera's teams across the world bring you closer to the heart of the story.
You're watching Al Jazeera. A reminder of a top story this hour: an Israeli attack in Isfahan in central Iran has hit a building belonging to the defense minister. The security assistant to the governor of Isfahan says there is a possibility of casualties. Iran's Ministry of Petroleum says 2 oil depots in Tehran were hit in strikes overnight, but the Tehran refinery itself has not been damaged. It says the refinery is fully operational and the smoke is from a fuel depot. And rescue efforts are underway in Bat Yam, a coastal city in Israel just south of Tel Aviv. Israeli civil defense says they've had no contact with a number of missing people under the rubble. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says Royal Air Force jets were going to be sent to the Middle East for contingency support as the situation between Iran and Israel escalates. Starmer's arrived in Canada ahead of the upcoming G7 summit, where the conflict is expected to be high on the agenda. Iran has threatened to attack US, French and British bases if those countries help Israel against Iranian strikes. There was an unusual sight on the streets of Washington, D.C. as U.S. tanks and military personnel marched through the city. The parade celebrated the 250th birthday of the U.S. Army, but it also fell on U.S. President Donald Trump's 79th birthday. Patty Culhane reports from the U.S. Capitol.
This is the moment Donald Trump has waited to see for years, a U.S. military parade. The pomp and circumstance, the powerful weapons, rolling past the White House.
Thank you to the greatest, fiercest, and bravest fighting force ever to stride the face of this earth, the United States Army.
It started in 2017 while watching the Bastille Day parade in France. Trump said America would top it. Now in his second term, this is what he got. Marching bands, 6,000 soldiers, military equipment, and dozens of tanks. On a hot day with storms in the forecast, the crowd appeared far smaller than was expected to celebrate the 250th founding of the U.S. Army. But critics say it's not a coincidence it's happening on the same day as the U.S. President's 79th birthday.
So really, I think we can look at this as more of a birthday parade. Despite the fact that Trump is a draft dodger, he certainly likes to surround himself with the trappings of the military. It aggrandizes his image.
His supporters disagree.
Well, it's not his fault that it's also aligning on the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army.
This is extremely unusual in the United States. Only the third parade of this kind. The first in 1865 after the Civil War. The second after the first Gulf War.
I was stationed all over the world as an Army soldier and civilian, Department of Army civilian. And our Army participates in parades in countries all over the world. Why don't do it here?
One of the reasons this is a controversial parade is because of the cost. And it's coming at a time where the Trump administration is cutting federal jobs. They have plans to cut back jobs at the Veterans Affairs Department. They expect this will cost about $45 million. That's the estimate anyway. And about $16 million is expected to go to D.C. to help fix the streets because they simply were not built for tanks to roll on them.
A finale of fireworks to end the celebration, marking another year for the U.S. Army and the U.S. President. Patty Culhane, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Tens of thousands of people have taken part in protests against President Donald Trump and his policies. Called No Kings, the demonstrations were mostly peaceful except in Los Angeles, from where Teresa Bow now reports.
This is what the streets of downtown Los Angeles looked like on Saturday, as thousands of people took to the streets to demonstrate against the government of Donald Trump and the detention of undocumented immigrants in Southern California.
We are being silenced. This is the First Amendment right. These are people that have tried to get here for so long. They're trying to get a better opportunity for themselves and their families. And to see them being forcibly removed, it's not okay. It's not right.
The protest was mostly peaceful until the police started to force protesters out of the area with rubber bullets and tear gas. Last week, Trump deployed the National Guard and the Marines to Los Angeles, despite the opposition of California's Governor Gavin Newsom. Protesters say they do not want the armed forces on the streets.
People are saying that they're on the streets not only because they're protesting against what they say are Donald Trump's authoritarian ways, but also because the immigration rate they're having going to take documented immigrants in this country.
Many of those who came here say they're on the streets to raise the voice for their relatives who are in hiding and at risk of deportation.
The tear gas is for criminals, for people who are doing things wrong. They're using rubber bullets and gas, and they shouldn't. We want to raise our voice for those who can't.
In the evening, the Sheriff's Department declared an unlawful assembly in downtown LA, just as the curfew kicked in. People say they won't give in to the government's attempts to curtail dissent. Teresa Bo, Al Jazeera, Los Angeles.
Police in the U.S. state of Minnesota are searching for a suspect who shot dead two Democratic politicians. Local authorities say Lance Butler is a person of interest and is still at large. They say he was dressed as a police officer when he carried out the attack. Former House Speaker Melissa Hartman and her husband Mark were killed inside their home in what President Donald Trump says appears to have been a targeted attack. India's aviation regulator says all possible causes of Thursday's plane crash are still under investigation. Forensic teams are searching for the cockpit voice recorder of the Boeing 787 Dreamliner. A flight data recorder was recovered on Friday. The Air India jet crashed in the western city of Ahmedabad just after takeoff. At least 279 people were killed, with one survivor. I'll be back in a couple of minutes with more on all these stories. I'm Rob Matheson. Stay with us on Al Jazeera.
The story of a small community in one of Mexico's most dangerous states, standing up to criminal cartels and corrupt politicians.
We don't want politicians anymore. They just disunite the people.
In the last episode of Democracy Maybe, we explore how Tehran's elders led the fight for self-determination.
At that time, thinking of the narcos was the same as thinking of Tehran's government.
By the people, on Al Jazeera.
War-torn Afghanistan, plagued with poverty and unemployment, has been central to global opiate production and is home to millions of drug addicts. Rounding them up, a former Mujahideen fighter and a recovering addict dedicates his life to giving them hope. Witness a second shot on Al Jazeera.
Dionisia Calderon remembers when dozens of women laid on the floor outside a rural clinic 29 years ago. They had been told they would get free food, but when she learned they were being sterilized, she tried to run away.
The nurses realized I was escaping and shouted, "You have to come back." After that, I woke up in pain.
More than 300,000 other women were forcibly sterilized as part of a policy to control birth rates during the government of late President Alberto Fujimori. Now they hope the Inter-American Court for Human Rights, here in the case of Celia Ramos, who died after an operation in 1997, will help them find justice. Rights groups want the Inter-American Court to determine that the crimes against reproductive health should be considered as crimes against humanity, because they say in the case of Peru, they were massive and systematic. This case will set jurisprudence for thousands of women left unable to bear children.
Israeli strikes hit multiple targets in Iran for a third consecutive day. A military facility has been hit following attacks on oil depots. I'm Rob Matheson. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Also coming up. Iranian strikes on Israel kill at least 10 people. Tehran says attacks will only stop if Israel ends its attacks on Iran. Donald Trump warns Iran not to attack the U.S. as Tehran pulls out of negotiations over its nuclear program. And we report from Gaza, where Israeli strikes have again targeted desperate Palestinians waiting to get food. Iran and Israel have launched missiles at each other for a third day, with Israel warning of more to come. It's issued threats for Iranians to evacuate if they're living near military facilities. A building belonging to the Defense Ministry has been targeted in the city of Isfahan. The local governor's office says there may be casualties there. Tehran says no oil facilities in the region were damaged. And these are pictures of plumes of smoke rising from a facility in Shiraz in southern Iran. Israel launched attacks in the city on Friday as well. Tehran, meanwhile, has said it does not want to expand the conflict. Its foreign minister Abbas Araghchi says Tehran is acting in self-defense and will de-escalate as soon as Israel stops its strikes. He says Israel attacked Iran to prevent a nuclear agreement with the US.
It is a response to the Israeli attacks. It is a response to the Israeli violation. Once these attacks come to a stop, we will naturally reciprocate. We were engaged in rounds of negotiations with the United States of America. The 6th round of talks were supposed to be held in Oman, and we were supposed to present a counter proposal on tomorrow's meeting. Our proposal could have opened doors for an all-out agreement with the Americans. The Zionist entity is not willing to see us reaching an agreement or a diplomatic solution with the United States.
At least 14 people in Israel and 80 people in Iran have been killed in 3 days of conflict. Katie Callahan reports.
A direct hit on central Israel. Iran launching wave after wave of missiles and drones through the night, targeting major cities including Tel Aviv and Haifa. People took shelter where they could. Young emergency services scrambled to residential blocks where projectiles and debris fell. People's homes have been destroyed. Hours earlier, Israel launched more attacks targeting Iran's critical energy infrastructure. As night fell, an oil depot near the capital Tehran was hit and caught fire. Satellite images released on Saturday revealed the impact of Israel's earlier strikes on the country's nuclear facilities. As dawn breaks on a third day of fighting, world and regional leaders call for calm to stop this conflict spilling into a wider war. Kaylee Callahan, Al Jazeera.
Well, we've got correspondents keeping track of all developments. Shihar Tansi is in Washington, D.C. Noor Ode is standing by in Amman. First, we're going to go to Tawhid Asadi in Tehran. The attacks have been continuing, of course, so Hadi, just bring us up to date with what's going on.
Well, this is an unprecedented situation, and there are so many developments coming in. Today, we heard reports from Isfahan in which it was reported that one facility related to the defense ministry had been attacked, and also there was local authorities saying that there is a possibility for casualties. There also we've got reports about attacks in Shiraz and strikes elsewhere. In Kermanshah, we've got this report very recently that 2 horse breeding stables were attacked by Israelis, and according to the initial report that came from ISNA news agency, 50 to 60 horses were killed in this Israeli strike, but we know that it's still a little bit earlier in the midnight we saw attacks by the Israelis to the oil depots of Tehran, and initially we've got some reports that the oil refinery center was targeted, but it turns out it was not true, and basically it was the fuel depot that was attacked, and you can maybe see it behind me in the southern part of Tehran. The smoke is still coming out of the scene, showing that there is this active scene of firefighting teams are working on that. Also, we've got another report last night about targeting of one other fuel depot in eastern part of Shahran parts of Tehran in the capital. And still, we see this rhetoric for strong messages directed from different Iranian officials, including Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, who came out live today in a relatively lengthy statement, coming to say that Iran is going to continue its attacks as long as the Israelis continue. So there is a possibility for de-escalation if 2 sides could make a decision to settle down to de-escalate the situation, but still what we see on the ground is a little bit far from that.
Tawhid, thank you very much indeed. Tawhid Asadi bringing us up to date from Tehran there. Going to go to Noor Ode in the Jordanian capital Amman. She's reporting from there because the Israeli government's banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and in the occupied West Bank. So it's been a very dangerous night for people in some parts of Israel. We're just seeing some agency pictures now of some of the damage that's been inflicted in a town called Tamra. What do we know about the damage that's been going on?
Well, Rob, let me start with something that has just been recently cleared by the military censor, reporting damage to the pipelines and the transmission of the refineries in Haifa. The refining activities continue, according to the reports, but those installations have been damaged and closed. Of course, Tamra, as you said, has been severely affected. Near Haifa, 4 women, Palestinian Israeli citizens, were killed when a missile struck their home. There are no shelters in that town. The most affected area was Bat Yam, which is part of the larger Tel Aviv district in central Israel. At least 6 people are confirmed to be killed. Rescue and search operations continue under the rubble. In all, 61 buildings have been damaged. At least 9 will be demolished altogether because they are beyond repair.
No, thank you very much indeed. That's Noor Ode talking to us there from the Jordanian capital, Amman. Well, President Donald Trump's issued a warning to Iran not to attack American targets. In a post on Truth Social, he said the U.S. had nothing to do with the attack on Iran tonight. If we're attacked in any way, shape or form by Iran, the full strength and might of the U.S. armed forces will come down on you at levels never seen before. However, we can easily get a deal done between Iran and Israel and end this bloody conflict. Shihab Tansi is joining us live now from Washington, D.C. An interesting message there from Donald Trump, on the one hand distancing himself again from at least the latest attacks being carried out by Israel, but at the same time saying to Iran, no, come back to the negotiating table.
And it was really interesting that at that Iranian foreign minister press conference that Tawhid mentioned, we had a point-by-point response to each point in this Truth Social post. The U.S. had nothing to do with attacks on Iran tonight. The Iranian foreign minister said, we have evidence that you've been involved. You yourself have been talking about American involvement. You've got to now become clear as to, are you for them or against them? Are you going to condemn them? Otherwise, this will continue. We do not want to escalate. So Trump talks about potential attacks on U.S. armed forces. The Iranian foreign minister, who clearly read this post, said, look, we don't want to regionalize this. It's Israel who's attacking us. We're purely defensive in our capabilities right now, in what we're doing right now. And then Trump says, look, we want to get a deal. And there the Iranian foreign minister said, look, the reason why Israel did this was because we were about to have a deal. So you've got to tell them to call it off, otherwise we're not going to get the deal. So it was a very point-by-point rebuttal of some of these points from the Iranian foreign minister.
Shihab, thank you very much indeed. There's Shihab Tansi bringing us up to date there from Washington, D.C. Well, as the attacks between Israel and Iran continue, long-range strikes appear to be the most effective. Defense editor Alice Kotopoulos says more.
This phase of the conflict between Israel and Iran is being fought with specific weapons. Israel's main offensive capability is its air force of 340 combat-capable aircraft, made up of advanced F-15 and F-16 fighter planes and at least 45 F-35 stealth jets. Aircraft firing air-launched missiles and dropping bunker-buster bombs have been the main weapons used. Israel says its special forces teams within Iran have also been launching explosive drones at targets, aiming to kill senior military leaders and other key figures and destroy air defense sites. Iran also has a missile and drone force. Despite dozens of drones being launched, they're easily being shot down by Israel's air defenses and squadrons of jets. But its missile force is large and powerful. Long-range cruise missiles like the Pave and Sumar have ranges up to 2,500 kilometers and can fly under radar cover. A large supply of modern solid-fueled missiles like the Casualties means that they can be launched within minutes, making interception by Israeli fighter jets less likely. Although they're limited in number, Iran's hypersonic missiles like the Fateh-1 and Fateh-2 can travel up to 15 times the speed of sound, and that's 18,500 kilometers an hour. These missiles are the most likely to penetrate Israel's powerful air defense network. Israel said that the strikes are ongoing and they will not allow Iran to have the ability to make a nuclear weapon. And what hasn't been mentioned so far is Israel's own arsenal of at least 90 nuclear weapons and the long-range Jericho-3 ballistic missiles that would deliver them.
Well, joining me on set is Mohanad Siloon. He's an assistant professor in critical security studies at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. He's been with us for most of the last few hours. Good to have you back with us. Alex was giving us a breakdown of the weapons that are being used by both sides in this conflict. What's your analysis of the way that Israel is capable of defending itself against attacks like this? We hear mostly, of course, about the Iron Dome, but as far as I understand it, there are limitations to that.
Yes, the Iron Dome is mostly short range, but we're looking, Israel has a very strong air defense system. It's integrated, it has two components. The one is the early warning, and it's quite advanced. They have the OFAC satellite system. They have also a large satellite system that monitor the skies, and they can send signals to the radars and air defenses to make sure that the response time is a few seconds only. But still, Iran has its capabilities, and they have their hypersonic stock of missiles that have already penetrated Israelis' air defenses. So what we are looking at is an integrated system where they have the Iron Dome, which usually would be reacting within a very short period of time, and we have also Arrow 2, Arrow 3, which can go up to intercept missiles that are 100 kilometers away, and they have also David Sling and other systems that would go from 20 to 70 kilometers. So Israel has a strong air defense system, but it's not perfect, far from it, and we have seen that over the last few days. And also, how long it can be supplied with the weapons it needs are also a question open to negotiations, because the U.S., while it is supporting Israel, it has been, it's not involved directly in this. So we are at a situation which is not very much clear for either side, because the Iranians also, they don't have as many hypersonic missiles as they wish they do.
When Israel was targeting Hamas in Gaza, as it continues to do, of course, the attacks in Gaza are still going on. The initial goal of that, according to Benjamin Netanyahu, was to obliterate Hamas, get rid of Hamas completely from Gaza, which it has failed to do. The goals of these attacks in Iran ostensibly are to obliterate, to decapitate Iran's nuclear program, but also to enforce regime change. As far as we can tell from all the analysis we've had so far, those two are almost impossible. Given the fact that the end game in this is so vague, does that mean that essentially this conflict will only really end if Israel chooses it to end? Or is there a way that Iran, a mechanism that Iran has to create a situation where this conflict will end?
Well, indeed, what we are looking at is Israel's goal, which is not very much well defined, to degrade Iran's nuclear system, because to end it altogether will take boots on the ground, which Israel does not intend to do. So what we are having here is Israel targeting these sites. We don't know until when Israel would decide that this is enough for us and that this satisfies the strategic goal of Israel. But also on the other side, looking at regime change, it is there. It's not easy to define, but it would take more time. So I wouldn't go as far as impossible, because what Israel is doing on the ground is quite significant. Just before I came to the studio, Israeli airplanes targeted facilities inside Iran and near Tehran that are critical and crucial to Iranian military industries. We're talking about where the chips, electronic chips, are being produced. And Israel has issued a warning that to all Iranian civilians to stay away from any military installation or nuclear installation. The war is going on. It's a developing situation. So Israel might at some point achieve some of its strategic goals and would be satisfied. But it's not only Israel who would decide. We have the U.S. on the other side, because we're looking at statements coming from the White House. Trump himself is saying that if the Iranians are willing to sit at the negotiating tables, obviously agreeing with his own terms, then I might be able to pressure Israel to stop the war. So it's not only Israel what they want to achieve and how they want to achieve it. They have their own allies, and also I expect other countries to intervene, like Saudi Arabia, Russia, and others, and they have made that very clear. Even the Turkish government, they said that we are willing to intervene to stop the escalation of the current conflict.
Mohammed Saloom, we appreciate you breaking that down for us. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
And still ahead on Al Jazeera, Donald Trump gets the military parade he's always wanted, and it comes on his birthday. But it also comes against the backdrop of widespread No Kings protests against his policies.
A final warning has been issued for what was Typhoon Wu-Tip. That continues to drift its way into the far south of China now, so lots of heavy rain still in place here, but it will turn drier as we go through the next few days. A legacy of showers, yes. Hainan, you can see for Monday, essentially dry with plenty of sunshine. Rash of showers there across central southern parts of Vietnam into Thailand, and good rash of showers there across the Philippines. Some wetter weather into northern parts of Borneo as we go on through Monday. Tuesday looks a little drier, but of course heat of the day showers just popping up from time to time. Plenty of showers there across Indonesia. We'll see some wet weather for a time too into Java then. Some wet weather too into the southeast of Australia, but much of Australia is fine and dry with good deal of winter sunshine, high pressure very much in evidence. That's the case too into New Zealand, so largely dry here, one or two showers around the North Island. But we have got this system here, this cold front, that's going to run its way through the Bight, pushing some wetter weather towards southeastern Adelaide, seeing some showers, blustery showers rattling their way across a good part of Victoria and also into Tasmania. And notice how the cloud and rain gathers for northern parts of Queensland.
The world is shifting. Power, influence, and narrative.
The U.S. is increasingly isolated on the international stage. U.S. power is eroding.
Divisions deepen, perspectives clash. This is openly genocidal language. Global conflicts rise and diplomacy is tested. What is Putin trying to prove?
The threat is from Russia to Ukraine, not Ukraine to Russia.
Upfront tackles the big issues, only on Al Jazeera.
Watching Al Jazeera, reminder about top stories this hour. An Israeli attack in Isfahan in central Iran has hit a building belonging to the defense ministry. The security assistant to the governor of Isfahan says there is a possibility of casualties. Iran's Ministry of Petroleum says 2 oil depots in Tehran were hit in strikes overnight, but the Tehran refinery itself has not been damaged. It says the refinery is fully operational and the smoke is from a fuel depot. In Israel, at least 10 people have been killed after a series of overnight missile strikes from Iran. Rescue efforts are underway south of Tel Aviv. Israeli media reports say at least 35 people are missing. Alan Pincus is a former Israeli diplomat and a columnist for the independent newspaper in the UK. He's joining us from Tel Aviv. Very good to have you with us again, Alan. We have talked for many months about the Israeli support for the Netanyahu attacks against Hamas in Gaza. What kind of support is there for these attacks against Iran?
Well, there's wide support, but obviously that's that's tenuous. That depends on the success, and until now, it is being perceived largely as a major success. But our viewers, to be specific, need to remember that the Israeli public has been massaged and brainwashed and indoctrinated into thinking for many years that Iran is an imminent existential threat. And so this sort of makes them feel good about not just the successes, but also to justify the acts, the war itself. All that said, it's also important to remember that in terms of the general public psyche, the national psyche, Rob, this is sort of a correction, or a course correction, or a emotional correction for a people that have been devastated, dejected, and I felt humiliated, to be honest, after the October 7, 2003 attack. So now to project this power and prowess and military capabilities obviously makes people feel good. What people don't know, and I'm not criticizing any one of the 10 million Israelis, but what people still don't know and probably haven't given much thought to is the issue of whether this has a political objective, whether there is an exit strategy, whether there's an attainable political goal at the end of this.
I want to expand on that with you because, again, we have spoken for many months about the fact that when Israel started attacking Hamas in Gaza, the intention, according to Benjamin Netanyahu, was to wipe Hamas off the map and remove it completely, which Israel has failed to do. This time round, the intention is to effect a regime change in Iran and to destroy, to decapitate Iran's nuclear program. Again, most analysts that we're talking to say that's almost impossible. How much of this do you think is about the conflict rather than the end results?
Oh, a lot of it is about the conflict. And you look at the similarity between the Gaza war and how it was prosecuted and the Iran war, in which we're only on the third day of. You see that both conspicuously lack a political objective, a clear, coherent political objective. Now, you said, and you're right in thinking that perhaps this is meant to affect the regime change, but you don't precipitate a regime change with F-15s or F-16s. For that, you need much more, and I doubt Israel alone could affect any regime change. For that, you need the U.S., which leads us to your second point. Taking out effectively or setting back many years Iran's nuclear program, military nuclear program, requires American involvement, which is something that Israel has been for years trying to manipulate the U.S. into doing, and in the last 3 days is trying to convince the U.S. into doing. The U.S. seems to be reticent about this at this point. So both cannot be attained through this campaign, and Israel can't do more than what Israel is doing now. If anyone in Israel thinks that by continuously bombing Tehran, Isfahan, I'm not talking about the military objectives here, but in terms of the regime change, you're going to generate a public uproar in Iran that would bring down the regime. I mean, I'm no expert on Iranian society and politics, but I find that very hard to believe. In fact, it could harden the position. It could even bring people behind the Ayatollah's regime. So I don't see that happening.
Alan, thank you very much indeed for talking to us. Alan Pincus there.
Thank you, sir.
Israeli attacks are continuing in Gaza. At least 23 Palestinians were killed on Sunday morning, 11 of them while they were trying to get food aid. And that follows Saturday's killing of at least 79 people. One strike on Saturday hit civilians waiting for flour deliveries near Gaza City. Hunger is driving people to the few food distribution points in Gaza, but Israeli forces have responded with sniper fire and bombings. Much of the remaining food distribution is carried out by the US and Israeli-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which has been accused of weaponizing aid. Tariq Abozoum has more from Deir al-Balah.
Earlier today, the Israeli military opened fire near distribution points operated by the controversial Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. It has been pretty much clear, according to medical reports, that 5 Palestinians have been killed in Netzarim and in Rafah city as they were trying to get their hands on any food assistance, and approximately more than 50 others were wounded. Now, these scenes, in fact, have been tragically repetitive and unfolding in areas that meant to deliver life humanitarian saving supplies. It has been absolutely obvious for many of the families that these areas have turned to be execution sites. We have been told by eyewitnesses that once the hungry crowds started to gather near a distribution centres, gunfire erupted in the site there, leaving a huge scale of panic among aid seekers, and many of them have been critically wounded, and right now they are desperately needing a humanitarian and medical intervention in order to medically recover. But apparently, according to also a number of mothers that we have interviewed, they told us that their family members only went to aid distribution centres run by Gaza Humanitarian Foundation to get aid. They were unarmed, displaced and incredibly hungry, as they have nothing left to feed their families in the makeshift tents and in their temporary shelters, of course. But this has been a very grim milestone in the growing humanitarian crisis in Gaza, and different warnings have been issued by humanitarian organizations regarding the suspicious mechanism for aid distributions in these areas, as the Israeli military has been using a wide variety of military methods in order to attack those hungry crowds. Many of them have been shot by Israeli drones, snipers, and others have reported on clear drone attacks on them, which had led to critical injuries in the limbs. But apparently people continue to struggle in order to access at least a bag of flour or a food box with a low nutritional value in order to survive the next day.
Police in the U.S. state of Minnesota are searching for a suspect who shot dead 2 Democratic politicians. Local authorities say Lance Boatler is a person of interest and is still at large. They say he was dressed as a police officer when he carried out the attack. Former House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband, Mark, were killed inside their home in what President Donald Trump says appears to have been a targeted attack. There's been an unusual sight on the streets of Washington, D.C. as U.S. tanks and military personnel have been marching through the city. The parade has been celebrating the 250th birthday of the U.S. Army, but it's also fallen on the 79th birthday of President Donald Trump. Patty Colhane reports from the U.S. Capitol.
This is the moment Donald Trump has waited to see for years. A U.S. military parade, the pomp and circumstance, the powerful weapons, rolling past the White House.
Thank you to the greatest, fiercest, and bravest fighting force ever to stride the face of this earth, the United States Army.
It started in 2017 while watching the Bastille Day parade in France. Trump said America would top it. Now in his second term, this is what he got. Marching bands, 6,000 soldiers, military equipment, and dozens of tanks. On a hot day with storms in the forecast, the crowd appeared far smaller than was expected to celebrate the 250th founding of the U.S. Army. But critics say it's not a coincidence it's happening on the same day as the U.S. President's 79th birthday.
So really, I think we can look at this as more of a birthday parade. Despite the fact that Trump is a draft dodger, he certainly likes to surround himself with the trappings of the military. It aggrandizes his image.
His supporters disagree.
Well, it's not his fault that it's also aligning on the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army.
This is extremely unusual in the United States. Only the third parade of this kind. The first in 1865 after the Civil War. The second after the first Gulf War.
I was stationed all over the world as an Army soldier and civilian, Department of the Army civilian, and our Army participates in parades in countries all over the world. Why don't do it here?
One of the reasons this is a controversial parade is because of the cost, and it's coming at a time where the Trump administration is cutting federal jobs. They have plans to cut back jobs at the Veterans Affairs Department. They expect this will cost about $45 million, that's the estimate anyway, and about $16 million is expected to go to D.C. to help fix the streets because they simply were not built for tanks to roll on them.
A finale of fireworks to end the celebration, marking another year for the U.S. Army and the U.S. President. Patty Colhane, Al Jazeera, Washington.
And tens of thousands of people have taken part in protests against President Trump and his policies. They're called No Kings protests, and the demonstrations were mostly peaceful, except in Los Angeles, from where Teresa Bow now reports.
This is what the streets of downtown Los Angeles look like on Saturday, as thousands of people took to the streets to demonstrate against the government of Donald Trump and the detention of undocumented immigrants in Southern California.
We are being silenced. This is the First Amendment right. These are people that have tried to get here for so long. They're trying to get a better opportunity for themselves and their families, and to see them being forcibly removed, it's not okay. It's not right.
The protest was mostly peaceful until the police started to force protesters out of the area with rubber bullets and tear gas. Last week, Trump deployed the National Guard and the Marines to Los Angeles, despite the opposition of California's Governor Gavin Newsom. Protesters say they do not want the armed forces on the streets.
People are saying that they're on the streets not only because they're protesting against what they say are Donald Trump's authoritarian ways, but also because the immigration rate that have been going detained undocumented immigrants in this country.
Many of those who came here say they're on the streets to raise the voice for their relatives who are in hiding and at risk of deportation.
The tear gas is for criminals, for people who are doing things wrong. They're using rubber bullets and gas, and they shouldn't. We want to raise our voice for those who can't.
In the evening, the Sheriff's Department declared an unlawful assembly in downtown LA, just as the curfew kicked in. People say they won't give in to the government's attempts to curtail dissent. Teresa Bow, Al Jazeera, Los Angeles.
Up front is next. I'm Rob Matheson. Stay with us on Al Jazeera.
U.S. foreign policy under Donald Trump has been defined by an America First agenda. But what does this mean in a world where the old centers of hegemonic power are shifting? This week on Upfront, I'll be speaking to renowned economist and director of Columbia University's Center for Sustainable Development, Jeffrey Sachs. Jeffrey Sachs, thanks so much for joining us on Upfront.
I'm delighted to be with you.
You said that we're now living in a multipolar world with major powers like Russia, China, India asserting their own influence, whether that's economic or political. You've also said that the U.S. sort of state is in decline. Can you explain why you think that is and how that's come to pass where we have this new arrangement of power?
We have a new arrangement of power because these other parts of the world have made a lot of economic and technological progress. So China was a poor country 40 years ago. It is now a quite wealthy and technologically advanced country. I'd say it's at the cutting edge of many of the most important technologies. How did they get there? Very hard work, very high investment rates, very good strategy, serious planning. They thought ahead, they worked hard at it, and they were successful. This is the main fact. A second fact is a basic technological fact, which we kind of understood in the Cold War and kind of forgot after 1991, but it's a real truth every moment of our lives. And that is because of nuclear weapons and because other countries have a lot of them, we can't defeat those countries. So the world's intrinsically multipolar in the sense, don't mess with another nuclear superpower, it can really wreck your day. And we forgot that after 1991. Why 1991? That was the year that the Soviet Union dissolved into 15 states. And the American elite said, okay, now we really are all alone. We are the world's sole superpower. We treated Russia absolutely stupidly, abused our power, which was real, but abused it to the point where we ended up having a full-fledged war. It's in a way a proxy war in Ukraine, but it's a war between the United States and Russia, actually. It's not described that way in our press, but it is that way. And the point I'm making is you can't win a war like that, because if you win, you lose. Russia has thousands of nuclear warheads. It's not going down. And if you lose on the battlefield with conventional, you lose again. So this whole Ukraine adventure was forgetting that there was already intrinsically a multipolar world simply because there are multiple powers with many nuclear arms that can ruin your day, that can end up destroying our country and the world. So the fact of the matter is the United States is 4.1% of the world's population. We have 335 million people, approximately. The world is 8.1 billion people. There are a lot of other people. They don't see it the way that Washington sees it, that Washington runs the show. But I know Washington till this day has the delusion that they run the show.
Does that delusion make it hard for the United States to maintain its current footing or even regain power?
You can't regain unipolarity, or you can't even regain the position the United States was in 30 or 40 years ago in relative terms, because China is China now, an advanced, technologically sophisticated, militarily powerful country. Not an enemy, in my view, at all, but so powerful, we better not go to war with China, that's for sure. It would end up either blowing up the world or defeating us or doing something completely
no good outcomes.
Totally disastrous. Do the American policymakers understand those realities? Do they understand that India has changed? Because India was, in the American mind, an impoverished country that we could bring around to be enemies of China and so forth, which is what they try to do. They don't understand India is making remarkable advances economically and technologically is a nuclear superpower, has a space program that is very active, is in the forefront of digital technologies. So this is the truth of the world, but we don't understand it. We still make demands. We think we can make trade wars, or we can launch real wars, or we can threaten other countries with this and that. It doesn't work.
Under Trump, the U.S. has withdrawn from the World Health Organization, the United Nations Human Rights Council, the Paris Climate Agreement. He's also imposed significant tariffs on allies like Canada and the European Union. What's your take on the broader impact of these kinds of moves?
The idea of the Trump administration is we shouldn't be bound by things like the UN. That's stupid. We shouldn't be bound by treaties. We are sovereign. We have power. We should use our power. This is, in my view, not very sensible as a kind of high-level approach. It's a little bit like saying you go to the traffic light and the traffic light's red and you say, I'm walking anyway. Who's going to tell me what to do? Well, the light's there for a reason. It's good to actually regulate the flows in all directions. Trade rules are not to harm the United States. Trade rules are to act like a traffic light, to make sure that the trade flows in a systematic way according to rules that are common to all countries. So I think the basic conceptual idea that we don't like the UN, we're not going to be bound by any of these stupid organizations, we are America.
Is there any legitimacy to these, some of these moves? For example, Trump will say that the UN Human Rights Council is unfair to the United States. It places an unfair burden on them that it doesn't on other nations, or that the climate accords are unreasonable given what they're asking. What do you say to those kinds of claims?
Well, when it comes to climate change, one basic point, well, a couple basic points. First, climate change is real. Second, it's really dangerous. Third, it is accelerating. It's worse than the scientists thought it would be at this point, because in the last few years, the rate of the Earth's warming has dramatically increased, and the scientists are trying to figure out what's going on, but we're reaching very dangerous levels on the planet. That's why all the forest fires, the Category 5 hurricanes, many, many terrible things are happening around the world. So that's all true. Then comes President Trump's claim that the Paris Agreement is against the United States. The Paris Agreement doesn't mention the United States, so it's not against the United States. It's an agreement of 196 countries. All the rest that we should be sitting down with Russia, with the Saudis, with Canada, with China, with India, with other big emitting countries and saying, all of us, we got a problem. What do we do? That's what we should be doing, not walking out the door. And not saying, you know what, we're just going to live with it, climate changes. This is actually doesn't pass muster if you take even just a little bit of a careful look at this. What the United States is doing inadvertently, I'm sure that Trump doesn't appreciate this, but the United States is giving the technological lead over to China. It's handing it over, saying, we're not going to get into things like electric vehicles. We're not going to get into solar. So we're going to drill, baby, drill. So you have the lead of the future economy of the 21st century, which China said, okay, we will produce most of the electric vehicles in the world. Thank you very much. We will produce fourth generation nuclear, the modular nuclear. We will produce wind, solar, hydro. We'll have smart digital grids. That's all the things China's doing right now.
Let's talk a little bit on the domestic front. In your 2018 book, A New American Foreign Policy, Beyond American Exceptionalism, you wrote that Trump's America First agenda was really about putting white America first, that he's part of a global wave of anti-immigrant and racist politics. Recently, Trump unleashed ICE agents on undocumented immigrants, which of course sparked heavy protests in California. There's clearly resistance to his policies. But do you think that resistance is enough to shift anything?
No, not right now. I think, but we are in for many years of instability in the United States. This is not 1 day, 1 week, 1 month. This is a pretty deep social divide. I do believe if you have to put it down into one fundamental concept, it is racism in the end. This is about the changing racial composition, changing ethnic composition of America, which is becoming less white over time, and a lot more immigrant population, foreign-born and so forth. I happen to like that. I love New York City. You hear English once in a while, but you hear everything. And it is that diversity which I think is the greatest strength of America. But that's not the view of Trump's base. And that, I believe, is probably the fundamental motive force. It would be denied, but I think it's the fundamental motive force. There is a point, by the way, that I do agree with the rhetoric, not any of the action of Trump. And I think any country should have borders that are regular and policed. I don't think a rich country like the United States can have open borders. 1 billion people would show up. That would not be manageable. That would not be right. It would not work. And so I don't think that the alternative is to say, no, we don't have any borders. I think what is awful about the way things are done is the cruelty of it. And part of the game of this administration is cruelty. They're trying to shock and awe. They're trying to scare the hell out of people. And they are, by the way, scaring the hell out of people. They are arresting my students. I don't like that, of course. I mean, nobody can like that. And it is to instill the fear factor. That does not make America great. That is really sad. And it's not a superficial thing, and it's not something that's going to go away in a short period of time.
You've spoken often about integrating African countries more deeply into the global economy, and you've advocated for the African Union to lead the continent's development through really greater global integration. Given how entrenched global power structures are, how does that become a reality? How does that go from vision to reality?
So, great question, and I will predict absolutely that the next decades will be very positive decades for Africa.
Really?
I'm very optimistic, actually, because I think the new technologies will allow for a lot of leapfrogging, a lot of economic development. I think countries have a lot of work to do to make that happen, but I think they're
What kind of work needs to happen?
The main thing, absolutely get every kid in school. Get them a digital device, get them good online materials for education, train the young people of Africa. This is number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 of economic development. And it raises some issues because very poor countries don't have the means at hand to get all their kids in school. And so they literally cannot fund that by themselves. So I'm trying to work on financing models, ways that they can do it. Basic idea, quite simple. Borrow today, but on very long-term, low interest.
Oh, that makes me nervous, Jeff.
No, but I'm going to tell you why. Because the next generation is going to be a lot richer if they get that education. The returns to education are extremely high. They're about 20% rate of return of putting a kid from, say, kindergarten up through, if you do tertiary, if you do 2-year or 4-year post-high school, you get about a 20% compound return. If you borrow at 2 or 3% real interest rates, and you do that for 40 years, where's the money come from to repay the loan? A wealthy economy.
That sounds great, and I love the model. I think what I'm concerned with is that history demonstrates a different kind of outcome. I think about countries like China, for example, that have invested billions into African infrastructure, ostensibly to produce growth and development in the country. It seems like
it's working.
Yeah, but look at a place like Zambia.
It's working, but I'll tell you what mistake they make, and I tell them all the time, by the way, which is that they gave Zambia an 8-year loan or
I was
a 10-year
going to say,
loan.
they spend so much money on debt repayment that they have to cut social services, health care, all this stuff to pay the debt back.
Completely correct.
But that's kind of the history of Africa.
Yeah, but the mistake is, and it's China's mistake also, it's not a malevolent mistake. It's not a trap. It is a mistake, though. You cannot finance development on a 10-year loan. Development is a 40-year process. It's not a 10-year process. And we are so nasty to tell a poor country that maybe gets the kid from kindergarten to 9th grade, now you pay back the loan. I'm sorry, the kid's still in 9th grade.
Right.
So you need 40-year debt. And what I'm saying to the Chinese government officials who listen to me and at least hear my arguments is just extend these loans at low interest, but make this not due today. That's crazy. Make it due 25,
Are they willing
30
to
years
do that?
from
I
now.
mean, I could see why these superpowers don't want to do that, but it's in their interest to get faster returns.
I think that they are willing to do that, actually.
Okay.
So that is my idea. The other idea, which I don't like, which is the IMF's idea, I'm sorry to say, is, well, Mr. Finance Minister, it would just be great for all those kids to be in school, but you don't have the money. And I know you'd love a little electricity, but I'm so sorry, there's no money there. So that, to my mind, is the real poverty trap, which is you don't finance the absolute core investment. But coming back to Africa's prospects, when I do the arithmetic on my spreadsheets, I find that Africa could grow 7% to 10% per year for the next 40 years. In 1980, with its 1.4 billion people, China took off. India, with its 1.4 billion people, now 1.5, it started about 20 years after China in rapid growth, around 2000. I want Africa to start now. It's also got 1.5 billion people. It's the same size, actually.
Right. But the additional challenge of being multiple countries as opposed to singular nations.
Well, you know, in 1885, in that very polite Congress of Berlin, the European countries, with no Africans present, took the map and divided among themselves and colonized the whole damn continent and left it in the end as 55 separate countries on one continent where there's one China and there's one India.
Right.
That makes governance hard. And so my point about governance in Africa is be a union, really. Have an Africa continental free trade area. When you plan your infrastructure, don't plan it 55 times. Get that rail to connect across Africa. Get the highways to connect. Get the fiber to connect. Think of it as one country, basically. Think of it truly as a union.
Let's move to something less controversial. Let's talk Israel-Palestine.
Yeah, that one's an easy one.
The genocide in Gaza has been going on for a little over a year and a half now. Recently, we've seen a shift. Countries like France, the UK, Canada, even Germany's Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, has been more critical of Israel. Given the scale of devastation, are we at a point where the response we're starting to see is a case of kind of too little, too late?
Well, it's shockingly late, this is for sure, because just on the official count, there are more than 50,000 dead, and mostly women and children. So a genocide's been going on all this time, and Europe and the United States were either supporting it actively, as the United States has been doing, or supporting it tacitly by just standing by. Now they're saying something, they're murmuring, but God, it's still far too little, because what should be said, to my mind, is not only that this has to stop, and there was a vote in the UN Security Council just in recent days, 14 of the 15 countries said immediate ceasefire, because people are getting killed massively every day, civilians. But one vetoed it, the Trump administration. So first thing is, of course, stop this mass killing. But the second thing is recognize the state of Palestine. No doubt, no negotiations, no peace process, no baloney. No, we need to get Israel to agree because Israel will never agree. The problem, of course, is that Israel has a completely radical, I think genocidal government with Netanyahu and Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, and they're mass murderers as far as I'm concerned. And their goal is not defeat Hamas. Their goal is to control everything. This is clear. They don't say, and I think it's the telltale point about Netanyahu, although if you press him, then he would acknowledge it. They don't say, we need to defeat Hamas and then we're going to have a state of Palestine. They say, we need to defeat Hamas. Well, what after that? Well, it's none of your goddamn business. And if you press hard, well, we're going to be there forever.
Well, recently, we've seen some tensions emerge between Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Boy, I hope so. I hope so. I hope we're seeing some tensions.
I mean, Trump did not meet with him in his most recent trip to the Middle East, which seems like a big deal. Some people even said it was a snub.
I hope so. God, if there's anyone that deserves a snub, it's Bibi Netanyahu.
If that's true, does that change anything on the ground in terms of U.S. policy?
Look, the president needs to do one thing. Basically one thing and one thing only, and that's to drop the U.S. veto on a state of Palestine. Why is there not a state of Palestine according to international law? For one and only one reason, the U.S. vetoes it. Because membership in the United Nations goes through the UN Security Council. When it came up last year, the U.S. was the only veto. It was actually 12 in favor, 2 abstained, the United States vetoed. When it goes to the General Assembly, where there are 193 countries, about 185 say yes. And when I added up the population of those 185, it is 95% of the world population saying yes. So President Trump snubbing Netanyahu is one thing, not liking him is another thing, but there's only one operational thing that counts. Stop vetoing Palestine's membership in the United Nations. And the point that I would make to President Trump and to the American people is this would be hugely beneficial for American national security because it would bring peace to the Middle East. The reason the wars rage is that there is no state of Palestine. That leads to resistance. That leads to counter wars. That leads to Netanyahu's counter wars or calling on the United States to invade another country as he has done repeatedly. If we want peace, which we do, the way to peace is a state of Palestine alongside the state of Israel, period, which 185 countries of the world support.
You've written about the U.S. belief in its need to dominate and the idea that historically the United States has seen itself as exceptional. In your book on American exceptionalism, which was published during the first Trump administration, you warned that this mindset was not only outdated but also dangerous. Are there any signs that the U.S.'s self-perception is shifting from the exceptionalist idea?
Yeah, it's a very good question. There are glimmers of hope. Our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, said, and I nearly quote him, that we are now in a multipolar world. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. That is a very good statement. President Trump has said he can see President Putin's point of view that NATO should not enlarge to Ukraine. That is a very good statement. That is absolutely positive. I want him to recognize the same thing when it comes to the Middle East. I want the president to recognize the same thing when it comes to China. I want the president to make peace with Iran rather than following Bibi Netanyahu into some bombing mission against Iran. If those things happen, that would be the recognition that we have some limits, that we're in a multipolar world, and that we can't bomb our way out of it.
Jeffrey Sachs, thanks so much for joining me on Upfront.
Oh, really great to be with you. Thanks.
war-torn Afghanistan, plagued with poverty and unemployment, has been central to global opiate production and is home to millions of drug addicts. Rounding them up, a former Mujahideen fighter and recovering addict dedicates his life to giving them hope. Witness a second shot on Al Jazeera.
Dionisia Calderon remembers when dozens of women laid on the floor outside a rural clinic 29 years ago. They had been told they would get free food, but when she learned they were being sterilized, she tried to run away.
The nurses realized I was escaping and shouted, "You have to come back." After that, I woke up in pain.
More than 300,000 other women were forcibly sterilized as part of a policy to control birth rates during the government of late President Alberto Fujimori. Now they hope the Inter-American Court for Human Rights, here in the case of Celia Ramos, who died after an operation in 1997, will help them find justice. Rights groups want the Inter-American Court to determine that the crimes against reproductive health should be considered as crimes against humanity, because they say in the case of Peru, they were massive and systematic. This case will set jurisprudence for thousands of women left unable to bear children.
Hard-hitting interviews.
As a former leader of a G7 country, how worried are you?
Facing realities.
What kind of leader would you like to see take the country forward after this interim period is over?
Not go back to the old fascist regime that we had.
Thought-provoking answers.
What exactly was the pressure? Who was it coming from? Were threats made?
Pro-Israel groups are very active in each country. This is no secret.
Hear their story on Talk to Al Jazeera.
Hello, I'm Fuli Batibo. This is the News Hour on Al Jazeera, live from Doha, with extensive coverage of the Iran-Israel conflict. Coming up, Iran's foreign minister defends its retaliatory strikes on Israel. Abbas Araghchi says Tehran's response will stop when Israel halts its attacks. A barrage of Iranian missiles have hit several areas across Israel. At least 10 people have been killed. Explosions hit the Iranian capital. Meanwhile, Israeli strikes targeted neighborhoods as well as energy installations for a third day. And Donald Trump warns Iran not to attack American targets, with Tehran pulling out of talks on its nuclear program. Iran says it does not want to expand the conflict with Israel. Its foreign minister Abbas Araghchi says Tehran is acting in self-defense and will de-escalate as soon as Israel stops its attacks. Iranian missiles targeted multiple cities in Israel overnight, with Bat Yam hit the hardest. Rescue teams continue to search for survivors in the Tel Aviv suburb. At least 14 Israelis have been killed in the past 3 days of conflict. In Iran, meanwhile, the death toll is at 80 people since Friday. 2 fuel depots near Tehran were damaged overnight. Israel has also hit the cities of Shiraz and Isfahan in central and southern Iran. It's issued threats for Iranians to evacuate if they're living near military facilities. Well, we have correspondents in the region and across continents monitoring the developments. Shia Bratanzi is in Washington, D.C. Rory Challenge is in London, standing by with the latest reactions from there. Noor O'Day is in Amman, Jordan, and Tohida Sadi is in Tehran. We'll speak to them in just a moment. First, this report from Osama bin Javed.
Another morning of explosions across Iran, this one during rush hour in the central city of Isfahan. The provincial headquarters of the Ministry of Defense was struck by Israel. Plumes of smoke are rising from oil facilities in Shiraz and the capital, Tehran. It's day 3 of Israel's attacks. And Iran's top diplomat is warning of further retaliation if Israel doesn't stop.
نیروهای نظامی
It is a response to the Israeli attacks and violations. Once these attacks stop, we will reciprocate. We were engaged in rounds of negotiations with the US. The 6th round of talks was supposed to be held in Oman. The Zionist entity is not willing to see us reaching an agreement or a diplomatic solution with the United States.
Overnight, Iran struck Israel with multiple waves of missiles and drones. There were several direct hits on the cities of Haifa and Tel Aviv. Israeli citizens were told to seek shelter through the night as Iran and Yemen responded to Israel's attacks. Israel's advanced air defense systems could not stop all the rockets and missiles. On Saturday, Israel launched more attacks targeting Iran's critical energy infrastructure. As night fell, an oil depot near the capital Tehran was hit and caught fire. Satellite images revealed the impact of Israel's earlier strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. As missiles continue to land in both countries, calls by international leaders for calm have not been able to halt the conflict. Sama Javed, Al Jazeera.
Well, let's get the latest now on the ground with Tawhid Asadi, who's in Tehran for us. Tawhid, what's been the aftermath of the Israeli strikes on Iran? How significant are they in terms of operational and symbolic impact?
Well, actually, this is an unprecedented level of escalation between Iran and Israeli side, and what we see on the ground is quite indicative of this huge amount of confrontation that goes on between the two countries. We have seen so far explosions, activation of air defense system in the past 2 days across the country, including here in capital, where we saw 2 overnight attacks to 2 of the oil depots of the country, one in the western part of the capital in Tehran, and the other one, if you can see it behind me, in the southern parts of Tehran, we've got another oil depot being attacked by the Israelis, and the Iranian refinery is said to be fully functioning. We had the similar reports from Isfahan, where an attack happened to one Ministry of Defense facility, saying that there is a possibility of casualties coming out of that scene. Also, we've got the report from the refinery of Isfahan saying that the energy infrastructure there has not been damaged. The same report came from the Tehran refinery center, but still we are dealing with a lot of different developments. First, it was Abbas Araghchi, as you mentioned, coming out live today with different statements saying that Iran is going to continue as long as Israelis continue their military strikes. But one last point I wanted to share with you, if I may, is this headline by Kayhan newspaper saying that we're going to finish the war and we're going to finish Israel together. This is very interesting, showing the rhetoric that is here in Tehran.
Right. I was going to ask you about, the reaction and how concerned Iranians are, given that Israel has also been issuing a forced displacement order to Iranian civilians to leave their homes if they live in the vicinity of weapons sites. How concerned are people about this?
Very concerned indeed, because we've got this initial reports that Israelis are targeting military and nuclear sites at the very beginning, but later on it turns out that it's not just the military sites, it's not just the nuclear facilities that are under the attack. We saw civilian infrastructures, we saw energy infrastructures, and we saw buildings not related to actually military complexes or military or weapon companies, but very buildings that belong to ordinary citizens, including one that belonged to university professors here in the capital. We were there to cover the story, and we saw that the attack, they just targeted these buildings in which Iranian top nuclear scientist Dr. Tehran, she was assassinated alongside with his wife, and several civilians. Footages are coming out showing that women and children are being killed as a result of these strikes. There is a funeral scheduled for Tuesday, and according to a state TV report, at least in one of these scenes under strike, at least 20 children have been killed. So people are pretty much aware of the very fact that this is not a nuclear or military-related set of strikes, but indeed regardless of whatever comes from the Israeli side as their statements, the matter of let's say story is that people are aware that the Israelis are going to attack any target possible.
Okay, Tauhid, thank you for bringing us the latest there from Tehran, Tauhid Asadi. Let's find out what's been happening in Israel now and bring in Noor O'Day, who's in Jordan's capital, Amman. Noor is not in Israel because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting from Israel and the occupied West Bank. The level of attacks in Israel is unprecedented, Noor, no doubt. What's the damage inflicted on Israel by the Iranian missile strikes?
Well, the physical damage is quite extensive, as is the psychological impact. Let's start with Haifa, the home of the Israeli Navy and the refineries as well. The pipelines and the transmissions have sustained damage, although according to Israeli authorities, refining activities continue. But that is something that is surely to have some sort of impact economically. Near Haifa, in the town of Tamra, 4 Palestinian Israeli women were killed when a missile struck their home. There are no shelters in that Palestinian Israeli town. The most hit area, most impacted, is Bat Yam, that on the outskirts of Tel Aviv. At least 6 people are confirmed dead, and rescue operations continue to retrieve people from under the rubble. The Israeli president, Yitzhak Herzog, as well as the prime minister and other ministers visited the site, an indication really of just how strong, how traumatic the images coming out of Bat Yam are for the wider Israeli public. The Minister of Energy, the Israeli Minister of Energy, said that for every building Iran takes down in Israel, Israel will take down 100 in Iran. So that just gives you an indication of what the tone in Israel officially is, at the very least.
And Noor, I imagine that neighboring countries like Jordan, where you are, and Iraq, extremely concerned about the risk of escalation, the risk of this spreading.
Absolutely, because if this escalates even further, and if the United States comes into the mix fully, as many Israeli leaders, ministers, and even opposition figures are urging it to, then we would be talking about a completely different and certainly more serious scenario. Jordan, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, the occupied Palestinian territory, the people in those countries are directly impacted, economically impacted. The oil prices are up. The airspace in Iraq has been shut down since Friday, in Syria as well, and as in Lebanon. In Jordan, it's been on and off during the night hours when Iran usually launches its ballistic missiles. The airspace is closed. This is extremely disruptive. The border crossing between Jordan and the occupied West Bank was also closed. It's beginning to see a bit of activity, although the occupied West Bank is under shutdown. All of those things on the minds, of course, no doubt, of the governments here who are watching new normals being established in the region, none that they would like to see established and entrenched as the new way of doing business in the region, and hence the expectation and the calls really for intervention to de-escalate rather than to encourage an all-out escalation in the region.
Noor, thank you very much. That's Noor O'Day live there in Amman. Well, President Donald Trump has issued a warning to Iran not to attack American targets. In a post on Truth Social, he said the U.S. had nothing to do with the attack on Iran tonight. If we're attacked in any way, shape, or form by Iran, the full strength and might of the U.S. armed forces will come down on you at levels never seen before, he says. However, we can easily get a deal done between Iran and Israel and end this bloody conflict. Let's bring in Shihab Ratanzi in Washington, D.C. for us. Since that statement, the Iranians have canceled the nuclear talks with the U.S. that were due to happen today, the 6th round of talks that were due to happen in Oman. Shihab, what's been the reaction from the Trump administration?
Well, that seemed to be it, in fact. And it was striking then that the Iranian foreign minister in his press conference a few hours ago made a point-by-point reply to each point in Donald Trump's truth, his posting on Truth Social. So Trump said the U.S. had nothing to do with the attack on Iran. The Iranian foreign minister said, we have evidence that you were involved, the Americans were involved. Not only that, you yourself have tweeted and boasted about the American involvement. Trump says, don't attack U.S. armed forces. The Iranian foreign minister said, we don't want to regionalize this war. All we're doing is defending ourselves from the Israeli aggression. And then Trump said, we can easily get a deal done. And the Iranian foreign minister said, yes. And that's precisely why the Israelis launched this attack, because they don't want us to get a deal. Stop the Israelis, and then we can get back to diplomacy.
Shihab, thank you for that. Shihab Ratanzi in Washington, D.C. Meanwhile, the UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer says Royal Air Force jets will be sent to the Middle East for contingency support as the situation between Iran and Israel escalates. Tehran has threatened to attack US, French and British bases if those countries help Israel against Iranian strikes. Let's bring in Rory Challens in London for more on this. So talk to us about this UK decision, I should say, to send more assets to the region. Are we soon likely to see British jets helping Israel?
Well, Keir Starmer was specifically asked about that. Reporters were talking to him while he was flying from the UK to Canada to go and take part in the G7 summit there, where, of course, this new war is going to be very, very high on the agenda. Reporters spoke to Keir Starmer and they said, are you going to help Israel out if there's fresh barrages of missiles coming in? And very specifically, Keir Starmer did not give a yes or a no to that question. He said these are obviously operational decisions and the situation is ongoing and developing, and therefore I'm not going to get into the precise details. What he did say, though, was that the UK is already sending further support in military terms to the region, to its air bases in the region. These are fast jets and refueling aircraft, which he said are going to provide contingency support in that region. Now, he said that he would always make the right decision for the UK, and clearly these comments were coming in response to the threats that Iran had made to the UK, among others, that if they help Israel out, their military bases, military assets will be targeted in the area. And the UK does have military bases. It's got one in Qatar, it's got one in the UAE, and it's got one in Oman, at least. So I think the UK, Keir Starmer, is taking that threat quite seriously.
Thank you, Rory, for that. Rory Challens in London. Now, as we've heard, Iran's foreign minister has been defending the retaliatory strikes against Israel. Abbas Araghchi says Israel committed a strategic mistake by targeting Iran's energy facilities, which escalate the conflicts.
We do not seek to expand the war unless it is imposed on us. We do not wish for this conflict to spread to other countries or other parts of the region.
Let's discuss this further now with Hamid Reza Gholamzadeh, who's director of the Diplo House, a think tank focused on foreign policies, joining us from Tehran. Thank you so much for your time. I want you to help us understand this message from the Iranian foreign minister that we've heard. Is it also directed to the countries in this region that they perhaps need to get more involved diplomatically to de-escalate the situation?
Yes, of course. As it was mentioned today and in the phone call and the conversations that Foreign Ministry and President Pezeshkian have had with the counterparts in other countries in the region, they have emphasized that they need to help the diplomacy and they need to condemn the attack by the Israelis, because if the tensions escalate, it can actually enrage the whole region and it would be against everyone's interest.
But we've heard condemnation from some countries in the region of the Israeli attacks. What options, what would Iran like to see happen further? What options do these countries have today?
So far, the countries in the region have been supportive and cooperative with Iran, and that's very positive. Another message that Iran has sent diplomatically has been to the Swiss embassy as the intersection of the United States. And the message has been that this game is not something that you get into that. It's not your business, and you would be better to stay out of this game. It is only for the Israelis And either of the capitals, Washington, Paris, London, or the others, if they want to get involved, it would be a damage to them. So Iran is making it clear to Westerners that if they get involved into that, their repercussions and the consequences would be against them as well, and they would be possibly the targets for Iranian missiles and Iranian retaliation if they want to get involved in one way or the other.
As far as Iran is concerned, would you say all the red lines have been crossed in these past 3 days, or is there still room for some sort of negotiated settlement here?
The Israelis are constantly attacking civilians and civilian areas. They targeted a market, a house appliance market today, and when the rescue forces were there, they bombed the place again and to take more casualties. They have been attacking houses and residential buildings from the earliest hours. They have continuing this, so they have already passed all the red lines, and when they pass these red lines, Iran needs to take serious actions against that.
Yeah.
The same model that was happening in Gaza and in Lebanon is being repeated by the Israelis here to take civilian casualties in order to frighten the Iranians and the people. However, it's not going to work like that, but anyway, the people are being killed by Israelis, and Iran needs to stop this war machine.
Let me ask you about the Americans here. We've seen and heard the statement from President Donald Trump that Iran needs to negotiate a deal on its nuclear program. Tehran, we know, has canceled the 6th round of talks with the U.S., which was due to happen today in Oman. What will it take for the Iranians to return to the negotiating table?
There is no ground for any negotiations anymore. The negotiations were supposed to protect the Iranian nuclear program, ensure the rest of the world of its peacefulness, and to ease the sanctions against the Iranian economy. None of them is possible right now. The Israelis are attacking nuclear facilities. They have been clearly and blatantly supported by the Americans. President Trump has clearly supported them. And there is no ground for.
So are you saying that there's no avenue for diplomacy at all?
I don't think for the time being there is any, unless the balance of power is reshaped again with the current military campaigns that is going on. Iran would bring Israelis to its knees, and as when they admit the defeat, and then there would be time for negotiations about stopping the attacks and military campaigns. But until then, there is no ground for Iran to get to the table and be open to negotiations, because it would be translated into actually a weakness from Iranian side, and it would be benefit for the Israelis.
Right.
And Israel is not going to accept that, because they would attack against Iran again in the future.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing the view there from Iran. Hamid Reza Golazadeh joining us from the Iranian capital, Tehran. Let's get the perspective from Israel now and speak to Alan Pincus, who's a former Israeli diplomat and columnist for the Independent newspaper in the UK. He joins us from Tel Aviv. Thank you so much, Mr. Pincus, for your time. I'll ask you about what's going on in Israel in a moment, but I just wanted to get your thoughts and reaction to what the Iranian foreign minister said earlier today. He said that the reason the Israelis went ahead and attacked 3 days ago was because they knew that a deal was near between the Iranians and Americans. What do you say to that?
Yeah, good morning, Fali. There's some truth to that. And Israel stated explicitly that the time has come and that there's an urgency because a very bad deal is going to be struck between the U.S. and Iran. And the timing was just a few days ahead of a 6th round of talks, which was scheduled for yesterday in Muscat, in Oman. But I don't think the Israeli attack was just meant to foil that, because look, on Thursday, 12 hours before the Israeli attack, President Trump urged Israel publicly to refrain from attacking. And yet Israel defied him. Whether he knew about the attack, apprised or consented, I don't know. Time will tell. So foiling the talks, I think from an Israeli point of view, was a bonus, but it was not from the way Israel sees it.
Okay, so
what
way does Israel see it?
It was not time.
These attacks today that we're seeing on Iran, on the Iranian energy infrastructure, what is Prime Minister Netanyahu's political objective today? Is it deterrence? Is it degradation of Iran's capabilities? Or is it regime change in Tehran?
Well, it's a very good question because A, he never stated his objectives. B, I doubt that he does have strategic political objectives other than degrade, as you correctly pointed out, for Iran's capabilities. But, you know, if the idea is to eliminate, neutralize, or significantly degrade Iran's nuclear capabilities, you don't need to attack oil terminals or gas fields in Bandar Abbas. There are other ways of doing that.
Right.
And I think it is clear, Folly, that Israel cannot independently take out Iran's entire nuclear infrastructure.
I was going to say that, in fact, I mean, because everyone seems to agree that taking out the entire Iranian nuclear program is practically impossible. So if that's the case, I mean, what would be the attainable political end game for Israel in this conflict?
Well, you know, from Mr. Netanyahu's point of view, an attainable goal would be to drag the U.S. into this conflict, militarily and actively, because that's the only way he can, or the only way the Iranian military nuclear program and infrastructure can be hypothetically eliminated. But everyone is talking, and you yourself mentioned the possibility of a regime change. Now, regime change cannot be affected via air power. That's never happened. It's not going to happen now. For a regime change, you need two things to happen. Either the U.S. occupies Iran, well, they had a very bad experience with Iran, so they won't do that. And secondly, hypothetically again, that the Iranian population will rise and take and you know, and remove or dethrone the
but so far we're not seeing that. On the contrary, we seem to be seeing a rallying of the flag, around the flag in Iran. I mean, let me just ask you, because we're running out of time, let me just ask you about what you said earlier about Prime Minister Netanyahu signaling the expectation of U.S. backing, that the U.S. will get involved at some point. But right now, we're not seeing that from the Trump administration. If Washington continues to withhold deeper military involvement in this conflict, what are Netanyahu's then next political or military options?
If the U.S. gets involved, then Netanyahu is out of the game as an active political player, because then it's up to the U.S. and the scope, scale, and extent of their military activity. I don't see that happening, as I think you're rightly just pointed to. But then again, we're talking about Donald Trump, Folly. I mean, he says one thing in the morning, another thing in the evening, and then the next day he moves on to Ukraine. Within the span of 12 hours, he said, I had nothing to do with it. Then he said it was an excellent attack, more will be coming, and then he said we need to end the war. So, you know, if you can figure out what he means, I'd be indebted to you.
Okay.
I don't.
Let me just ask you, Mr. Pinkas, before we let you go, about the mood within Israel, given the unprecedented scale of Iranian attacks we've seen on Israeli soil. Is Israeli society today unified behind its government's latest military campaign? First it was Gaza, then there was Israel, and now there's Iran. Is there unity behind this?
Yes, there is, but that you can attribute that to the fact that it was sort of a correction. Given the calamity of October 7, 2023, now Israelis feel empowered, emboldened, proud, and they gloat over the the military, the technological, and the intelligence successes, and there have been in the attack on Iran. So people feel good about that. Expecting the population as a general collective to intellectualize the where is this headed and what is the exit strategy and what is the political end is obviously futile. But there's another element that needs to be integrated into this. Yes, the Iranian attacks, the Iranian missile barrages on Israel were serious. But given what people expected might happen, and I'm not saying it won't, I hope it won't, but I'm not saying it cannot happen. Given what people were indoctrinated and educated to think that could come from Iran, it's been, tolerable. Okay, I know it's a bad word to use.
Right.
There has been devastation and ruin and people die, but given what people thought would happen, thousands of the ballistic missiles raining on Israel, that hasn't happened.
Yet. Thank you so much for speaking to us about this. Thank you for bringing us the view there from Israel. Alan Pincus, a former Israeli diplomat, joining us there from Tel Aviv. And we're going to take a short break now on the News Hour. When we come back, we'll report from Gaza, where Israeli strikes have again targeted desperate Palestinians waiting to get food. Stay with us.
We've got more lively showers just pushing into parts of northwest Europe, but things will quieten down here as we go through the next couple of days. You can see this clutch of storms rolling across the Low Countries, easing out of that eastern side of France. They're going to continue making their way further southwards and eastwards as we go on through the remainder of Sunday. But notice high pressure just starting to ridge in behind, so that should start to quieten things down up towards the northwest. There's that wet weather, big showers there. Large hail, thundery downpours, certainly a possibility through Sunday afternoon, going on into the latter part of the day. Ahead of that, plenty of warmth around. We're into the 30s for Vienna, close to that too in Belgrade. A few showers still in place across that eastern side of Europe, and these will drift a little further eastwards as we go through Monday. Temperatures recovering there from Moscow as we come into the new working week. There's that wetter weather into central parts by this stage, so a big drop in temperatures for Vienna as the rain sets in. Nice little ridge of high pressure, warmer weather coming back in across the northwest of Europe. So 26 Celsius for London and for Paris, and temperatures rising across the Iberian Peninsula. Warm sunshine continuing across much of North Africa. Plenty of showers into West Africa, nudging all the way up to Senegal.
Ever wondered what a fairy tale sunrise looks like? Welcome to Uzbekistan, the land of 1,001 sunrises, where each dawn is like never before, where ancient palaces bathe in the golden morning hues. A journey that takes you to the most beautiful scenes. Live the adventure. And remember, make a wish on the many shooting stars that await. Uzbekistan, explore the magic.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
Why is Musk deciding to go up against the US president?
Informed opinions.
We are in times where resolutions, words, and positions matters not. France was shipping ammunition. The UK continues to send scraps of F-35s.
Critical debate.
The sanctions have failed to stop the war.
The problem is that quite a number of countries help Russia to bypass sanctions.
Inside Story on Al Jazeera.
Watching the News Hour on Al Jazeera, a reminder of our main story this hour. Iran says it does not want to expand the conflict with Israel. Its Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says Tehran is acting in self-defense and will de-escalate as soon as Israel stops its strikes. 80 people have died in Israel in Israeli attacks against Iran since Friday. 2 fuel depots were damaged overnight near Tehran. On Sunday, Israel also struck a defense ministry building in Isfahan in southern Iran. Meanwhile, Iranian attacks on Israel have killed at least 14 people since Friday. Rescue efforts are underway south of Tel Aviv after a series of overnight missile strikes. Israeli media reports say at least 35 people are missing. Let's bring in Dorsa Jabari now for the latest developments. Dorsa has covered Iran, reported on Iran extensively. Clearly an uptick here in the attacks by both countries and a great deal of concern across the region. Tell us about the latest diplomatic developments first.
Well, Foley, we just heard that officials in Cyprus have been asked by Iranian officials to
deliver a message to the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. This is the latest that we're hearing in terms of a diplomatic push. Now, what this message is, we don't know yet. But what we do know is Cyprus has been now home to Israel's civil aviation fleet. As of Saturday, the Israelis announced that they have moved all their planes, the civil aviation fleet, to Cyprus for safety issues. So they evacuated Ben Gurion Airport on Saturday and moved all their fleet to Cyprus. Now, whether this message from Iran is about what is stored in Cyprus or why Iran is going through Cyprus to convey a message to Netanyahu, we don't know.
It'll be interesting to see why they're going through Cyprus. But clearly there's a lot of concern right now because the Israelis have been targeting Iran's energy infrastructure, right? And if the Iranians were to retaliate and decide to target global energy supplies, that would be really concerning for not just the region, but the entire world.
Absolutely. Now, we heard from the Iranian foreign minister for the first time since this conflict began on Friday, Abbas Araghchi, in the press conference earlier today. He said, Israel's strike on Asaliye, that's in the southern part of Iran, in those gas fields in South Pars on Saturday afternoon, was a very, very dangerous escalation. Since those attacks, they were the first on energy infrastructure in Iran. Now, Iranians responded last night with attacking energy facilities in Haifa. That is why we saw Haifa being attacked. But the foreign minister clearly saying that the escalation by Israel to target Iran's energy facilities is a very dangerous move. And he urged not only the regional countries that have a huge stake in this, but also the international community to urge Israel to de-escalate. Iran is has the world's third biggest reserves of gas fields after United States and Russia.
Now they share that one of those with Qatar.
Absolutely, the gas fields in the South Pars fields is shared with Qatar. So while Iran doesn't export gas because of sanctions, it provides its own domestic supply. So the disruption is going to have some effects. Some of those gas fields in the South Pars that was hit on Saturday have been taken offline. But this is not the only facility that has been affected in the gas fields. The Israelis have been hitting oil depots. Now, Iran is the world's fourth producer of oil, and it produces nearly 3 million barrels of oil per day. So already we've seen the effects of this conflict on oil prices, 10% so far, and we're in the weekend, so the markets have been closed on Monday. We're certainly going to see a bigger effect. So there's a lot of concern that this conflict is not just confined to Iran and Israel.
Absolutely. I wanted to ask you, Dorsa, about the mood within Iran and psyche, the Iranian psyche right now as they're being attacked by Israel. We heard from our previous guest in Israel that the Netanyahu's government endgame, one of the endgames also would be regime change in Iran that would come from within. You know, protests from within that would lead to regime change. Are you seeing any indications of that? Or is there more of a rallying around the flag in Iran right now?
I think to believe that you can bomb a country into an uprising is it's just nonsense, basically. And especially for Iranians that are very, very much entrenched in their identity as a nation, regardless of the system that is in power. So for Netanyahu to use force to incite an uprising is basically believed to be a ridiculous dream that is never going to come to fruition. I think what it has done over the past 72 hours, what we've seen, which is unprecedented, Iranians from all different paths and walks of life, those who may not have ever been supporters of the establishment, have now rallied behind this nation, the Iranian nation, saying that they support the country and they support defending their national identity. And that is something that can never really be forced out of them, no matter how many bombs Israel drops.
Interesting. Very interesting to see what's happening. Thank you so much, Dorsa, for bringing us the latest there. Dorsa Jabari. Now, world leaders are gathering in the Canadian resort town of Banff for the G7 summit on Monday, and the Iran-Israel conflict is expected to be high on the agenda. Our diplomatic editor, James Bays, is there.
The first of the G7 leaders to arrive in Canada is the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. He's announced that he's going to bolster his country's military resources in the Middle East. That, I think, to protect the UK's presence in the region. It's not a very big presence, but they do have bases in quite a number of countries across the region. That, I think, shows you the big worry among the G7 countries, the worry that this could spread, that there could be further escalation. That's a worry about the military and political situation, but also, given that this is a place where the oil and gas reserves of the world are based, a worry about the effects on the global economy. You're not just going to have the leaders of the G7 here in the Canadian Rockies in the coming days, but also their invited guests. So there are 8 other countries coming, some of them unlike the European nations and the US, who have strongly condemned Israel's actions. For example, Brazil and South Africa. So a range of voices around the table. I think the one person everyone will be trying to influence is President Donald Trump, because he's the only player here at the meeting that could really change things on the ground, because Israel and Iran, of course, are both not here. But President Trump, if he wants, could exercise influence on Prime Minister Netanyahu. He could even, either privately or publicly, order him to stop the bombardment of Iran. Of course, the big question is, would the Israeli Prime Minister even listen to President Trump? James Bays, Al Jazeera, Banff in Canada.
Well, as we've heard, there's growing concern that these attacks between Iran and Israel could turn into a wider regional conflict. As that threat looms, let's take a closer look at the military might of both countries. Our defense editor Alex Katapoulos has more.
This phase of the conflict between Israel and Iran is being fought with specific weapons. Israel's main offensive capability is its air force of 340 combat-capable aircraft, made up of advanced F-15 and F-16 fighter planes and at least 45 F-35 stealth jets. Aircraft firing air-launched missiles and dropping bunker-buster bombs have been the main weapons used. Israel says its special forces teams within Iran have also been launching explosive drones at targets, aiming to kill senior military leaders and other key figures and destroy air defense sites. Iran also has a missile and drone force. Despite dozens of drones being launched, they're easily being shot down by Israel's air defenses and squadrons of jets. But its missile force is large and powerful. Long-range cruise missiles like the Pave and Sumar have ranges up to 2,500 kilometers and can fly under radar cover. A large supply of modern solid-fueled missiles like the Sajil-2 means that they can be launched within minutes, making interception by Israeli fighter jets less likely. Although they're limited in number, Iran's hypersonic missiles like the Fateh-1 and Fateh-2 can travel up to 15 times the speed of sound, and that's 18,500 kilometers an hour. These missiles are the most likely to penetrate Israel's powerful air defense network. Israel said that the strikes are ongoing and they will not allow Iran to have the ability to make a nuclear weapon. But what hasn't been mentioned so far is Israel's own arsenal of at least 90 nuclear weapons and the long-range Jericho-3 ballistic missiles that would deliver them.
Well, let's discuss this further now with Mohanad Saloom, who's an assistant professor in critical security studies at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. Thank you so much for joining us. We've seen what each country has there in terms of military capabilities. What do you think are the likely military scenarios right now, 72 hours into this conflict, if the retaliatory attacks continue?
Well, it looks like Israel has its own clear strategy, what they're doing on the ground. Basically, they started off by decapitating the first line of leadership in Iran. They also targeted nuclear scientists, and they continued the campaign over the 24 hours since the beginning of this, if you like, of this war.
And now they're targeting Iran's energy infrastructure.
Yes, so basically they started with that and then they continued the pace. What I wanted to say is that they did not give up on that part of the story, if you like. They are targeting figures so that they cripple the command and control of the Iranian, if you like, government. Now, the next stage was to target military sites, nuclear sites, and also communication nodes. That happened yesterday. And now they're also targeting oil infrastructure and refineries across the country. But what does this tell us? That they want to undermine the power and the control of the Iranian government. And I think what is likely to happen that they will intensify this. They might go for other senior and notable figures, and I'm talking about leaders, and they will go for disconnecting the country. Probably they will target more communication nodes. Earlier today, they also targeted military sites that are critical for developing drones and missiles.
What about the Iranians? They claim to have used a new guided ballistic missile in their latest strikes against Israel. What targets are they going for? What type of damage are they trying to inflict on Israel right now?
Well, this is the second night the Iranians are attacking Tel Aviv and also attacking Israeli sites. They did their best to reach as many military sites as possible inside Israel. But it seems that the Israeli air defenses are very effective so far.
But how sustainable are Israel's air defenses? Is Israel's interception today? I mean, if there's a prolonged conflict, they have been successful, but as we've seen, some have managed to make it through. Is it a long-term, is it going to be sustainable?
Inevitably, no. It would have to be degraded. But also on the other side, the Iranians, how many missiles do they have?
How many do they have?
Well, I think they claim to have thousands and thousands of missiles, but, well, they don't have many hypersonic missiles. I think the number is very limited. And then they have these guided ballistic missiles, and how effective they are, I think we are yet to see. The ones that have made it to Israel and they hit their targets successfully, they were the hypersonic ones. And it's very hard for Israel to actually stop these, even though they do have the technology, but it is not only for Israel, I think for everybody. It is very hard type of missiles to be countered. But still, I think both sides, they would pace down their attacks,
right.
But Israel has the superiority when it comes to air forces. Iran does not have that.
All right. Let me ask you, Mohanad, about your sense of where this is going. Are we looking at a protracted, low-intensity conflict, or something with a potential to spill over and spill into a broader regional war, especially if the Americans were to get involved at some point?
A protracted conflict is not in the interest of Israel. It is actually in the interest of Iran. Iran can withstand a protracted conflict because it's a massive country. Geographically, it is like 10, 20 times the size of Israel, and even more, while Israel it has geographically a very small area and densely populated. So they would be, everything that Iranians hit would be a target, and it would actually affect Israel. Also, the Israeli economy cannot sustain a long war. Now, Israel is going for a different path. They want to hit military sites, nuclear sites, as well as trying to undermine the leadership with the hope that the Iranian people would rise and topple the regime. They made that very public, I think, the Prime Minister.
But what they're hoping also for, Mohanad, is that the Americans will get involved. And for that to happen, there would have to be some sort of attack on American interests or assets in the region, right?
Not necessarily. There is a threshold. So say that, for argument's sake, that Iranians would, in a single hit, kill dozens of Israelis. I think that would change the calculations of the United States and other countries, as well as if the Iranian missiles would reach significant size, like I don't know, the parliament, the Israeli parliament, or as I heard earlier today, that the Iranians are thinking about hitting Israeli nuclear sites at Dimona. And so if this happens, the United States might step in. We heard also statements from France, we heard statements from other countries, they might intervene in favor of Israel. So this could widen the conflict.
Thank you so much. Very good to talk to you about this. Mohanad Seloum from the Doha Institute of Graduate Studies here in Doha. And Israeli attacks are continuing in Gaza. At least 23 Palestinians were killed on Sunday morning, 11 of them while they were trying to get food aid. That follows Saturday's killing of at least 79 people. One strike on Saturday hit civilians waiting for flour deliveries near Gaza City. Hunger is driving people to the few food distribution points in Gaza, but Israeli forces have responded with sniper fire and bombings. Much of the remaining food distribution is carried out by the US and Israeli-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which has been accused of weaponizing aid. Let's speak to our Tariq Abou-Azzoum, who's in Deir al-Balah, central Gaza for us. Tariq, talk to us about the latest Israeli strikes and their aftermath.
Yeah, in fact, we are still witnessing a surge of Israeli attacks despite the current escalation between Iran and Israel and this regional turmoil. And the basic concentration has been pretty much on targeting 8 seekers, as the Israeli military gunned down 5 Palestinians near 8 distribution points, both in Netzarim corridor and in Rafah city in the far south of the Strip. People have told us that the Israeli military did not warn the hungry crowds before opening fire on them, leading to devastating civilian casualties. Over 50 Palestinians have been reported wounded, and what makes this more tragic is the normalization of these attacks, as people believe that humanitarian spaces are meant to be areas that are completely safe in order to ensure the mitigation of the current growing humanitarian crisis in Gaza, but it turned to be some sort of new death traps, as they have described and said to us. We also have heard from humanitarian groups that attacking and endangering aid seekers can completely undermine every principle of humanitarian work in Gaza, as these attacks continue to unfold every now and then, as people try to secure the minimal level of their humanitarian basic necessities on the ground for them.
Are people able to get food? I mean, what have they been able to get their hands on?
This is a very good question. It means that the answer of why they go to these aid distribution points simply because they have no kind of food available in their local markets. We understand that the Israeli military has imposed a very tight humanitarian blockade on Gaza for approximately 80 days, and later, following the mounting international and humanitarian pressure on Israel to mitigate and to soften its grip on the humanitarian flow of aid to the Gaza Strip, we started to see a gradual flow which could be absolutely seen as restricted one to the Gaza Strip, which cannot absolutely meet the extensive demands of Gaza's population. And now families started to run out of all kinds of canned food, and this has been the main factor why they started to move to the controversial Gaza Humanitarian Foundation run aid points, despite their complete belief that these areas have turned to be their new execution sites. They say that they want to get something for their children in order to ensure that they will get enough nutrition. At the other hand, they say that they are caught between two tools, either to stay at their houses or their makeshift tents and starve to death, or to take this risk in order to secure a bag of flour, or at least a very tiny box of aid that can have some sort of canned food or the basic humanitarian needs that they are looking for.
It's a very sad situation, no doubt. Thank you so much, Tariq, for that. Tariq Abazoum, live there in Deir Balah, central Gaza. And still ahead on Al Jazeera. We'll take a look at some of the day's other news and protests in the U.S. against President Trump's immigration policies.
At Medellin's Philharmonic, talent knows no limits. The orchestra has welcomed aspiring musicians with Down syndrome and other intellectual disabilities. Like Kelly Montoya, who says the program gave her confidence and hope to overcome discrimination.
It's really hard for society to accept someone like me, but I really like how the Philharmonic includes us, letting us feel useful, respected, and not judged.
Therapists say that singing and playing activates both sides of the brain, helping their focus, coordination, and social skills, no matter the diagnosis.
Affected by mild schizophrenia and cognitive impairment, Jenny Baena says the program has been life-changing.
Often we forget to look inward to see what we need to express, but these spaces help us reflect.
A quiet revolution, one note at a time, proving that opportunities and talent speak louder than disabilities.
Welcome back. Iran says it does not want to expand the conflict with Israel. Its Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says Tehran is acting in self-defense and will de-escalate as soon as Israel stops its strikes. 80 people have died in Israeli attacks against Iran since Friday. 2 fuel depots were damaged overnight near Tehran on Sunday. Israel also struck a defense ministry building in Isfahan in southern Iran. And Iranian attacks on Israel have killed at least 14 people since Friday. Rescue efforts are underway south of Tel Aviv after a series of overnight missile strikes. Israeli media reports say at least 35 people are missing. Now, countries around the world are also closely watching the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has threatened to close the critical waterway in the pass. At its narrowest, it's about 33 kilometers wide, but shipping lanes are even narrower. Iran controls the north side of the strait and Oman controls the south. It's an important transit route for major energy-producing countries in the Gulf. An estimated 20% of the world's oil consumption is transported through the Strait of Hormuz. Closing it would force countries to seek costlier and longer means of transport and drive prices up. Ed Hers is an energy economist and lecturer at the University of Houston. He explained the potential consequences if Iran did decide to close the Strait of Hormuz.
Carries between 18 to 20 million barrels a day, so almost 20% of the global oil market passes through the Strait of Hormuz. There is no real easy alternative route out of that area for Saudi Arabia, for Kuwait. And so cutting that, say, by half would lead to a global oil price spike probably well over $120 a barrel. That impact would hit everyone across the world. In the United States, the average consumer would see at least a doubling of the price of gasoline. If it's $3 a gallon today in Houston, it would be $6 to $8 a gallon after the strait was closed. The oil companies would be struggling to make sure that their refineries were filled. Now, President Trump and other nations could release oil from their strategic petroleum reserves, but keep in mind the U.S. SPR was run down significantly during the Biden administration because of Russia's attack on Ukraine and the cutoff of Russian oil for at least a small period of time into the global oil market. So the stockpiles that the nations have been depleted somewhat.
Let's take a look at some of the day's other news now. And in the U.S., tens of thousands of people have taken part in protests against President Donald Trump and his policies. Called No Kings, the demonstrations were mostly peaceful, except in Los Angeles, where Teresa Ball reports from.
This is what the streets of downtown Los Angeles looked like on Saturday, as thousands of people took to the streets to demonstrate against the government of Donald Trump and the detention of undocumented immigrants in Southern California.
We are being silenced. This is the First Amendment right. These are people that have tried to get here for so long. They're trying to get a better opportunity for themselves and their families. And to see them being forcibly removed, it's not okay. It's not right.
The protest was mostly peaceful until the police started to force protesters out of the area with rubber bullets and tear gas. Last week, Trump deployed the National Guard and the Marines to Los Angeles, despite the opposition of California's Governor Gavin Newsom. Protesters say they do not want the armed forces on the streets.
People are saying that they're on the streets not only because they're protesting against what they say are Donald Trump's authoritarian ways, but also because the immigration rate they're having during the taking undocumented immigrants in this country.
Many of those who came here say they're on the streets to raise the voice for their relatives who are in hiding and at risk of deportation.
The tear gas is for criminals, for people who are doing things wrong. They're using rubber bullets and gas, and they shouldn't. We want to raise our voice for those who can't.
In the evening, the Sheriff's Department declared an unlawful assembly in downtown LA, just as the curfew kicked in. People say they won't give in to the government's attempts to curtail dissent. Teresa Bo, Al Jazeera, Los Angeles.
Police in the U.S. state of Minnesota are searching for a suspect who shot dead 2 Democratic politicians. Local authorities say Lance Bolter is a person of interest and is still at large. They say he was dressed as a police officer when he carried out the attack. Former House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark were killed inside their home in what President Donald Trump says appears to have been a targeted attack. The bodies of the victims of Thursday's air crash in India are being handed over to their families. Family members were seen carrying coffins into a crematorium. Authorities say they have DNA matches for 32 of the crash victims and that their families had been contacted. The London-bound Air India Boeing 787 struck a medical college hostel in a residential area after takeoff. At least 270 people on board and on the ground were killed. That is the news for now on Al Jazeera, but do stay with us. We've got plenty more coming up, including the latest on the Israel-Iran conflict with reports of explosions heard in Tehran, the Iranian capital. Rob Matheson has more in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
The first episode of this series explores the imperial origins of the drug trade.
Commerce was good for the empire was good for commerce. So these things very much went together.
And opium's passage from the Far East to Europe and the United States.
You need guns, you need money. The only money in these mountains is opium.
Drug trafficking, politics and power, the era of empires on Al Jazeera.
I have the right to boycott anyone I want to, and the state has no business getting involved in that.
I was just opening my annual contract from the state of Arizona, and I was rather shocked to see this.
A 3-part series explores the implications of U.S. anti-boycott laws for freedom of speech and First Amendment rights.
God has chosen to bless us because we protect Israel. I'm going to continue to do on a state level all that I can to support that.
Part 1, The Bill, on Al Jazeera.
We're facing a future that we don't understand, we can't predict fully.
Everyone here is stressed. Nobody knows what will happen. I need to stay positive.
I realized that I need to do more with my life.
I was like, you know what? I don't like myself. I want to change who I am. I want to be trustworthy. I want to be responsible.
People keep getting inspired through the stories of others.
Bringing the communities to consciously agree to put the past behind and move forward. Because all what we need is being able to move forward.
And that isn't just a matter of science. That's a matter of what do you think about your fellow human beings?
Because that is a matter of democracy.
Iran's foreign minister defends its retaliatory strikes on Israel. Abbas Araghchi says Tehran's response will stop when Israel halts its attacks. I'm Rob Matheson. This is Al Jazeera, live from Doha. Also coming up, a barrage of Iranian missiles have hit several areas across Israel. At least 10 people have been killed there. Explosions hit the Iranian capital. Israeli strikes target neighborhoods as well as energy installations for a third day. And Donald Trump warns Iran not to attack American targets, with Tehran pulling out of talks on its nuclear program. Iran says it does not want to expand the conflict with Israel. Its foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, says Tehran is acting in self-defense and will de-escalate as soon as Israel stops its airstrikes. Iranian missiles targeted multiple cities in Israel overnight, with Bat Yam hit the hardest. Rescue teams continue to search for survivors in the Tel Aviv suburb. At least 14 Israelis have been killed in the past 3 days of conflict. And in Iran, the death toll is at 80 people since Friday. 2 fuel depots near Tehran were damaged overnight. Israel has also hit the cities of Shiraz and Isfahan in central and southern Iran. It's issued threats for Iranians to evacuate if they're living near military facilities.
In our opinion, the Israeli regime's aggression against Iran could never have happened without the agreement and support of the United States. We have solid evidence that shows the support of American forces and bases in the region for attacks by the Zionist regime's military forces.
We're going to bring in tit-for-tat, who's live for us in Tehran. Just bring us up to date with the latest on the attacks, which of course have been going on for hours.
Well, escalation has ramped up to an unprecedented level here in the capital in Iran. We have been hearing sounds of explosion related part of that to the activation of the air defense system of the country. Here where I'm speaking, we heard sounds of at least 2 massive explosions a few minutes ago. It's indicating that Israeli strikes are continuing as Iran is also striking back. The tension, as I told you, is extremely high, and we also heard reports from Isfahan, a city in Iran, about a Ministry of Defense facility being attacked with the possibility of casualties. They are called, according to the local authorities. Also, it was the Iranian spokesperson for the government, Fatima Mohajirani, who came out today to say that people can use schools, mosques, as well as the subway or metro stations as shelters. That shows that the anxiety here among the politicians, and also it goes without saying among the people, is increasing, seeing the ongoing nature of the strikes. First of all, it was said that it's going to be limited to nuclear sites and military facilities, but right now it comes out that different civilian places, different residential buildings have been also targeted, leading to many civilian casualties. At one of these scenes, according to the state TV, at least 20 children have been killed. And on Tuesday there is going to be a funeral scheduled for the people who lost their lives during these strikes. All in all, we see a combination of different sentiments here in the capital and across the country. Iranians are very anxious. They are following the developments with anxiety. Also, there is this anger among the people. A lot of them are saying that the political issues, the military issues, the nuclear issues, they've got nothing to do with the ordinary citizens. But what happens, and the truth of the matter and the reality on the ground, is that ordinary citizens are losing their lives as a result of these strikes.
You mentioned before that there was an instruction that people should go into, say, the metro and underground car parks. I understand Tehran City Council's chairman has said that preparations are being made to turn underground parking lots into shelters. We have been, of course, reporting on the Iranian attacks in Israel, and people in Israel have been making their way to shelters which have been built for many years. What is the situation in Iran? Is there any sort of structure, any sort of infrastructure for people to go to in the event of attacks, or are they just having to use whatever's available?
Well, actually, the City Council Chairman Chamran said that people can use parking lots or other facilities for the sake of being sheltered. But still, we know that compared to the Israeli territories, Iran has got a different situation. The thing is that over the past few decades, since 1988, when the Iran-Iraq war finished, the country has not faced an actual war, even though it has experienced a lot of threats in this regard. We don't have much details about the different infrastructures that are going to be used in case the situation escalates, but still we hear the same statement from the Fatima Mohajirani, spokesperson for the government, Fatima Mohajirani, saying that there are going to be facilities to be used for the sake of, let's say, sheltering people. But still, we know that there is a huge population living in the Iranian capital, Tehran, and with that, the air defense system is very active to avoid any possible threat against the country. But how future could unfurl is something that we are waiting. We are following the developments closely to see what's going to take place.
Tahir, thank you very much indeed. tit-for-tat there talking to us from Tehran, which is currently being bombarded by Israel. We're going to go to Noor O'Day in the Jordanian capital, Amman, and she's reporting from there because the Israeli government's banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and the occupied West Bank. For the last several hours, we've been seeing some pictures of the level of devastation that some parts of Israel have suffered as a result of Iran's attacks. What is the damage, the level of damage, and the locations of the damage that have been inflicted?
The level of damage is very extensive, Rob. Let's start with Haifa, and a very important city for the Israeli economy, and Haifa port, where the Israeli Navy docks. There's damage reported to the pipelines and transmission pipelines in Haifa. Those have been shut down, although authorities say that the refining activities continue. Near Haifa, specifically Tamra, Palestinian-Israeli town, 4 women were killed, a mother and her 2 daughters, as well as relatives of theirs were killed when there was a direct hit to the home where they were sleeping, their home. Of course, Tamra does not have shelters like major Israeli cities, and that is the situation most Palestinian Israelis find themselves. Bat Yam, a district in the larger Tel Aviv area, was hardest hit. Nearly 70 buildings were reported damaged. At least 9 of them may have to be taken down because they're beyond repair, and the number of casualties continues to rise because rescue efforts continue to retrieve people from under the rubble. We saw the Israeli president, prime minister, prominent ministers as well visit Bat Yam and speak to the rescue workers, speak to the Israeli public, try to reassure them that Israel has this under control, that it will strike back hard at Iran. We even heard from the Minister of Energy saying for every building that Iranian missiles take down, Israel should be taking down 100 in Iran. So that gives you an idea of the tone of rhetoric in Israeli official circles about this ongoing escalating war between Iran and Israel.
Noor, I mentioned earlier, of course, that you reported to us from Jordan. It's worth reminding people, of course, that Iran and Israel are separated by Syria and Jordan and Iraq, and I would imagine that those 3 countries are going to be watching this extremely closely.
Very much so. I mean, set aside the fact that there are Syrian, Jordanian, and Palestinian civilians who've been injured by shrapnel. I've just been looking at instructions sent out by the National Center for Security and Crisis Management here in Jordan. They keep updating the public about what to do when they hear the sirens, how to stay away from harm's way. There are no underground shelters in Jordan, but the center today also issued a statement saying that they have plans in place. They have shelters nationwide in cases of emergency, in case the situation escalates further. The Association of Owners of the Hotels, for example, have also issued a very desperate plea that the cancellations are up to almost 30% in some cities in Jordan. This as the height of the tourist season begins in Jordan. But geopolitically, this is also a nightmare for the governments involved. They're sandwiched between Iran and Israel. These are 2 powerful countries with very powerful armies, and they've demonstrated that they have immense firepower. All of these people, Iraq, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, they're sandwiched right in the middle of it, and there's nothing they can do about it. And so eyes really are on, attempts to play the mediator or to try and de-escalate, although really from the sound of the rhetoric and the bombs and now in Tehran, it doesn't seem like anybody is in the mood for talking.
Noor in Amman, thank you very much indeed. President Donald Trump's issued a warning to Iran not to attack American targets. In a post on Truth Social, he said the U.S. had nothing to do with the attack on Iran tonight. If we're attacked in any way, shape or form by Iran, the full strength and might of the U.S. armed forces will come down on you at levels never seen before. However, we can easily get a deal done between Iran and Israel and end this bloody conflict. Sheikh Abutansi is joining us live now from Washington, D.C. Interesting statement coming out there from Donald Trump. On the one hand, making it quite plain as far as he's concerned, the U.S. has got nothing to do with at least the attacks from Israel over the last several hours, but at the same time saying to Iran, you need to come back to the table and talk to us if you want this to stop.
And it was notable that when the Iranian foreign minister spoke a few hours ago, it seemed to be a direct response to each one of these points. Donald Trump saying the U.S. had nothing to do with the attack on Iran tonight, and the Iranian foreign minister saying, look, not only do we have evidence of U.S. involvement, we have your own statements and tweets talking about U.S. involvement in the attacks. Donald Trump warning Iran not to attack U.S. armed forces. The Iranian foreign minister saying, we do not want to regionalize this war. All we are doing is self-defense against Israeli aggression. And then Donald Trump saying we can easily get a deal done. And the Iranian foreign minister saying that's why Israel attacked, because we were about to get a deal. Stop Israel, then we can go back to the negotiating table. The main question now is, given all these conflicting positions by Donald Trump, the question is there room for good faith? Is Donald Trump serious about returning to negotiations? Is he aware of how up in arms his base is, who think of any direct U.S. involvement as a betrayal? Or has the decision already been made and Israel is simply laying the groundwork for further U.S. direct offensive involvement in the coming weeks?
Shihab, thank you very much indeed. Shihab Butansi there in Washington, D.C. Hamid Reza Ghormzadeh is a director of Diplo House. It's a think tank focused on foreign policy. He says Iran is sending a clear message that the U.S. should not get involved.
The message has been that this game is not something that you get into that. It's not your business, and you would be better to stay out of this game. It is only for the Israelis and either of the capitals, Washington, Paris, London, or the others. If they want to get involved, it would be a damage to them. So Iran is making it clear to Westerners that if they get involved into that, there are repercussions and the consequences would be against them as well, and they would be possibly the targets for Iranian missiles and Iranian retaliation if they want to get involved in one way or the other. The Israelis are constantly attacking civilians and civilian areas. They targeted a market, a house appliance market today, and after, when the rescue forces were there, they bombed the place again and to take more casualties. They have been attacking houses and residential buildings from the earliest hours. They have continuing this, so they have already passed all the red lines, and when they pass these red lines, Iran needs to take serious actions against that. The same model that was happening in Gaza and in Lebanon is being repeated by the Israelis here, to take civilian casualties in order to frighten the Iranians and the people. However, it's not going to work like that, but anyway, the people are being killed by Israelis, and Iran needs to stop this war machine.
If the U.S. gets involved, then Netanyahu is out of the game as an active political player, because then it's up to the U.S. and the scope, scale, and extent of their military activity. Given the calamity of October 7, 2023, now Israelis feel empowered, emboldened, proud, and they gloat over the the military, the technological, and the intelligence successes, and there have been in the attack on Iran. So people feel good about that. Expecting the population as a general collective to intellectualize the where is this headed and what is the exit strategy and what is the political end is obviously futile. But there's another element that needs to be integrated into this. Yes, the Iranian attacks, the Iranian missile barrages on Israel were serious. But given what people expected might happen, and I'm not saying it won't, I hope it won't, but I'm not saying it cannot happen. Given what people were indoctrinated and educated to think that could come from Iran, it's been, tolerable. Okay, I know it's a bad word to use. There has been devastation and ruin, and people died. But given what people thought would happen, thousands of ballistic missiles raining on Israel, that hasn't happened.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera, report from Gaza where Israeli strikes have again targeted desperate Palestinians waiting to get food.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
Why is Musk deciding to go up against the U.S. president?
Informed opinions.
We are in times where resolutions, words, and positions matters not. France was shipping ammunition. The UK continues to send scraps of F-35s.
Critical debate.
The sanctions have failed to stop the war.
The problem is that quite a number of countries help Russia to bypass sanctions.
Inside Story on Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera, wherever you are.
Watching Al Jazeera, reminder of our top stories this hour. Iran says it does not want to expand the conflict with Israel. Its Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says Tehran is acting in self-defense and will de-escalate as soon as Israel stops its strikes. 80 people have died in Israeli attacks against Iran since Friday. 2 fuel depots were damaged overnight near Tehran on Sunday. Israel also struck a defense ministry building in Isfahan in southern Iran. And Iranian attacks on Israel have killed at least 14 people since Friday. Rescue efforts are underway south of Tel Aviv after a series of overnight missile strikes. Israeli media reports say at least 35 people are missing. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says Royal Air Force jets will be sent to the Middle East for contingency support, as he called it, as the situation between Iran and Israel escalates. Starmer's in Canada ahead of the upcoming G7 summit, where the conflict is expected to be high on the agenda. Tehran has threatened to attack US, French and British bases if those countries help Israel against Iranian strikes. Al Jazeera's diplomatic editor James Bays is in the Canadian town of Banff, where the G7 summit is set to begin.
The first of the G7 leaders to arrive in Canada is the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. He's announced that he's going to bolster his country's military resources in the Middle East. That, I think, to protect the UK's presence in the region. It's not a very big presence, but they do have bases in quite a number of countries across the region. That, I think, shows you the big worry among the G7 countries, the worry that this could spread, that there could be further escalation. That's a worry about the military and political situation, but also, given that this is a place where the oil and gas reserves of the world are based, a worry about the effects on the global economy. You're not just going to have the leaders of the G7 here in the Canadian Rockies in the coming days, but also their invited guests. So there are 8 other countries coming, some of them unlike the European nations and the US, who have strongly condemned Israel's actions. For example, Brazil and South Africa. So a range of voices around the table. I think the one person everyone will be trying to influence is President Donald Trump, because he's the only player here at the meeting that could really change things on the ground, because Israel and Iran, of course, are both not here. But President Trump, if he wants, could exercise influence on Prime Minister Netanyahu. He could even, either privately or publicly, order him to stop the bombardment of Iran. Of course, the big question is, would the Israeli Prime Minister even listen to President Trump? James Bays, Al Jazeera, Banff in Canada.
Israeli attacks continuing in Gaza, where at least 23 Palestinians were killed on Sunday morning. 11 of the victims were trying to collect food aid. A previous strike on Saturday hit civilians waiting for flour deliveries near Gaza City. Hunger's driving people to the few food distribution points in Gaza, but Israeli forces have responded with sniper fire and bombings. Much of the remaining food distribution is being carried out by the US and Israeli-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which has been accused of weaponizing aid. Tariq Abu-Zoom is joining us now live from Deir al-Balah with more. A lot of the focus, of course, on the attacks between Israel and Iran, but nevertheless, the Israeli attacks in Gaza continue.
Yeah, undoubtedly, it continues on the ground as the Israeli military in the past hour has escalated the momentum and the scale of its aerial attacks to include the southern parts of Gaza, where in the city of Khan Yunis, the latest update that we have got from Gaza's health ministry confirmed that 4 Palestinians have been killed in Khan Yunis city as they were trying to return to assess the damage inflicted upon the houses and the properties in the city there in light of the ongoing Israeli expansion of ground operations. While in the south, the Israeli military has struck a number of residential houses and another civilian gatherings in Jabalia al-Balad town. But all the reports that are laid out in Gaza city reflect a clear Israeli systematic approach to demolish what remains of residential homes and civilian infrastructures in northern Gaza. Palestinians are saying that another part of Gaza looks like completely now Rafah in terms of the scale of destruction, and many are wondering about the possibility of getting a relative sense of safety in light of this unprecedented escalation. So Rob, on the ground, Israel is still strategically operating and armed clashes with Palestinian armed factions are still taking place, especially in Ash-Shuja'iyya neighborhood where the vast majority of civilians have been forced to flee in order to secure their families and to be away from areas of bombardment. But categorically, these attacks continue to unfold in all designated safe humanitarian zones, including Al-Mawasi area, where we have got confirmed reports from eyewitnesses suggest that the Israeli military tanks have advanced relatively close to Al-Mawasi area in Rafah city as a part of its ongoing efforts to back down and to force aid seekers to return back to their temporary shelters and to not reach the designated aid distribution points. Amid more also growing reports confirming that the Israeli tanks have opened fire abruptly on all civilians in this area in order to clear up this humanitarian spaces from any kind of civilian gathering. So it has been a very bleak reality. Airstrikes and ground operations are intensifying amid Israeli full and ongoing tightening of its loose on the humanitarian situation and already on Gaza's population as well.
Tariq Abu-Zoom and Deir al-Balah, thank you very much. Police in the U.S. state of Minnesota are searching for a suspect who shot dead 2 Democratic politicians. Local authorities say Lance Botha is a person of interest and is still at large. They say he was dressed as a police officer when he carried out the attack. Former House Speaker Melissa Hartman and her husband Mark were killed inside their home in what President Donald Trump says appears to have been a targeted attack. Well, there's been an unusual sight on the streets of Washington, D.C. as U.S. tanks and military personnel have been marching through the city. The parade has been celebrating the 250th birthday of the U.S. Army, but it also fell on the 79th birthday of President Donald Trump. Hattie Culhane reports from the U.S. Capitol.
This is the moment Donald Trump has waited to see for years, a U.S. military parade. The pomp and circumstance, the powerful weapons rolling past the White House.
Thank you to the greatest, fiercest, and bravest fighting force ever to stride the face of this earth, the United States Army.
It started in 2017 while watching the Bastille Day parade in France. Trump said America would top it. Now in his second term, this is what he got. Marching bands, 6,000 soldiers, military equipment, and dozens of tanks. On a hot day with storms in the forecast, the crowd appeared far smaller than was expected to celebrate the 250th founding of the U.S. Army. But critics say it's not a coincidence it's happening on the same day as the U.S. President's 79th birthday.
So really, I think we can look at this as more of a birthday parade, despite the fact that Trump is a draft dodger. He certainly likes to surround himself with the trappings of the military. It aggrandizes his image.
His supporters disagree.
Well, it's not his fault that it's also aligning on the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army.
This is extremely unusual in the United States. Only the third parade of this kind. The first in 1865 after the Civil War. The second after the first Gulf War.
I was stationed all over the world as an Army soldier and civilian, Department of the Army civilian, and our Army participates in parades in countries all over the world. Why don't do it here?
One of the reasons this is a controversial parade is because of the cost, and it's coming at a time where the Trump administration is cutting federal jobs. They have plans to cut back jobs at the Veterans Affairs Department. They expect this will cost about $45 million, that's the estimate anyway, and about $16 million is expected to go to D.C. to help fix the streets because they simply were not built for tanks to roll on them.
A finale of fireworks to end the celebration, marking another year for the U.S. Army and the U.S. President. Patty Culhane, Al Jazeera, Washington.
The bodies of the victims of Thursday's air crash in India are being handed over to their families. Family members have been seen carrying coffins into a crematorium. Authorities say they have DNA matches for 32 of the crash victims and that their families had been contacted. The London-bound Air India Boeing 787 struck a medical college hostel in a residential area after takeoff. At least 270 people on board and on the ground were killed. Coming up, Inside Story is going to examine Iran's ability to defend itself and what the likely outcome is going to be to its conflict with Israel. I'm Rob Matheson. Stay with us.
Hello, the remnants of a old typhoon Wu-Tip, now bringing some heavy rain into southern parts of China. That'll continue to just punch its way over towards the East China Sea, eventually running over towards Japan. But it's an improving picture for Japan for the most part. We have got wet weather coming across the Korean Peninsula into the Sea of Japan. Western areas will see some lively showers. Largely dry ahead of that and pretty warm as well. If anything, warmer still as we go through Tuesday, a 35 there for Tokyo. Hot, humid weather coming through. Hot enough for central parts of China, northern areas too. Still seeing lively showers across southernmost parts of China as we go through the next couple of days. And quite a crop of lively showers across much of South Asia. Now the monsoon rains nudging a little further northwards. Mumbai seeing some big downpours, the rain pushing up towards Gujarat. And the monsoon rains also now starting to affect Odisha. They've lurched their way a little further northwards. Bangladesh has seen some flooding recently, more of the same as we go on through Tuesday. Good rash of showers. And there's that hot weather continuing up towards the far northwest. Lahore, Pakistan seeing 43 Celsius. Well into the 40s too across much of the Arabian Peninsula. And hotter still there for Kuwait and for Baghdad, touching 50.
Hard-hitting interviews.
As a former leader of a G7 country, how worried are you?
Facing realities.
What kind of leader would you like to see take the country forward after this interim period is over?
Not go back to the old fascist regime that we have.
Thought-provoking answers.
What exactly was the pressure? Who was it coming from? Were threats made?
Pro-Israel groups are very active in each country. This is no secret.
Hear their story on Talk to Al Jazeera.
With its allies significantly weakened, Iran is left to confront Israel on its own. It has launched a barrage of missiles at Israel in retaliatory strikes without its traditional support in the region. With Tehran apparently exposed, what might be the outcome of this conflict? This is Inside Story. Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Cyril Lenier. Israel pounds Iran and Iran strikes back, hitting Tel Aviv. Since Israel's war on Gaza began in October 2023, Israel has damaged Iran, not just at home, but also outside its territory by hitting its allies. Hezbollah's leader, Hassan Nasrallah, was assassinated in Beirut. The Houthis in Yemen have taken hits, as well as militias in Iraq. Israel struck Iranian interests in Syria, and Tehran's ally there, former Syrian leader Bashar al-Assad, was deposed. Hamas's leadership has also been decimated, with an assassination being carried out in Tehran. So is Iran now fighting from a weakened position? What does this mean for the future of Iran's rulers? And where does this leave the balance of power in the Middle East? I'll put all of this to our guests. First, though, Imogen Kimber has this report.
Iran's response to Israel's attacks across the country.
The Zionist regime made a grave mistake, an enormous miscalculation, a blatant wrongdoing, and by God's grace, its consequences will bring it to ruin.
Israel's strikes on Friday were unprecedented.
We've taken out top military commanders, senior nuclear scientists, the Islamic regime's most significant enrichment facility, and a large portion of its ballistic missile arsenal. More is on the way. The regime doesn't know what hit them. They don't know what will hit them.
But Iran's ability to fight is more limited than before October 2023. That's when Israel began to intensify its attacks on Iran's allies in the Middle East, leaving its network weakened. The assassination of Hassan Nasrallah in September 2024, the popular leader of Hezbollah, left the armed group and Iran diminished, weakening their opposition to Israel. But Hezbollah had already been weakened by Israel's targeted killing of a number of high-ranking officials, and an attack through mobile devices earlier that month that also killed many operatives. In Iraq, Israel has hit Iranian facilities and targeted Iranian-backed militias. Similarly, in Syria, Israel has struck the Iranian consulate, killing Iranian military figures and hitting Hezbollah facilities. The fall of Iran's ally in Syria, Bashar al-Assad, in December 2024, led to a new government that does not favour Tehran. In Yemen, Israel hit Hodeidah port and Sana'a airport, in a blow to the Iranian-backed Houthis. And in Gaza, Israel has decimated Hamas, killing leader Yahya Sinwar along with other military figures, including political leader Ismail Haniyeh, while he was on Iranian soil. With Iran's so-called axis of resistance weakened, where does this leave Iran's defences, and ultimately the future of the Middle East? Imogen Kimber, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
Let's bring in our guests in Beirut. Rani Shattah is a political commentator, writer, and host of the Beirut Banyan podcast. In Isfahan, in Iran, Sitareh Sadeghi is assistant professor at the University of Tehran's Faculty of World Studies. And in Washington, D.C., David DeRoche is professor at the National Defense University, former Pentagon director for Arabian Peninsula Affairs. David, this is very much your patch. I'll go to Isfahan first, because Sitareh, Isfahan is home to one of the nuclear sites that has been struck by Israel. You live there. I want to ask you, what are people there saying at this point, at this moment in time? And I don't mean the official Iranian authorities' reaction. I mean people living in Isfahan. What are they saying right now?
Well, people are concerned about how far the Israeli aggression can go, because we know the history of Israel killing civilians and children in Palestine and in other countries, and also in Iran. In Tehran, many children and civilians that had nothing to do with Iran's nuclear program or defense facilities have been killed. So people are kind of worried, but at the same time, especially the scenes that they saw last night, their country responding to Israeli aggressions, they have been celebrating it on the streets and talking about it. But of course, everyone is wondering how long this war is going to last, and what is going to stop Israel but Iran's defense system, because as we have seen with genocide going on in Palestine, the international community and the UN do not seem to be interested in stopping a genocide or a war on civilians.
So, as we record this conversation, right now Iran has already fired multiple rounds of ballistic missiles at Israel and appears, relative to this conflict, appears to have done relatively little damage. How do you assess Iran's response so far?
I think Iran's response so far is just the beginning of what Israel is going to receive. It's definitely not proportionate to what Israel has been doing, which Iran does not claim to have done either. Iran says that they have just begun Operation True Promise 3, and this is the first step of that. And I think it pretty much depends on how Israel wants to extend the war and extend its aggression on Iranian civilians, officials, and military personnel. So we're sure that more is going to come, and it probably depends on how the exchange of fires will continue. But as I said, Iran does not claim that they have started the major part of their response to the Israeli aggression.
David, tapping into your defense expertise, the Israeli military says that the skies to Iran are effectively open, meaning their aerial pathway for the Israeli jets to go and bomb Tehran, in fact they said Tehran, not Iran, is open to them. Is Iran currently defenseless against Israeli air attacks?
I wouldn't say Iran's weak, but I would say they're vulnerable. So there's two developments. The first is they invested very heavily. Their number one defense priority, acquisition priority for the last 15 years was the S-300 radar. Israel destroyed that in the wake of the first two Iranian attacks on Israel in April and October of last year. They destroyed the radar for it, and that renders the system ineffective. The homegrown Iranian air defense systems, Bavar and other variants, which were mostly reverse engineered copies of Western and Russian systems, have proven to be ineffective or easily countered. I think that this is due to several factors. The first is Israel's technological advantage in electronic warfare, which allowed them, I believe, to spoof or blind air defense radar. The second is that Israel had a number of agents and has a number of agents, probably to include armed forces personnel who they've inserted on the ground, who have attacked air defense facilities from drones. We'll learn more about that in coming months, and it'll be fascinating. But the third, and this shouldn't be overlooked, is the role of corruption in the Revolutionary Guard specifically and the Iranian regime in general. And history shows us, we've seen this particularly with the Russians in the war in Ukraine, which has not achieved the success I thought it would achieve, that that corruption hollows things out. And I wouldn't be surprised to find out down the line that, for example, some of the Bavar systems were supposed to have higher level components that cost more, but a Revolutionary Guard Corps officer or an air defense officer substituted a cheaper part and pocketed the money. When you have 45% of an economy, by some estimates probably lower, controlled by the military, inevitably you get a poor military and a poorly functioning economy. And I think that that's really the research point going forward for us to look at.
Ronnie, Iran famously has allies across the Middle East. Shia militias in Iraq, Houthis in Yemen, Hezbollah in Lebanon, where you are. Can Iran at this stage count on any of them for help?
Well, to make it personal, if you will, the last time I was on this show, it was under Israeli bombardment, and that's last year. Late last year, an aggressive campaign, as the Israelis were going after the entire Hezbollah leadership, and the sounds of explosions were recurring while we were doing this show. That's late last year. I think there's a fundamental shift that took place since late last year and today, which is the consequence of that war, meaning the crippling and degradation of Hezbollah in Lebanon, I think in a way prevents any type of Hezbollah autonomous decision, or for that matter, Iranian decision-making, to put Hezbollah in the fray right now. They're weakened and they're vulnerable. And a consequence of that war also is a new Lebanese government that it's made it, in a way, its mission to dismantle all sub-state militias, whether it's Hezbollah or whether it's Palestinian factions in this country, You have a new president, former Lebanese army commander, current president, who has said part of his tenure will be a dialogue with Hezbollah towards disarmament. There is local pressure at preventing Lebanon from becoming a battlefield this round. And I'll add to that, Hezbollah so far, Hezbollah leadership, has not indicated any interest in taking part this round. That said, it is premature. It's less than 48 hours. Things could escalate to a point where the Iranian regime sees a necessity to reactivate what was once, and I think largely remains, its crown jewel among proxies in the region. As of now, that has not happened.
Okay, I want to ask both Sitara and David their thoughts on Iran's regional allies, because the security of Iran has for a long time been predicated on maintaining this regional network of paramilitary groups or armed groups, call them what you will. Iran calls it the axis of resistance. Israel calls it the ring of fire. Some analysts will refer to it as forward defense strategy. Sitare, can that come through for Iran at this moment in time?
Well, I think it's very important to know that it's the imperialist wording that would call those independent resistance groups that are popular within their countries as proxies or just militias that are depending on Iran. It's taking agency and credit away from the local populations that voted for those groups or worked to resist colonialism and imperialism. But it's also important to know Iran is a plus 90 million population. It's a country the size of Germany and France combined. Iran, under sanctions and aggressions, has defended itself. And unlike what your other guest thinks, it's the IRGC corruption that has made Iran's military weak. I would say what has restrained Iran is that it wanted to try all paths of diplomacy, and Iran has a concern for trying to avoid killing civilians and children, but Israel has no limitation on that.
Respectfully, you're not quite addressing my question right now. My question is, can Iran...
I'm going to get to your question.
Go ahead.
Because it's important to acknowledge that those groups are independent, and yes, they are Iran's allies too. But at this point, Iran does not need to rely on its allies, and they have been affected by Israeli aggression as well. So in case they want to join Iran in its defense, it's not only to help Iran, but it's also them responding to the Israeli aggression that they have received. But I don't think at this point they're going to join Iran, because Iran does not need help from other non-state actors in the region. But I think if other non-state actors or state actors in the region feel that with the help of Iran, they can also respond to Israeli aggressions, they would be willing to do that.
David, your view on this. You get the big picture, right? The idea is right now, the last 48 hours, it's been Israel versus Iran, Iran versus Israel. And the question is, could other factions, could other non-state actors, such as Hezbollah, such as the Iraqi militias, such as the Houthis, jump in? Well, we have seen the Houthis fire a missile. Could there be more of that from any of those groups?
Yeah. Well, so in addition to aspects of resistance, the Arab states of the Gulf refer to it sometimes as the Shia Crescent. And that puts forward a key point, which is Iran is able to build a network of Arab proxies to serve its national interests. Proxies, non-state actors; allies, state actors. Syria was an ally, but Lebanese Hezbollah remains a proxy. The purpose of that, I believe, lies in the real strategic shock of Saddam Hussein's missile attacks on Iranian cities in the 80s. And Iran's strategy was to prevent that from ever happening. So they tried to push their leadership outward. In Lebanon, Amal was a domestic, homegrown Shia movement, but the Revolutionary Guard was dispatched. The first delegation to set up Hezbollah was intercepted by the Phalange at Beirut International Airport and executed. The second Revolutionary Guard delegation met with more success, and Lebanese Hezbollah was considered to be one of the more responsive groups They provided a lot of the manpower for Bashar al-Assad's war in Syria, particularly the campaign in Aleppo. And when Mustafa Badreddin, Hezbollah's operational director, resisted Qasem Soleimani's commands to put more Lebanese manpower into what it was turning out to be a meat grinder, they had him killed in Damascus. So there is, always challenges with managing allies and proxies. But right now, it's clear to me that Lebanese Hezbollah, when it had a huge missile and rocket inventory, was a check on Israel taking aggressive action against Iran. That strategy worked for a number of years. And once Lebanese Hezbollah was eliminated, Israel had a lot more freedom of movement to directly attack Iran's nuclear program, which has been a concern for a number of years.
So Iran right now, at this moment in time, says that we've only seen the beginning of its retaliation towards Israel, and Sataria was stressing that point earlier. So I'd like to ask all of you what Iran's options are at this point, right? We've looked at their support network through the region, whether it could be, whether they may be called upon, whether they may take any action. If we leave that aside for a moment, and Ronnie, let's go to you with this. What are Iran's options right now?
That's a good question, and unfortunately, it may be premature. We don't know what this escalation will look like in the days, weeks, and perhaps months to come. I'll answer this question by addressing my colleague Satari's earlier point. It is true that Hezbollah is a political party in Lebanon and does have domestic political support. That's one thing. When it comes to the security infrastructure and their capabilities on the battlefield and their regional sway, not through politics but through war, that's something else. And Hezbollah entering Syria, Hezbollah paralyzing local politics, and Hezbollah targeting Lebanese officials the last 20 years. Add to that, Hezbollah's direct hijacking of security and foreign policy decision-making post-Syrian army withdrawal in 2005. No one signed up for that. And with regards to last year's war, not one Lebanese voted for that war. So I take issue with simply simplifying Hezbollah as just a local force. Had it been a local militia, it would have been disarmed like all other Lebanese militias post-civil war. To answer the question, I think at the end of the day, all these problems, and looking at it from above, I think diplomacy is still required. And I think that remains the trend, meaning I am not going to be, I can't forecast what happens to the Iranian regime long term, but I sense that there will be eventually some type of deal. And I think that's where the trend was moving anyway. Israel's decisions and Israeli aggression is quite startling. And to see Israel taking matters into their own hands in the region is shocking. But I think at the end of the day, there will be some deal, whether it's on nuclear energy, nuclear technology, or for that matter, Iran's regional influence. And its influence is not through politics. Its influence is through sub-state proxies. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Otherwise, Hezbollah would not have turned into a very sophisticated paramilitary force. Lebanese militias don't do that. Hezbollah could. That said, and I'll wrap it up with this if you don't mind. Last year in Lebanon is different than 2025. Iran's options in Lebanon are curtailed, which means the reaction from Lebanon may not be there. There may not be a front line of defense from Lebanon, the way we've seen it happen before. If that doesn't happen, I think the push for diplomacy will accelerate because Iran's options are limited. And when that happens, I think you will see an eventual deal emerge. Short of that, though, I think the failure of diplomacy is war, and we're seeing that play out, whether it's in Lebanon, Gaza, the entire region, and now between Israel and Iran.
Sitari, right now we are in what defense analysts would call a kinetic part of this conflict, right? It's fighting, it's launching missiles, projectiles, etc. So back to that question of what are Iran's options, whether it's the Ayatollah or his military advisors, the top brass of Iran. What, in your assessment, what can they actually do since they have promised to respond to Israel over and above what we've already seen, the ballistic missiles launched at Tel Aviv?
Well, Iran has yet to test its stronger missiles and defense capabilities. But I think Iran's options are to target the main supporters of the actual proxy that we have in the region, which is the Israeli regime, and which is basically living on plus $10 million per day of U.S. taxpayers' money.
What does that mean,
all
targeting?
know how Biden famously said.
What do you mean by that? Targeting
Let me finish.
who? Go ahead.
The U.S. military bases in the region. Without the U.S., Israel could not do what it's doing in Palestine, in Iraq, in Lebanon, in wherever it's carrying out aggressions, genocides, and killings of civilians. If this would be impossible without U.S. support. So Iran's options, if Israel decides to continue and if the U.S. decides to continue supporting it, would be to target U.S. military or occupation bases, to be correct to call them, in the region, including Iraq. We saw how they received a humiliating attack from Iran in Iraq back then when they assassinated the popular Iranian general Qasem Soleimani, and that was just Iran can do more than that. And of course, Iran would suffer from U.S. responses too, but as Iranian officials have said, now after what Israel did to Tehran, to multiple cities in Iran, they see no limit in responding to Israeli aggressions.
David, this is something that is front of mind for the U.S., of course, and they have said, of course, the U.S. has military bases and assets across the Middle East. They have said, to Iran, if you target U.S. assets, we will respond. So this is potentially something that could pull the U.S. into this conflict. What's your level of concern there?
I have a fair level of concern, although I think it would be a mistake for Iran to do that, because these are not standalone U.S. bases. They're usually smaller. A small part of a native base. So, for example, where you're broadcasting from, El Yadid Air Base, which has a large U.S. presence, but that also is the home base of the Qatar Air Force and includes the Emir's personal aircraft. So if that base is targeted, the goodwill in the region is going to evaporate very quickly. I should also point out, today's the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army, and we have had a presence, an intermittent presence in the region on and off, but we spoke of the attacks on Ain al-Assad Air Base. If you go to the museum there, you'll actually see on display articles that were damaged in the Iranian attack on that airbase. So we have a sense of history here. We have a sense of development. We have a sense that the position could go out of control. I think that right now we don't want to see an escalation to the Arab states of the Gulf or to the U.S. facilities that are hosted by the Arab states of the Gulf. And I think that Iran is exercising a wise amount of restraint in not spreading the conflict horizontally when it already is consumed with reacting to the vulnerability that Israel has inflicted on it.
Ronnie, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu promised a while back already to reshape the Middle East, right? To reshape the region. And it does look like that is underway. Here's a very short list of things that we thought we knew, we thought were probably true about the Middle East until recently. One was that Israel would struggle to defeat Hezbollah. It would be a mighty battle. 2, Israel couldn't fight Iran alone. It needed the U.S. 3, Iran had this formidable military that could really, really hurt Israel and make Israel think twice before striking Iran directly. Now, those theories have either been now disproven or shaky at best, right, with the things that we know now. Are we looking at a lasting, fundamental restructuring of the region, in your view?
I think there is a security shift that has happened, and the Israelis are directing it. I don't necessarily cheer what they're doing, even if what has happened to Lebanon has now been unburdened, meaning, you're right, Hezbollah, as it grew and as it became a reflection of Iranian security needs in this country, that has been severely diminished. Not necessarily on Lebanon's terms, though, on Israel's terms. Which means I would not go as far as to suggest Hezbollah has been defeated. No, they remain an armed group in this country, and they can actually take part. Until today, in sub-state weaponry, I don't think that's a defeat for Lebanon. And I actually would go even further. I do not sign up to seeing that all these problems emerge from Iran or necessarily Israel. I think at the end of the day, there is a core problem that has been shelved for decades, which is Beirut hosted this summit in 2002, how to find a diplomatic path out of the long-standing Arab-Israeli conflict, where causes have been hijacked on the way. The Palestinian cause was being directed by the Iranian regime. Hezbollah took part in a war it was not involved in. On October 8, 2023, there is a sub-state group in Lebanon that opened Lebanon's borders to war. This goes back to the Arab-Israeli conflict. I think at the end of the day, American diplomacy, whether you like it or not, has to be directed towards resolving this decades-long, century-long dispute. Lebanon was the battlefield for over 50 years because of this conflict. It transitioned over time from being a PLO base in Lebanon to being Syria's occupation to becoming Iran's front line. But all of this goes back to the Arab-Israeli conflict, the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, which is why I think at the end of the day, Israel can get away with reshaping certain security measures, but they cannot solve problems through war. Missiles do not solve problems. Battles will keep going. I do not think military strikes produce peace. On the contrary, they produce war, and I think they produce recurring war. And we've seen that. My whole lifetime has been that cycle. I'd rather see diplomacy win. Okay. I'd rather see resolution and serious conflict resolution, not stability.
All right, that's all the time we have. Ronnie, sorry to cut you off, but that is, I'm afraid I'm going to have to leave it there. That's all the time we have for today. But I'm really grateful for everyone's time today. Thanks to all our guests, Ronnie Shattah, Sitara Siddiqui, joining us from Isfahan in Iran, and David Darash. Thank you too for watching. You can see the program again anytime by visiting our website, that's aljazeera.com. For further discussion, go to our Facebook page, facebook.com/AJ Inside Story, and you can join the conversation on X. At AJ Inside Story is our handle there. From me, Cyril Vanier, and the whole team here in Doha, bye for now.
The film industry in India's Kerala is booming, but behind the scenes, a dark truth unfolds.
Slowly, he started touching my hand and all. Then the whole thing was happened after.
101 East investigates revelations of rampant sexual harassment and meets the women speaking out. Breaking the silence on Al Jazeera.
The leaders of the G7 countries will gather soon at a summit in Canada with many new faces, a global trade war and tariffs as a backdrop. Will the host nation be able to unite the partners in tackling their common challenges? Join us as we assess the outcome of the G7 Leaders Summit on Al Jazeera.
Systemic omissions need to be called out.
When they broadcast news, it's parroting the government narrative.
Silence the press and the powerful go unchecked.
These are the stories that don't get told.
The Listening Post decodes the media on Al Jazeera.
Hold on. Sorry.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you.
Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
Hello, I'm Fully Batibo in Doha with our top stories on Al Jazeera. Iran says it does not want to expand the conflict with Israel. Its Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says Tehran is acting in self-defense and will de-escalate as soon as Israel stops its attacks. Iranian missiles targeted multiple cities in Israel overnight, with Bat Yam hit the hardest. Rescue teams continue the search for survivors in the Tel Aviv suburb. At least 14 Israelis have been killed in the past 3 days of conflict. In Iran, the death toll is at 80 people since Friday. 2 fuel depots near Tehran were damaged overnight. Israel has also hit the central city of Isfahan and southern city of Shiraz. It's issued threats for Iranians to leave if they're living near military facilities.
In our opinion, the Israeli regime's aggression against Iran could never have happened without the agreement and support of the United States. We have solid evidence that shows the support of American forces and bases in the region for attacks by the Zionist regime's military forces.
Tohid Asadi has more from Tehran.
All in all, we see a combination of different sentiments here in the capital and across the country. Iranians are very anxious. They are following the developments with anxiety. Also, there is this anger among the people. A lot of them are saying that the political issues, the military issues, the nuclear issues, they've got nothing to do with the ordinary citizens. But what happens, and the truth of the matter and the reality on the ground is that ordinary citizens are losing their lives as a result of these strikes.
Yemen's Houthis say they also targeted Israel with ballistic missiles in coordination with Iran.
The missile force of the Yemeni armed forces carried out a military operation targeting sensitive Israeli enemy targets in the occupied area of Jaffa, using a number of Palestine II hypersonic ballistic missiles at various times over the past 24 hours. This was coordinated with the operations carried out by the Iranian army against the criminal Israeli enemy.
U.S. President Donald Trump has issued a warning to Iran not to attack American targets. In a post on Truth Social, he said the U.S. had nothing to do with the attack on Iran tonight. If we were attacked in any way, shape or form by Iran, the full strength and might of the U.S. armed forces will come down on you at levels never seen before. However, we can easily get a deal done between Iran and Israel and end this bloody conflict. The U.S. and Iran were due to enter a 6th round of negotiations on Iran's nuclear program on Sunday in Oman, but Iran has cancelled those talks. The UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer says Royal Air Force jets will be sent to the Middle East for contingency support as the situation between Iran and Israel escalates. Starmer is in Canada ahead of the upcoming G7 summit, where the conflict is expected to be high on the agenda. Tehran has threatened to attack US, French and British bases if those countries help Israel against Iranian strikes. Israeli attacks are continuing in Gaza, where at least 23 Palestinians were killed on Sunday morning. 11 of the victims were trying to collect food aid. A previous strike on Saturday hit civilians waiting for flour deliveries near Gaza City. Hunger is driving people to the few food distribution points in Gaza, but Israeli forces have responded with sniper fire and bombings. Much of the remaining food distribution is carried out by the US and Israeli-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which has been accused of weaponizing aid. In other news, police in the U.S. state of Minnesota are searching for a suspect who shot dead 2 Democratic politicians. Local authorities say Lance Bolter is a person of interest and is still at large. They say he was dressed as a police officer when he carried out the attack. Former House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark were killed inside their home in what President Donald Trump says appears to have been a targeted attack. The bodies of the victims of Thursday's air crash in India are being handed over to their families. The London-bound Air India Boeing 787 struck a medical college hostel in a residential area after takeoff. At least 270 people were killed. And those are the headlines on Al Jazeera. Stay with us for Witness coming up next.
مقدر تجمع مواد مقدر که اینجا مواد مقدر استفاده میکنن با این چقدر در سه افغانستان یک از این معتاد به مواد مقدر شدن علتش چیست؟ یعنی در زندگی انسان فقط بدبختی و بیچارگی چیز در دنیا اولتر فقر است. با بینمازی میکشن آدم، با بیدینی، به هر چی، به بیکاری، یعنی تمام چیز از فقر پیدا میشه.
محمد رضا میزوی محمد رضا من گرفتم جمع‌آوری رای است و برای روان میکنم من جمع‌آوری رفتم فهمیدی؟ امروز پلو خویی است میریم جمع‌آوری کی در کدام نقطه میریم او باز برای من گرفتم جمع‌آوری رای است و برای روان میکنم من جمع‌آوری رفتم فهمیدی؟ امروز پلو خویی است میریم جمع‌آوری کی در کدام نقطه میریم او باز برای همین نیروی امنیتی مانه میریم دیگه جمع‌آوری میکنیم میریم طرف شفاخانه که خدا چی میکنه هست دیم باز معلوم میشه نه او تو که بری اون میده بالا میشه که بالا خواست بالا میده این تو که هایده باید یازیش تو برم حالتا دیر دیر دتاس امنیتی مجاهدین چیزی امنیت مونیسی
ما که دیزه بریم دیگه
نه باز باز سو قدم محترمه
اونجا هست راسته
بین خرفام هست سایفونای پشت سر شدید نه از اینجا بالا جو پشت سرشون هم میگیریم پشت سر گفتم که چهار طرف شبگی استاد حالا پیش رو شبگی الله سلو بگی بالا استاد
افغانستان از نظر شخصی خود یک کشور نفرین شده او اقتصاد ضعیف مردم به طرف اعتیاد در حالت روان هستند او از نظر شخص خودم که چون تجربهش دارم دیگه جلوگیریش نمیشه اضافه تر میشه و کمتر نیست
ماسکو راز تلاشی ملګری راسي اینجا دو نفر عادی من مشخص میکنم دو نفر تا کنه دقیق چک شوه آباد یک طرفه اثبات شوه که یعنی پروگرامی همامشان برابر کنه دو نفر را شو لاند انشالله دو نفر بگو بیایی
نظر ما علمی است که در نگاه اسلام مطلق انیمینیشه حرام است مطلق حرام است حالی ما به سر این تعهد خود ایستاد است نمیمانیم بلکه یک مرکز کابل ما نیست در 34 ولایت افغانستان ما میخوایم که به ضرب زودترین وقت بعضی یک نقاط پایان بگذاریم نقاط صفر بگذاریم از نگاه کشت از نگاه فروختن از نگاه کشیدن
التليفون شان واخي بيصير تليفون ده شيء يبدا
کدام چیزی که در دستشان باشه یا در بدنشان باشه اگر تاریاک، چرس، شیشه، پودر، نسوار، سیگریت مکمل اینا رو ما از پیششان میگیریم
خلاص مکمل خلاص
یعنی اینا داخل امام میشن اجامهشان فوراً بدل میشه و سر و ریش اینا همگی مکمل کل میشه اینا داخل امام میشه و کالای نو برایشان داده میشه نی
یک نفر میایید چپلک بخوید
کیر طول کیر
ما گفتیم برایتان که نبودی یک نفر کاری چپلک خود پای کنه باز برو چی کنه نه مکمل بکشن برای تو کالای نو داده میشه تو امام میشه تو باید به این کار افتخار کنی و مردکه هیچی نباشه بکش کرتی خود بکش
اونجا امام داده میشه نظافت و اینطوری چیزاشون تکمیل لباس تبدیل میره به طرف بستر که دوسیه پرد اونجا خدا بیرون از بیرون دیگه مختار هستن آزاد بازیجه که اومدش چارچوب قانون برابر میشه یا هر کدومش تکرارن آمده است دیگه با خوی و خصلت اینجا بلد است زمانی که ایره میبری یگانه چیزی که بد میبره از عوض کوشش میکنه که زیر یو نره با رضاکارا و کارمندا است همکارا این دیگه باید داره اجباری جمع آوری میشه از بیرون خوجا امکانات نیست که مثلا به نظافت خود برسن و اینطوری همون مصروف مواد هستن
مال خدا 4 تا اولاد مثلا 2 بچه است 2 دختر است و همراه مادرشون خانه میشینه و 2 تا برادرای کلانم خرچی هم فامیل ما میده پیدا میگشتم دم شهر مثال نه جیب یکی رو بزن جیب دیگه رو بزن مثلا معمل پیدا کو بکشو عمر بغل 70 در تیر میشه یک گشتکم میگه پودری یک کلانم که دید میگه پورو پودری نه ولی زندگی نیست
بیسارم خیر برو نداری ما عمل شد برم خب آره من میگم شهر مز با خدا بله اشتر چی کنم اینجا ما بیفتم
میمون ما باش حال خوب از یک ذره نظم و نظام جور شود پاک شوی با خدا میروم
اینک شما میگه هر کاری که ما برای چشم قبول داریم ولی این آخیست ما فراش ناخیر سایس باش بعد 3 سال میشه که مواد مخدر استفاده میکنم چی شد که اصلا کارمندتر خودم وای وای سرباز است من خودم کارمند نکنم 50,000 من سرباز ارکوستم بودم قرار من دیوالای دوست رفیق نال فهمیدی دیگه بایی روز رسان نمونه
این با زمان تا گفتم پیشترم برات گفتم تا 15 روز آنقدر خشن هستن که دکتر صاحبا کارمندا را کلگی ده و بعد خودکشی هزار جنجال دیگه میکنه مجبور و مکلف از این حتی شاید صدها نفر مرا دوام زده باشه مجبور از اینکه تحمل کنه با بعد از 15 روز تو اوسو میرن باز او زمان حالت نورمالی را به خود گرفته میرن که تا مدت 45 روز میرسه کدام مشکلی نمیداشته باشه
چه مشکل داره؟
سینه درد میکنه هیچ دخترانه نمیتونه
از کجا هستی آجی؟
چی میکشیدی؟
یک دیگه کم شیشه کدش خراب
دیگه پیشکاری خونه تاری؟ چند سال میشه؟
دارم که دیگه در 15 سال میشه
طالبا آمده کل را زده فهمیدی نشد عالم که اخمونده وای ما هستن نیست
کده چاقو کده برچه میزنه
کده کلاشینکوف بزنه نه اون مردم که مثلا گنده فروشی میکنه باید
ملا صاحبا باید دوره بگیره آیا با ما همکاری بکنه ملا صاحبا که کی گنده فروشی میکنه ما را زیر فشار نگیره من قطعش همکار هستم برش میگم اینی آدم هست اینی نفره ای اول میام ما را فهمیده زیر کتک میگیره
چند تا طفل داری؟
3 تا طفل از طفل هم قسم جگر خوب میشه
اگه ببینی میگود
نه پدر برم
مثل خانه و اولاد یادش نمیامد
زمانی که ترک مواد میری کل چیز از حافظت فراموش است فقط مثل که یک چراغ در یک جاده فکرت متوجه به موی چیز است وقتی که ترکش میکنی نه بیادایی ما بینی تا گرفته میتونی نه از عشق تا گرفته میتونی کل سیستمت برهم خوردگی است شاید در حدود 20 ساله بوده باشم ولی تقریبا 5 سال بود زمانی که روسا برآمد آمد داخل کابل و زندگی همین را شروع کردیم که من خودم موتر فروشی میکردم بعد از اینکه موتر فروشی میکردم به این عمل من سردوچار شدم اقتصاد ضعیف و اینی آدم به طرف میکشونه اکثرا جوانها را اضافه تر شده و کمتر شده نمیره سردوچار شدم که 5 سال پیش خواستم که به این دیگه خستیم ساخته و ترکش کنم او فامیل طبعا فامیل برادر تماما خیش و کاکا و قوم طبعا او چیز میکنه احساس بدی داره چون مورد اعتماد دیگه تو نیستی هیچ نمیشه حتی فعلا اگر کسی دیگه باشه خودم اعتماد کنی خلاصه زمانی که من ترک کردم کوشش نهاییم به این بوده است که تا آخرین لحظه من تلاش کنم به نامش انسانی که هست از قدرت و توانم باشه نه افغان هر کسی که باشه و در اینجا باشه در افغانستان به مواد مخدر او در اینجا به ما صادقانه خدمت میکنم من حیث یک انسان و یک بشر
جایی که شما میبینید بخش دیتاکس است نو مریضی که بستر میشه به خاطر 15 روز در اینجا میباشه شما میبینید که مریض با مشکلات بسیار زیاد از دلبد است استفراغ داره اسهال داره درد بطنی داره و از نگاه روانی ثبات نداره دیگه به خاطر 15 تا 20 دیگه می باشن و وقتی که اینا از طرف تیم نرسینگ و از طرف تیم دکتر سیواجی مدیریت میشه.
امارات اسلامی پول میگیره. کو امارات اسلامی؟ امارات اسلامی در زبان است. امارات اسلامی که پرسان نمیکنه که مردم غریب و بیچاره بیپناه بی‌صاحب به سرپناه کسی را نداره. چی رقم میمونه چی رقم میمونه.
با خدا کمبل پنزه از گشنگی مرده و اعلام نمیده اعلام بوده دیگه بومی
اصیل هستیم ما.
پنج ساعت تیل بکشد در جنریتور خورد برای چیز روشن کردن برق بندازه تیل. امروز چقدر نفر در بلوکی بی برده چقدر نفر بلوکی ای آمده که بلام
79 نفر هم پیش بروز شد بلوکی اینجا آمد که دوباره جای باشه.
نه امروز چقدر هم برده از طرف جمهوری روی
تقریبا در 217 نفر
انتقال در بلوک بی. این اول در اطراف هاست و سمت شمال که من قبلا دیدم حتی همین طبقه اوناست اضافه تر در چیز مواد مخدر همین تریاک آغشته بود. این دیگه جامعه جهانی سازمان ملل که چقدر تخمین میزنه یا آمارش گرفته است در وجود من دقیق نمیفهمم.
On counting the cost, the US and China have reached a framework deal to ease export controls. But who drove the hardest bargain? What's behind the rise of the Russian ruble, and at what cost to the economy? Plus, are the UK and other nations choosing warfare over welfare? Counting the cost on Al Jazeera.
The second episode of this series explores the rise of the major drug cartels and their reign of terror in the 1970s.
The Mexican government literally told the traffickers, we have to produce the body, because they knew he was dead.
America's public enemy #1 is drug abuse.
And the launch of the international war on drugs, drug trafficking, politics and power, the age of drug lords on Al Jazeera.
We will not allow federal agents to be attacked, and we will not allow an American city to be invaded and conquered by a foreign enemy.
The administration of Donald Trump is determined to carry out its signature initiative, rounding up and deporting undocumented workers and migrants.
A very peaceful protest ongoing a few blocks away from where we are. We're being asked to leave by the police. We're going. Listen, you don't have to threaten us. We're fine. We're just doing our work. We're just doing our work.
Sun may have faded, but the anger against Donald Trump, against ICE, only growing. And nobody knows how much longer this will go on.
Hello again, I'm Fully Batibo with the headlines on Al Jazeera. Iran says it does not want to expand the conflict with Israel. Its Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says Tehran is acting in self-defense and will de-escalate as soon as Israel stops its airstrikes. Iranian missiles targeted multiple cities in Israel overnight, with Bat Yam hit the hardest. Rescue teams continue to search for survivors in the Tel Aviv suburb. At least 14 Israelis have been killed in the past 3 days of conflict. In Iran, the death toll is at 80 people since Friday. 2 fuel depots near Tehran were damaged overnight. Israel has also hit the central city of Isfahan and the southern city of Shiraz. It's issued threats for Iranians to leave if they're living near military facilities.
In our opinion, the Israeli regime's aggression against Iran could never have happened without the agreement and support of the United States. We have solid evidence that shows the support of American forces and bases in the region for attacks by the Zionist regime's military forces.
Elsewhere, Israeli attacks are continuing in Gaza, where at least 23 Palestinians were killed on Sunday morning. 11 of the victims were trying to collect food aid. A previous strike on Saturday hit civilians waiting for flour deliveries near Gaza City. Hunger is driving people to the few food distribution points in Gaza, but Israeli forces have responded with sniper fire and bombings. Much of the remaining food distribution is carried out by the U.S. and Israeli-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which has been accused of weaponizing aid. In the U.S., police in the state of Minnesota are searching for a suspect who shot dead 2 Democratic politicians. Local authorities say Lance Bolter is a person of interest and is still at large. They say he was dressed as a police officer when he carried out the attack. Former House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark were killed inside their home in what President Trump says appears to have been a targeted attack. The bodies of the victims of Thursday's air crash in India are being handed over to their families. The London-bound Air India Boeing 787 struck a medical college hostel in a residential area after takeoff. At least 270 people were killed. And those are the headlines. Witness continues next on Al Jazeera. Do stay with us.
بعد از استراحت تو نخزمه و هر کسی نماز میخونه و نمیخونه و مربوط خودش میشه دست روی گوشوی و تدابیر چای خوردن ما و شما میگیریم بعد از او باز با نظم و نظام شدن داخل اتاقا یا در صحن شفاخانه در جای پاک منظم شستن کمی مشکلاتی که در داخل بلاک داشتیم اینجا باید داره وجود نداشته باشه اگر ما و شما با هم همکار نباشیم از دست 1 نفر و 2 نفر و 4 نفر هیچ چیزی نمیشه
ما خیر ببینید تو ایران گم کرده از ما که همکار هستیم
سلامت باشید
در اضافت ما پاک ستره
سلامت
از اشوشا گم ما کردی از برادر او بیده بار گم ما کردی آرچه پرکت لکس از خیر 2 سال باشید 2 سال کیت هستیم
خانه آباد تشکر
ما چون را بگویم رئیس دیدیم او با اون چه دیدیم بی رئیسی بود نامش خب ما نمیفهم ولی که رئیس قدر خواری شدیده بود
خب خیر کل ما با هم همکار هستیم نه تنها از این هستیم کل ام شما که همکار نباشیم از دست ما هیچ چیزی نمیه در هر در امنیتش در نظافتش در یک کمک با دیگه برادر کردنش فهمیدی؟ این دست با جمع
ما میگیم یکی برای همه برای یکی
منظم بچه برای تازگون تو لیوان Era deste não estaria aqui ninguém da bicha aqui. نمیستم دوچار شدم تقریبا 14 سال دودی زدم دودی به تاثیر شد دماغی که به تاثیر شد پیچوری تزریق میکنم دیگه آخرش به این نتیجه رسیدم که دیگه هیچ رای حل نداره با جز ترک کردن دیگه اینجا آمدیم و لطف احسان پروردگار و کمک همکارا مشاورین و دکتر صاحبا و نرس صاحبا این دیگه زمینه رو برای ما مساعد ساخت که با فضل احسان خدا از این مشکل خطا خوردیم و حالی هم دیگه این مدت 5 سال میشه که ما دمی پالوی دیگه همکارایم دوششون باش تو که آل مردان طرف بلاک 30 رفته است امشب 2 تا مرد با امری خدا 3 تا فعبی حال گوسپنده کسه موشه چطل که بود پیچ خونی شدی اسهال شدی میکروب دیگه بدنهای ما و شما هم ضعیف است کل سیستم در اضافت انسان است من میگم یک موتر بگو یک بوتل من میگم میگه یک موتر از قطار اول دیگه بخیزی امو با شکل عروس این تو به سیستم اینه ولی امنیت و انسان باید داره با تماما بشر داشته باشه دیگه این یک قشری است که ناامیدترین قشر جامعه است اون روزایی را که من خودم تیر کردم سر دشمن من روادار نیست آنقدر جدی سرشون کار میکنم که من میگم پروردگار دیگه مرا توان بده که اضافه تر شده بده که تا بتانند که ایار خداوند پاک کمک کنه شفایاب شد اول خودی سخت‌ترینش احساس کنید دیگه با کلی که سخت‌ترینش کنترل مریض بوده است و تظاهرات و تشنج که هیچ موضوع احساس ندارم این صادقانه براتون میگم اما دهقان که دهقانی میکنه باز این حاصلش که میباشه سعی میکنه حاصل خوب اگر داد باز اما خستگی های سالانهش رفت است اگر نیکی نداد حال فضل احسان خدا نه فرار وجود داره نه تظاهرات وجود داره با همین امکاناتی که امکانات موجوده توزیع شروع فعلا یا با بسیار چیزا ضرورت داره زمانی که احتیاط ترک میکنی با تماما مواد غذایی ضرورت داره حتی یک مدت یک ماه با حساب هر چی که بدیدش میخوره یک اشتیای کاذب است چیزی که میبینی غذایشون امکانات نیست او یک امکانات ناچیزی که از خود فعلا میبینی که در سر میز میخورن زمانی که جامعه جهانی همه دارایی را سر افغانستان قطع میکنه اولین ضربه را که میخوره یا میخوره
دسته وده زده چې خلک ولګي د مشهور ما د خلک ولې ونه پاله خوې ما مګکان نه دی مګکان هغه دا کار نه کې په خدای ما ولې ونه پاله تشکي خوې بار نه خورا بار کې درا نه په کې به زیات بار کې درا نه خورا وښنګي ځا استا په دې چې ځا څه دروا نه کس نه دارا نه کس او هر کسی زدن میده این لباس از به خدا ما بیرون بورر بزنیم تا این لباس سه کو تا این تو لباس
They torment me, they bring me down. I don't want to know the truth.
تاکسی شوهر میان موتروانی میکرد خانمانه که نمیدن دنبال چم گشتیم پیدا نتونستیم دیگه معلوم نیه که در کجا هسته نیستن نه خبر نداریم دیگه دنبال چی گشتیم پیدا نشد دیگه نه مردگیش نه زندگیشی چهار دانه طفل داریم دیگه یکشی مواد نمیداشت خیلی وزش چی خراب میشد دیگه آواز چشمای شما رفت بینی شما رفت خیلی دیگه سر اشتکا سر صدا میکرد خود نچنگ میکرد غلمغال میکرد از وقت دیگه بعد از اون خیلی او تداوی که بی نشد دیگه گای پای سر از یک قرص که گای از یک قرص که بیمار بودم مقصد یک چند دفعه تداوی که بی نشد همین دفعه که گم شدم تازه شد خانه بکرد دی تازه گم شد دیگه از خانه همون بردر چیزا بیتری بود سولر داشتی تلویزیون داشتی همه چیزا رو برد دیگه از خانه سودا کرد دیگه خرج نمیاد تا خانه دقیقه اشتکا نبود دقیقه خانه نبود دیگه او دمو فکری مواد خو بود که از کجا کنیم که مواد خو پیدا کنم وای احساس نمیدونم که اگر باشم کودا درد از من نمیخورم اما مثل مرده بودی اگر مرده که بیز مرده دیگه تا درسته اگر باش کم دیگه درد از من نمیخورم
خوياس خوشحال خوياس ان شاء الله
والله خوشحال یو قرص عبادت ته موږ کړی دا
صحیح ان شاء الله موږ په خدمت کې شپه ورځ په خدمت پوری ورځ زه په ډاکټر د باندې ځخو ان شاء الله صحیح هغه دا رقم صحیح انمی حالت روز چهارشنبه یک چهارشنبه دیگه چهارشنبه ما انمی پایوازه میاین انمی سیستم برایشان جور کردیم که مسلمانان ازار اذیت نشوه انمی مریضایش ما انمی مریضا که ضعیف هستن ما میخوایم که انمی اذیت نشوند میشه که از طریق دوا باز اینا انمی نیشهشان بپره که دوا سرشان قید شد میشه که بس پس انمی مسکریشان انمی حالت تکراری خود پس استعمال کنه دو وقت ما برایشان اینا توصیه میکنیم ما با اینا ذهنشان انمی قال الله و قال رسول کدام نقاطهایی که خداوند کتاب خود ذکر کرده به ذهنهای اینا ما استعمال میکنیم
الحمد لله في تدمين والسلام عليهم الله
بله میشنم مظروف هستم میرم طرف کلاب. ورزش خو زیاد وقت میشه. ورزش که میگن ضامن سلامتی است. واقعیت ورزش که کنی احساس خستگی اگر ما امی زمان چیزه وضعیت که آغشته به این مواد مخدر هستی زمانی که یک عموم میکنی یک چیز دیگه حداقل خود وجودت میبینی امی روز به روز که تو ورزش میکنی و سون بدنت سعی میکنی همه قدر بخشید انرژی میبخشد که اینه ما از یک دنیای تاریکی به طرف دنیای روشنی میرم امیدوار میسازد بسیار یک امید قوی برای انسان میبخشد باور میکنی من یک چیز بگم شاید باورت نشه برادر، پدر، مادر کل چیز یک طرف والا دیگه تقریبا به فراموشی میسپارم مگم این مردم واقعیت که کوشش میکنم که از اون قلب کنم من خدمت برای یا صادقانه خستگی ناپذیر برشان کنم این زمانی که تولات آمد تقریبا 1 سال معاش نداشتم بر علاوه معاش یک ذره خوب یک دولت پایین بالا میشه آشی خود چیزا کم مریضا دیگه واقعیت قلبا صادقانه خدمت بکردم و خستگی ناپذیر چون خودم میفهمیدم که درد یک معتاد چی است و چی رقم میشه که فعلا دیگه فضل خدا حالت عادیه بعد پیشتر هم خدتون بچه ها گفتم از هر کدوم چقدر وقت میشه اینطور نفرهایی هم هست که 2 بار و 3 بار هم آمد از بستر شده است پس که رفت است و دوباره باز یا بیکاری یا دیگه ایلام بگیریم خوبه پس دوباره دمی مواد آغشته شد چیزی خود با بیبودی خودش نبود است که دوباره رفت است دیگه این دفعه کوشش میکنیم که یک مدت ترکش کنیم این تو کسی از 4 دفعه اومده باشه
این های خود یک اندازه اقتصادمون بودگه بوده این هم آخو ضعیف بوده کارمار خود نتانستیم خود پیدا بکنیم ملتش نمیخو بوده این ها خود خانه خود جنجال شده خود پس آمدیم خودمی این عمل آمدیم
بیکاری ببریم سرکار همش مال این بیکاریه افغانستان معتادش مال این بیکاریه همگی بی سواد مال چیه یک کلاسی نه یک درسی نه دیگه همگی مال این بی سوادی بی فرهنگیشه باید یکی ویدا بشه حداقل رئیس جمهور یا خیلی مزه حالا هر کسی باشه دستی ما رو بگیره ما الان مثلا تو این جایی که هستیم بالا غیر قشنگ بلد نیستیم صحبت کنیم که کلاس بذاره که مثلا ما صحبت کنیم برای بالا نه احمد که برای آمده معتاد شدم
کسی داده
آره که تو بیا مثلا که رو رفته گریه نکن باید دودت بزن آرامش میگه
این گپ هم سایکو این گپ هم گپ نمیشه یک نفر بگه درو از سر بام خودم پرتو میپرتی نه این ضعیفی عقل خود انسان
آره دیگه مال ضعیفی و کم عقلیه دیگه
تو که اگه هرچی که بگویم از او گله و گذار کنیم سونیم سایکو از عقل خود تا کشور خود بی فرهنگ گفتن عقلت بگو کسی خب از دولت دادانت نکن چیش بود چوش بود هر کدومش که بود پس این ضعیفی خود انسان نشان میده عقلت زمانی که ضعیف بود همینطور میکنی. پروردگار انسان مختار خلق کرده است. مختار یعنی خودت رای خوب و بدت هم میتونی که انتخاب کنی. میشه که اکثر جنگ بخشش بگیری. کشور جنگ زده داریم، اقتصاد ما زیر صفر است او دیگه کتا جنجال. مگم گناه خود انسان در گردن کسی دیگه نندازه. مادرایی که هیچ کسی عملی کسی را به دنیا ناورده است آورده است. پس خود ما رای کج انتخاب کنیم. همینطوری که رای کج انتخاب کردیم میتونیم که رای صراط المستقیم هم انتخاب کنیم. طاهر اون بچه های فوتبال هست. اما چیز چبلق بالا گول پیکر شد. یا مدت 6 هفته شده است که 6 هفته خود تیر کردیم. میرم در اجتماع شهر بازار چون اکثرا آلوده است. اگر در 10 نفر 2 نفر خدا بتونه که کنترل کنه پاک باشه، بازم از نظر خودمون شاید جامعه هم باشه قهرمان باشه. و تنهایی نمیشه که یک نفر یک کار کنه تا که دست با هم نزه او جامعه جهانی کمک نکنه. بدون کمک جامعه جهانی هیچ امکانی نداره. او بعدا هم خودم خود در کوشش میکنم که تسلیم نشم، بر علاوه که تسلیم نشم او ایارم ناامید نمیسازم.
سلام صبح شما بخیر، خوب هستید، بخیر هستید، صحتمند هستید. بیاین 12 نفر بیشتر هم بیاین. اینه میره حلقه بیرون خوب حلقه سیس میشه یکم دور میشه حلقه تو میتونه گرفتش همیشه مستقیم. اگر یک کسی هم فکر منفی میاد در ذهن شما میندازه میگه نه والله مواد مخدر ترک کردنش سخت است، اول فعلا شما میگید در شفاخانه هستید چقدر سر حال است، چقدر خوش است، اون در یک موقعیت بسیار خوب قرار میدین. این در حقیقت این موضوعی که من میگم بهبود ارزشمندی درونی شما نشان میده. شما از درون خود بسیار خوب فکر میکنید، مثبت فکر کردن.
خب بادر خان جان ما رفتیم چیز خدمت نبودیم ما
زنده باشی بیادر بشورید خدا نگاه کنی. خب
دکتر سید ببخشید رو
که رفته بخیر و به واقع لایی بس کنه دیگه. میشه توقف که یک دنیای دیگه پیش روی داره. جوان هسته، سبا آینده کشور در دست شما، سرمایه کشور هسته. انشالله بخیر این اول و آخرتان باشه. بره بخیر بره. از ما خوشه خفه
زنده باشید.
برو بخیر. بریم.
كشينش مستقبل يا أخي لماذا مشتاق مكتبيش لكشين
Ostracized and left to suffer in silence. For decades, the rape survivors of Nepal's civil war have endured the unthinkable. But the former commander of an all-women platoon is breaking taboos and fiercely demanding justice for the survivors of the ugliest of war crimes. Witness Devi, the undefeated, on Al Jazeera.
Hello, we have some very heavy rain into central parts of South America. A very active system. This, you can see this line of cloud. It's on a cold front, which will bring some very heavy downpours into the southeast of Brazil, pushing a little further southwards into the South Atlantic as we go through the remainder of Sunday. Some wet weather, meanwhile, into central southern parts of Chile. Some snow over the higher ground as well, just pushing across into the Andes. Things drying up, brightening up on the other side of those mountains as we go on through Sunday. You can see brighter skies coming back into the southeast of Brazil, but a few showers still in place up towards Paraguay, towards Bolivia, and they gather again as we go on through Monday. Some wetter weather, a little clutch of storms just developing here could cause some localised or flash flooding as we go through the day. Further north, plenty of showers across the northern quarter of South America and plenty of showers into Central America. Some very heavy rain into Nicaragua, Costa Rica, pushing down into Panama. Scattering of showers across the islands, but not too bad. More in the way of sunshine than showers. And notice Tropical Storm Delilah, very close to Mexico, pulling away though, so not causing too many problems as a result of that. There we go with that wetter weather gathering across Central America, and we could well see significant flooding here by the time we come to Monday.
The film industry in India's Kerala is booming, but behind the scenes, a dark truth unfolds.
Slowly, he started touching my hand and all. Then the whole thing was happened after.
101 East investigates revelations of rampant sexual harassment and meets the women speaking out. Breaking the silence on Al Jazeera.
The land of the free.
If you are black, you are a criminal. You are someone who is supposed to shut up and accept what America gives you.
The next episode of Democracy Maybe explores racial conflict, ethnic politics, and inequality in the United States.
They get upset if you say all lives matter because they want to focus on black.
We Had a Dream on Al Jazeera.
We're in a hospital in the south of Lebanon which is overwhelmed with patients who've been injured by the Israeli military as they were trying to return back to their homes. Israel has refused to withdraw despite a ceasefire agreement which was brokered by the United States.
This is a news hour on Al Jazeera. I'm Fuli Batibo in Doha with extensive coverage of the Iran-Israel conflict. Coming up, Israel bombs Iran for a third day, targeting several sites across the country, including energy installations. Iran is hitting back, firing a barrage of missiles and drones at targets across Israel. The Iranian foreign minister says Tehran's retaliatory strikes will only stop when Israel hosts its attacks. And U.S. President Donald Trump has issued a new warning to Tehran: do not hit American targets. Thank you for joining us. Iran says it does not want to expand the conflict with Israel. Its Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says Tehran is acting in self-defense and will de-escalate as soon as Israel stops its airstrikes. But President Masoud Pezeshkian says Iran's retaliation will become more decisive and severe if Israel continues its hostilities. Iranian missiles targeted multiple cities in Israel overnight, with Bat Yam being hit the hardest. Rescue teams continue to search for survivors in the Tel Aviv suburb. At least 14 Israelis have been killed in the past 3 days of conflict. In Iran, at least 80 people have been killed since Friday, and in the last few hours, several explosions have been reported across Tehran. 2 fuel depots near the capital were damaged overnight. Israel has also hit the central city of Isfahan and the southern city of Shiraz. Osama bin Javed has the details.
Another morning of explosions across Iran, this one during rush hour in the central city of Isfahan. The provincial headquarters of the Ministry of Defense was struck by Israel. Plumes of smoke are rising from oil facilities in Shiraz and the capital, Tehran. It's day 3 of Israel's attacks. And Iran's top diplomat is warning of further retaliation if Israel doesn't stop.
It is a response to the Israeli attacks and violations. Once these attacks stop, we will reciprocate. We were engaged in rounds of negotiations with the US. The 6th round of talks was supposed to be held in Oman. The Zionist entity is not willing to see us reaching an agreement or a diplomatic solution with the United States.
Overnight, Iran struck Israel with multiple waves of missiles and drones. There were several direct hits on the cities of Haifa and Tel Aviv. Israeli citizens were told to seek shelter through the night as Iran and Yemen responded to Israel's attacks. Israel's advanced air defense systems could not stop all the rockets and missiles. On Saturday, Israel launched more attacks targeting Iran's critical energy infrastructure. As night fell, an oil depot near the capital, Tehran, was hit and caught fire. Satellite images revealed the impact of Israel's earlier strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. As missiles continue to land in both countries, calls by international leaders for calm have not been able to halt the conflict. Osama bin Javed, Al Jazeera.
Let's now bring in Noor O'Day, who's in Amman, Jordan. She's reporting from there because Israel's government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting in Israel and the occupied West Bank. The level of attacks Israel is seeing is unprecedented, Noor. Bring us up to speed with the latest. What do we know about the targets and the damage that Iran has been able to cause inside Israel?
Well, Folly, the damage is certainly extensive and unprecedented. This is, after all, the first time that Israel confronts a state with a formidable army in the region. Certainly the first time since 1973. The Bat Yam, the hardest hit area, has seen several dozen buildings damaged. At least 9 or 10, according to local authorities, are beyond repair, and rescue workers continue to dig through the rubble and clear the rubble, searching for survivors, and that's why the number of casualties is not final. Further to the north in Haifa, the pipelines of the oil refineries and the gas pipelines were damaged, but the refining activities continue. But in Tamra, a Palestinian village, a Palestinian Israeli community, 4 women were killed when a missile struck their home. There are no shelters in that Palestinian community, much like the rest of Palestinian Israeli towns across Israel. So residents there are really inconsolable. And that is why we've seen also senior Israeli officials, the president, the prime minister, and other ministers in the cabinet visit Bat Yam specifically and try to lift the spirits of the Israeli public who have had to stay close to or inside shelters where they are available for much of the past 48 hours.
And I imagine, Noor, that neighboring countries like Jordan, where you are also extremely worried and concerned about the risk of escalation.
Definitely, and already a country like Jordan, for example, is directly impacted. It has reopened its airspace during the daytime. During the night, when there are ballistic missiles heading towards Israel, it has to close its airspace. Jordan, for example, has made clear that it won't allow itself to be dragged into this war, so it also tries to shoot down any drones or missiles flying over its airspace. But that is also perilous for the civilians. There are several injuries reported in the past 24 hours. Syria is much the same. Iraq, a very large country, has closed its airspace as well. Geopolitically, though, Foley, there are a lot of ramifications for this war, and all the governments of the region are watching closely as Iran and Israel carry out this confrontation following that Israeli strike. People are worried about the precedents this will set, the new normals that are being set after those normalizing all the things we've seen over the past 20 months in Gaza specifically. We now see the Israeli military issuing displacement orders in Iran. So this is very worrying, and eyes are on countries that can still maintain lines of communication with Tehran and Tel Aviv to try and de-escalate the situation rather than allow those countries to battle it out, if it will, to see who will reign over the region in the coming years.
Yeah. Thank you, Noor, for that. Noor O'Day live for us there in Amman, Jordan. Well, let's now find out what's been happening in Iran and bring in Dorsa Jabari, our correspondent who's covered Iran extensively for us here on Al Jazeera. We heard in the last few hours air defenses being activated in Tehran. What more have you found out about the situation on the ground?
Well, Foley, there's been a number of strikes in and around the capital. This is the most strikes we've seen in daylight happening in Tehran. At least 3 different locations in the central part of the capital, in the eastern and southern part of Tehran have been targeted. Now, according to people that we've been speaking to on the ground, these are areas around government official buildings, but of course, also around civilian areas. You have to remember, Tehran is a very densely populated city. It's home to about 15 million people, and today, on Sunday, is the start of the work week, so many people would be at work in their offices. Given everything that's happened over the past few days, of course, people who could get out of the city have chosen to, but many are still there. So it's very concerning to see these kinds of attacks continue in daylight.
Right, and it's Tehran today for the last few hours, but there have been other areas. Talk to us about the targets specifically that the Israelis have been hitting and what sort of damage has been inflicted.
Well, the other cities that have been targeted today is Isfahan in central Iran and also in Shiraz in the southern part of the country. According to reports, both official state agencies and the Israelis, they have been targeting military compounds and energy infrastructure facilities in those cities. Now, this is something that we've seen start from Saturday, the Israelis targeting energy infrastructure as well as military targets. But of course, this is being seen by the Iranians as an escalation. We heard from the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi earlier on Sunday in Tehran saying Israel attacking those South Pars gas fields in Asaliye in the southern part of Iran in Bandar Abbas is a clear and very dangerous escalation. And that's why we saw Iran launching those missiles towards Haifa, which is where Israel's energy facilities are also located.
Right, and what's also concerning here is that we've seen the Israelis issue threats to civilians who live in the vicinity of weapon sites, telling them to evacuate. That's really concerning. How worried are people in Iran? What are you hearing from your sources?
Well, it's extremely worrying because people don't know what the building next to them is. It's not like the Ministry of Defense puts up a sign in most places when they're, especially in a city like Tehran, it's very densely populated. So it's this practice that we've seen from Israel over and over again during the war in Lebanon last year, the war in Gaza. Issuing these threats, but the civilian population has nowhere to go. There are no bomb shelters in Iran. They're not equipped for this.
Not like Israel, where they have the possibility of taking shelter somewhere.
Absolutely, there is no place for them to go. So it just creates more panic rather than anything else. And so people, there's no sirens that go off. There's no alarm system that goes off when there's drones approaching the skies of Iran. So it's a very different dynamic for the Iranian population. And certainly these kinds of threats are absolutely meaningless in terms of practicality for the civilian population, other than creating basically panic and fear.
Okay, Dorsa, thank you very much for that. Dorsa Jabari joining us here in the studio. Now, meanwhile, U.S. President Donald Trump has denied any American involvement in Israel's attacks on Iran, but Tehran's foreign minister says he has evidence the U.S. was involved.
In our opinion, the Israeli regime's aggression against Iran could never have happened without the agreement and support of the